Everything was dark in the distance, while gentle radiance spilled out from before him. Dense spiritual essence surged, multicolored light rippling like water. This place was exceptionally sacred and divine. Flowers scattered about, the sparkling petals falling gently along this place, glowing with sacred light. A fragrance wafted through this place, and waves of exuberant life force could be felt. Apart from this, pure white immortal energy was everywhere, surrounding this place. As Shurhao stood there without moving, it was as if he could hear the sighs of a true immortal, as if 100 worlds of reincarnations had been experienced. It was as if he witnessed immortal ancients' changes. He was completely silent. This type of feeling was extremely strange. In that instant, he saw hundreds and thousands of scenes. There were some of creatures, some of plants, and some scenes of battle. In a daze, he saw the skies become dyed in red. Powerful experts descended from the world beyond, smashing into the great earth, their blood dyeing the mountains and rivers red. There are emperors that fell, taboo existences disappearing. Shurhao said softly, as if he was immersed in a dream. He saw these scenes not feeling shock, but rather a bit numb. That were just the remnant scenes, yet it was enough to speak of the cruelty during immortal ancients' final years. Who is the enemy? He stared at the thousands of scenes. However, he only saw his predecessors wither away, never seeing the enemy appear in the 9 heavens above. The only thing that was left for later generations were scenes of defeat. Then he saw a boundless continent suspended in the cosmos disintegrate. Surprisingly, Shurhao didn't feel any intense sadness or sorrow. These remnant scenes appeared one after another, only giving off a lonely and desolate feeling. It was extremely calm, not hurried or too slow. However, Shurhao felt a type of concealed emotion. That was despair. These were damaged fragments left behind for later generations. They couldn't bear to tell them the truth, fearing that those after them would fall completely into despair. That great era, those people were completely defeated. The one who left behind these imprints felt a sense of powerlessness, a deep feeling of frustration, not a bit of hope to be seen. This was what Shurhao experienced. A golden palm that radiated immortal Tao energy slowly passed, erasing all of the scenes. This was especially the case towards the end, where none of the scenes could be seen clearly, as if it couldn't bear to let those after him see them. What did he want to leave behind for the later generation? Everything was being erased in one go. Those ruined imprints, with a sigh, dissipated. When Shurhao could feel that it was transmitting a type of emotion, it came gently, sad to the extreme, full of despair, no light of dawn to be seen. Rather than feeling despair, it is better to be ignorant. World after world, great era after great era continued along in a muddled manner. Shurhao vaguely heard this type of voice. After calming down, Shurhao felt a chill run through his body. What kind of sadness was this, to make a survivor from the last great era fall to this state, believing that it was better for those after him to not know? Silent, without sound, falling flowers dim, auspicious light gradually disappearing. The immortal energy also scattered, turning into strand after strand of gray mist. As for the auspicious and peaceful multicolored clouds, they all became lifeless. Stars moved, time changed. This place seemed to have gone through a reincarnation, everything changing. Shurhao didn't say anything, silently experiencing everything. Better off ignorant. This type of thought was too terrifying. I want to know. Why? Shurhao said. Up ahead, the mottled bright colors all disappeared, only leaving behind a dark stone wall, as well as a few engravings. They were precisely the scenes he saw just now. He carefully sensed them, seriously pondering over them. In the end, he couldn't see anything else. This was the natural luck left behind in Immortal Ancient? What a joke! Shurhao didn't obtain anything here, ending up completely empty-handed. What were those scenes going to do for him? What cultivation or understanding? There was only a type of moderate reaccount. There was no encouragement for later generations, not guidance, only a feeling of despair. Shurhao observed the stone wall. This place indeed didn't have anything else. He didn't obtain any benefits. Why? He shouted again. The immortal Tao flower petals opened 3,000 times. Also, he could come here to look at this stone wall? After mustering such great forces, the conclusion was so disappointing. A wall stretched before him, drab, ancient, stopping his path ahead. Cowardly. Xianxia only had this word. This was his evaluation of the one who left behind this imprint. He was furious. He slaughtered his way here, yet what he saw was this kind of conclusion. Was he going to turn around now? Follow the road back? Only, how could he resign himself to give up like this? The 3 strands of immortal energy around his body resonated, surging here. They cried out like 3 true dragons, rushing towards that wall. Hong! A tremendous collision sounded. Immortal energy surged. He wanted to blast through this wall. There is no reason for this. Everyone knows that this is the ultimate place of natural luck. The natural luck left here. Xianxia's body shone, magical force surging. He opened his heavenly eyes, carefully staring at this wall, wanting to penetrate through it. And, after a long time had passed, he seemed to have the illusion that there was something behind this wall. Is that the case? A wall of despair blocks the road, leaving a small path for those who are unresigned. Even though they didn't look after later generations properly, there is still a bit of hope. Xianxia said softly. He combined Immortal Ancient's legend, the greatest natural luck, and this place's feelings of despair, realizing something. Hong! He took action, brandishing his fists, sending them smashing down on this wall. His road rested ahead. Now that he reached this place, he couldn't turn back. He had to take a look no matter what, see for himself. Perhaps this wall already foretold that no matter how hard he tried, in the end, it will still be like the last great era. However, Xianxia couldn't be bothered with that right now. Those things were too far, involving too much, the level too great. Right now, he just wanted to get stronger and walk his own path. When the day came when he had the qualifications, he would come back to understand and decipher everything. Right now, all he had to do was see Immortal Ancient's final natural luck. A strand of immortal energy spun about, landing on the wall. A wave of gentle power pushed him out. The most powerful attack. Xianxia shouted, using all types of precious techniques. The 8/9 heavens art operated. His fist smashing against the wall with a hong-long sound. 3 strands of immortal energy pervaded the air, as if they had confirmed something, obtaining an acknowledgement. That wall cracked open with a ka-cha sound. A human-shaped hole appeared. At this moment, a wave of sorrow, anger, and shock pervaded the air, now even stronger than before. Xianxia didn't pay it any attention, directly stepping inside, walking through the wall of despair. Sure enough, he saw a flight of stairs that were refined from stars one after another. This was extremely shocking. This flight of stairs was too mysterious. Every step packed together from 9 stars, refined, shrunk by someone. He could truly feel them. These were great stars of the cosmos. This was truly horrifying. What kind of magical force did that person of the past have? For even the simplest path to be like this truly made one gasp with admiration. Xianxia ascended the flight of stairs. All around him nothingness. There was no end. Only the staircase leading into eternity and unknown extremity. His gaze was deep, incomparably resolute. He walked forward. Soon after, chaotic energy pervaded the air. Matter appeared in this space, and this staircase seemed to connect to a higher place, making this place look distant and profound. Xianxia felt the misconception that every step seemed to cross over the past and present, as if he was moving through great worlds one after another. It gave him a heart-pounding feeling. Where was he going? Suddenly, strong winds appeared. He also saw an expanse of stars. In the nothingness, great stars adorned this place one after another. He seemed to have reached the cosmos through this staircase. Heavenly winds swept about. Soon after, Xianxia was shocked. When that wind blew past, a few stars were shattered, becoming dim, destroyed outside the staircase. Only the staircase was calm. This was too frightening and too strange. Hao didn't know what kind of path this was or where it headed. Only later, after walking for what felt like many years, only then did he reach the end. There were still 9 final steps. And Hao was shocked. When he walked up the first step, he felt as if he had moved through a layer of heaven. Just like that, he continued first step, second, third. When he reached the 9th step, Hao felt dizzy. This type of feeling was too strange. He seemed to have made it through the 9 heavens, arriving in the universe beyond. When he looked back, there was nothing behind him. He could only go forward. Could it be that I truly arrived above the 9 heavens? Hao's soul trembled. Above the 9 heavens, clouds and mists fluttered about, immortal Tao aura pervading the air. However, aside from these, there was nothing, vacant and empty. Can only move forward. Hao moved, the sole of his feet stepping on the 9th step, leaving this place. Immediately afterwards, the world changed. Above the 9 heavens, there was no palace, no immortals, only enormous hills. What kind of place did he end up in? The dark red earth didn't have any signs of life. Enormous hills rested here one after another, covering everything ahead. This earth seemed to have been soaked in blood. One couldn't help but make this association from the color. At first, Hao didn't feel anything, but after carefully observing them, he felt a wave of shock. Weren't these hills' shapes a bit weird? Why did they seem like large graves? He still advanced, continuing forward. Finally, he entered the depths of these hills. A passage, dim and without light, reached underground. This was an underground palace. Hao walked inside with large steps. It was right underneath this hill. This place was extremely vast, the road long as well. Walking through this distance also used up quite a bit of time. He finally reached the end. Multicolored light rose, spiritual essence rising densely. However, Hao's hair stood up in anger. He was immediately stunned. At this moment, he was convinced that those hills covering the ground were all great ancient tombs. It was because jade coffins stretched as far as the eye could see. These were all ancient coffins, the distance between each of them quite great. They were all shining, immortal Tao energy seeping out from them. Some of the coffins were transparent. Hao walked forward with shock, arriving before a coffin. He carefully looked at it, feeling a chill run down his back, his mouth becoming dry. What was that? A corpse? Its blood shining, immortal energy spreading from it. It didn't have a head, only a torso. However, it hadn't decayed all this time. What kind of expert was this? Hao began to develop suspicions. Was this a past immortal? However, these coffins stretched as far as the eye could see. There wasn't just 1 or 2 of them. He was greatly shaken up. He restrained all of the questions he had, and while carrying his emotions that could not calm down, walked towards another jade coffin. Inside of it was another headless corpse, the injury by its neck smooth. Quite a bit of blood flowed out. The inside of the coffin was bright red and translucent like lava, but also like red jade. Hao was truly shocked to the extreme. What kind of scene was this? He actually entered this kind of place. He looked inside several coffins, and all of them were like this, headless bodies with brilliant blood, divine multicolored light surging. Were these immortals? Why is it like this? Hao shouted loudly. The next moment, when he took another look, the scenery changed. Inside the jade coffin beside him, the headless corpse disappeared, leaving behind a jade ancient book, as well as a mysterious immortal seed. And he was shocked. He turned around, hurriedly looking towards the coffins he had just passed. The other coffins were all like this as well. The corpses within them disappeared, each leaving behind a scripture and immortal seed. The coffins were all chiseled out of jade, the simple and ancient designs carrying a sparkling brilliance. The jade books were mysterious, surrounded in hazy mists and multicolored light. Needless to say, these were precious Tao books left behind from the last great era. Hao's eyes flickered with divine light, his mind rising and falling. He immediately understood. This was the place of inheritance. Behind the wall of despair, Above the 9 heavens was a hint of light, a gleam of hope for those after them. This was precisely it. The cultivation methods of the last great era? Xianxia was moved. He really wanted to see what the so-called last great era's methods were like. He had heard that they were different from this world's for quite some time, the main reason because they cultivated by relying on immortal seeds. He produced a spiritual body, commanding it to advance and test out an ancient coffin. His true body stayed quite far away to prevent any accidents from happening. Xianxia was shocked. It unexpectedly didn't move, not opening up the jade coffin. With his current strength, forget about a coffin, even an entire mountain could be lifted. When he used natural laws, the jade coffin even more so shone. Secret force swirling about, rejecting him. There was no way to open the coffin. This mean that he couldn't obtain this jade book. What did this mean? Xianxia stood in front of it, and then walked a circle around it. Since he managed to come here, it was reasonable to assume that he should be able to obtain the natural luck. He raised his head and looked outwards. There were other ancient coffins up ahead, but the difference between each one was quite great. The number of inheritances here couldn't be considered few, should number at least several dozen. He continuously tried a few times, but none of the coffins displayed any reaction, no way to open it. Xianxia didn't force things because there were still more ahead. He continued forward. The color of the coffins became different, all of them belonging to a rare ancient jade. In addition, when he looked inside of them, he found that they all carried headless corpses, their flesh bodies not decaying, blood still surging with vitality, as if they would spill out from the coffin. So many unmatched experts died in the past? Xianxia was shaken up. The blood of the people here was sparkling, still glistening and bright. They were definitely not ordinary, quite possibly true immortals. This type of scene was too terrifying. Several dozen coffins, what kind of great fighting strength was this? Even if they weren't immortals, they were still forbidden existences at the peak of the great Tao, simply unimaginable. However, they all died, all of them beheaded. Just how terrifying was the enemy? Was this the reason behind the despair everyone felt? At the same time, Xianxia recalled another thing. When he was chasing the ominous back then, he had previously ended up on that blood-soaked large black boat, on it a stone cauldron. Back then, he had been shaken up, because it was filled with heads, all of them belonging to unmatched experts, possibly immortals. Now, so many headless corpses appeared here. Could it be that there was some type of relationship between the two? Don't tell me they were connected? A group of experts of this level died just like that, leaving him deeply horrified. As he watched these headless corpses, Xianxia seemed to have heard a bugle horn from the last great era. The sounds of endless experts tearing murderously at each other, the most powerful creatures shedding blood. Xianxia broke out into a cold shiver. The unmatched experts of the past were now all headless corpses, their blood already cold, all of them arranged here. Truly made one sigh with lament. Soon after, all of these coffins began to change inside. The corpses vanished, leaving behind a jade book and an immortal seed. He tried them all, but in the end, not a single ancient coffin opened. This made him frown. So many inheritances, but he couldn't obtain a single one of them? Xianxia didn't utter a sound, continuing forward. When he reached the end, he saw an altar. It was extremely vast, stretching before him like a great mountain. He carefully approached, arriving before it. This altar had all types of diagrams carved on it, from creatures to starry domains, from a speck of dust to a boundless sea. There were past natives and even true immortals. The diagram was extremely ancient, crossing the endless river of time. This was an altar from the last great era. It towered here, so enormous, unknown as to what kind of use it had. If one ascended it, they would be able to overlook all of the coffins. Xianxia walked around it. In the end, he took to the air, arriving at the peak of this altar. There weren't any abnormalities or dangers that occurred. An object was consecrated at the top of the altar. Xianxia's mind jumped, his eyes immediately shining. In this kind of place, on top of such a grand ancient altar, there was something offered as tribute. On the altar, chaotic energy pervaded the air. the scene exceptional and unordinary. Apart from that thing, there was nothing else. Xianxia rushed over with large steps, reaching in front of it. He took a deep breath, grabbing a jade box. It was quite light, and he wasn't obstructed at all. Is this my opportunity? His mind moved. He made it through this ancient coffin region, but didn't obtain anything, directly reaching the end. Now, only after ascending the altar did he obtain something. Moreover, this ancient altar was vast, able to overlook everything, majestic and extraordinary. His mind was moved. He couldn't help but become curious, wishing to open this jade case, seeing what exactly was inside. However, when he exerted force, the jade box shone, and there was a cryptic and indistinct engraving that appeared. It was as if a voice sounded in his mind. Want to bring this away? It'll depend on whether you have the qualifications or not. Xianxia's mind trembled. Wasn't this kind of late? Needing qualifications, he already made it all the way here, yet there were still restrictions. Immediately afterwards, he shivered inwardly, a layer of goosebumps covering his skin. He felt that a great disaster was descending. He immediately rose up, wishing to escape. However, he discovered with shock that his feet couldn't move from the altar, rigidly stuck to the altar's surface, unable to take even half a step. Ever since he obtained that jade box, he was already bound in place, difficult for him to escape. At the same time, the altar released a beam of light. It was as if immortal swords appeared one after another, every single one of them shining as they pierced through the void. Strand after strand of chaotic energy pervaded the air, making this place appear more and more mysterious. Xianxia couldn't leave. Meanwhile, the altar's clouds produced red multicolored clouds, displaying a mysterious power, unexpectedly starting to refine him. Xianxia released a muffled groan, using all of his power to resist this power. Eventually, he gradually raised his feet, but boundless pressure immediately surged over, imprisoning him. Hong! He was pressed down, his entire vertebra about to break. Bending downwards, Xianxia released a low roar. He sat down there, straightening his back, using his own supreme being precious technique, as well as the vicious 10 divine ability and willow deities method. He risked everything. Already reached this point, so how could there be anything unexpected? He definitely wasn't going to let the jade box go, had to bring it away. On the altar, the multicolored light and chaotic energy pressed down on Xianxia, forming a cage, transforming into a cauldron, suppressing him within. Want to refine me? Xianxia was shocked. However, he didn't feel any fear. He couldn't show weakness right now, had to fight to the end. He had to display his own extraordinary parts. Since the so-called qualification was mentioned, then this was a trial and assessment. He should be able to cross it. Hong! Heavenly thunder erupted, lightning interweaving within that cauldron, all of it hacking down on Xianxia's body. Then, great yang flames appeared, burning his body. Afterwards, great in water flowed about, drowning him within. Xianxia gasped. At this moment, even someone as powerful as him almost couldn't handle it. All types of power appeared, all of them the extremes of different domains. In that instant, he endured several hundred strikes. If it was an ordinary person, forget about enduring, they wouldn't be alive right now. They would immediately turn into ashes. Hong! After who knew how much time had passed, a primal chaos mound crushed down, incredibly heavy, enough to shatter the stars in the heavens. Xianxia immediately vomited blood, his bones breaking and tendons snapping. Forget about him. Even heavenly deities would feel horrified upon seeing this primal chaos mound. This type of thing that came from primal chaos could be refined into unmatched precious artifacts. So they naturally possessed the power to crush mountains, rivers, stars, and others. Xianxia's body was extremely powerful, yet he still couldn't hold on. It was because this primal chaos mound was too great, too heavy. Pooh! Immediately afterwards, Xianxia was crushed until his flesh was in tatters. Unknown how many bones broken. After a long time passed, only then did the mound of earth disappear. If it was an ordinary ancient freak here, that person would undoubtedly be dead right now, not even leaving behind a ruined body. With a whoo sound, golden flames surged. Blood energy surged from within Xiao's body, rushing out vigorously. His flesh released pi-pa sounds, the broken bones becoming pure white and sparkling, starting to connect back together. This was the Willow deity's technique, making his current vitality exuberant. Even though he was injured, he could immediately receive nourishment, able to quickly recover. This was what was currently the most heaven-defying about this technique. The Willow deity had previously suffered disaster, turning into a seed, and then later on, it suffered a lightning strike, turning into a dried-up piece of wood. However, it revived again and again, all because of its technique that allowed its life source to become astonishing, able to carry out a rebirth. As soon as Xiao's body just recovered, a black-colored rock smashed over, only the size of a millstone, but it directly made his bones break and tendons snap, almost crushing him into a bloody paste. He was shocked. This was world stone, a piece of stone that possessed immeasurable value, something that would make even the eyes of immortals burn with desire. This was what he was facing. However, regardless of whether it was the primal chaos mound or this piece of world stone, neither of them were real, all produced from natural laws. However, the power they contained was real. Pong! Xiao earnestly operated his techniques, his flesh quickly recovering. However, this world stone smashed over again. Even though he used precious techniques to face it, he was still struck. He coughed out blood again, his flesh becoming tattered. Just like that, he faced this several times, almost turning into a bloody paste. This trial was truly strange. Xiao knew that this was definitely something prepared for an individual with 3 strands of immortal Tao energy. Otherwise, other ancient kings would definitely be killed after coming here. At this moment, even he almost couldn't handle it anymore. Many symbols appeared on the surface of his body. A golden willow tree appeared behind him. Blood energy surged. He restored his injured body, but it was quite clear that if he continued like this, his source energy would be greatly injured. No techniques came without a cost. One had to use their own foundational essence to support them. Xiao felt as if time went back extremely slowly, as if a day dragged on like a year. Even someone with potential as profound as himself felt the pain was difficult to endure. Right now, swords made from natural laws hacked down on his primordial spirit from the void one after another. He was restrained on the altar, only able to passively defend. Afterwards, metal energy spread outwards. This was liquid formed from immortal gold after it was refined. Trickled down from the void, landing on his body. This was not normal metal liquid. It all carried immortal energy. Hateful. Xiao wanted to curse out. What kind of bastard created this trial? It was just too tormenting. A single mishap resulting in body and spirit being obliterated. Finally, after who knew how much time had passed, the altar became peaceful again. He was about to fade away, flesh badly mangled, bones broken, his body an absolute mess. Xiao couldn't budge an inch, but in the end, he made it through. After who knew how much time had passed, Xiao was finally able to move again. The injuries he received this time were truly unexpected. The place of natural luck was actually so astonishing, the trial so terrifying. He silently thought to himself, if not for the 3 strands of immortal energy surrounding him, making his flesh powerful to the extreme, and the fact that he experienced the most powerful lightning tribulation baptism, the results would be too horrible to imagine. He sat here, silently recovering. Only when his body released an ear-splitting rumbling sound, his essence blood completely recovering to its peak, did he get up. Right now, Xiao's body was no longer flickering with golden luster, but instead recovered its normal color, yet it was still translucent like jade, bright like immortal gold. Back then, after cultivating the Willow deity's technique, his body would display golden color from time to time, a rather strange phenomenon. Now everything was completely normal. Even when operating that technique, his skin color would still remain unchanged. He carefully examined himself, discovering that he already reached the late stage of the true deity realm, to the extent where he was almost at the Great Circle. This type of cultivation speed was truly a bit too terrifying. How much time had passed? Yet he already had this type of Tao results. I've made ample preparations, but this type of speed is still too fast. I haven't prepared all of the divine objects needed before entering the next cultivation realm yet. I'll go look for them as soon as I get out of this place. Hao said to himself. He held the jade box in his hands. He tried to open it several times, but it remained unmoved. This left him quite shocked. After carefully analyzing it, he revealed an expression of shock. It was actually because his cultivation wasn't enough, unable to see what was inside. I'm already close to the great circle of the true deity realm, about to enter the next level. Yet I don't have the qualifications to see what's inside? He was incredibly shocked. After searching around the altar, he verified that there was nothing else. As such, he put away the jade box and jumped off the massive altar. Several dozen ancient coffins, every single one of them carrying a Tao book and immortal seed. Hao's eyes were burning with desire. Why couldn't he move even a single coffin? Even though he felt that the thing inside the jade box should be even more precious, already enough, when he saw so many inheritances laid before him, he still felt a bit upset. There were so many scriptures in front of him, every single one of them enough to trigger a great commotion in the outside world, making even great sect masters' eyes red with greed. Yet he couldn't obtain them. Hao was unwilling. From start to finish, he tried at these coffins one after another again. However, in the end, not a single one of them could be opened. This was especially the case with the few ancient coffins in front of the altar that were the most unordinary. They were exceptionally large, the scriptures and immortal seeds within indistinct. One could vaguely hear great Tao sounds from them. Truly unwilling, Hao said. Suddenly, his expression changed. He looked towards the entrance, seeing the exiled immortal and 10-crown king barge in, their speed like lightning, fast to the extreme, accompanied by terrifying auras. They immediately saw Hao, discovering that he was currently trying to open a jade coffin. They were immediately stupefied. Soon after, the two of them woke up. They opened up their heavenly eyes, seeing what was inside the ancient coffins. Both of them were shocked. Great Tao scriptures? The precious texts of immortals? The two of them reacted at the same time, rushing over at nearly the same instant, attacking at Hao. It was because in their perspectives, the ancient coffin Hao was moving was definitely important. Otherwise, why would he choose that one? Do you two have some kind of problem? There are so many coffins. Why are you fighting against me? Hao was furious. He was already discontent to begin with. Hong. He didn't hold back at all, giving each of them a fist, shaking up this pace. Lightning interweaved, all types of mysterious symbols blossoming. The void split open. However, none of the ancient coffins were damaged. Suddenly, the exiled immortal stopped attacking, withdrawing. It was because he suddenly felt as if some type of natural luck was currently calling out to him. Why was this? He was quite confused. However, in that instant the exiled immortal understood. Before that altar, one of the massive jade coffins produced light, resonating with him. This is... The exiled immortal immediately rushed over. At the same time, 10-Crown King also developed a reaction, revealing a look of surprise. In front of the altar, another enormous ancient coffin also shone, resonating with him, making his heart clear. There was a mysterious fluctuation harmonizing with him. 10-Crown King moved over, standing before this ancient coffin, not moving his feet again. Was this an immortal scripture? It was actually resonating with them. Did it choose them? Hao felt extremely grieved. He tried everything, yet not a single coffin paid attention to him. However, as soon as these two entered, they developed a strange reaction. This left him truly annoyed. Even with the jade box in hand, he still felt resentful. Why aren't they choosing me? He roared, his voice like thunder, shaking up this entire ancient land. This great roar woke up both the exiled immortal and 10-Crown King. They reached out their powerful divine senses, sweeping through this ancient place, and then they couldn't help but feel shocked. All of the ancient coffins had jade books, not lost. However, Huang came earlier than them, yet couldn't obtain one. Hong! Ning Chuan slaughtered his way over, the heavenly diagram shining, carrying great stars one after another. It was as if an expanse of the ancient cosmos descended here. As soon as he entered, an ancient coffin immediately displayed multicolored light. It was similarly an ancient coffin before the altar, releasing ripples, spreading towards him. He was immediately chosen. When Shihao saw the scene, his eyes became even more red. He was truly angered by these jade coffins, not reacting to him at all. In the end, the others were rewarded as soon as they came. Little six kid, take my fist. This natural luck belongs to me. Shihao roared, rushing murderously at Six Crown King Ning Chuan. He was truly upset, releasing a vicious attack. What kind of person was Ning Chuan? He quickly understood the situation. There were several dozen scriptures, but the sinner's blood descendant couldn't bring away a single one. Even someone as aloof as himself couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. You dare mock me? Die! A honglong sounded. Shihao's left hand produced the Reincarnation fist, right hand the Lightning Emperor fist. Time fragments and lightning interweaved, blasting towards Ning Chuan. The two fought viciously, going all out. Meanwhile now Shi also arrived. He already obtained an ancient coffin's recognition, currently comprehending in that area, about to obtain the Tao book. Then the other ancient freaks all came, barging into this place. Several ancient coffins shone one after another, choosing those heaven-warping geniuses. I'm going to die from anger. Even those without immortal energy are being chosen. Why are they getting them? Where's my Tao scripture? Shihao roared with anger. At this moment, everyone who came knew what had happened. All of them wanted to laugh loudly. The one who came first actually didn't obtain any recognition. No scriptures choosing him. The corners of many of their mouths twitched, forcefully resisting the urge to laugh. They really found this amusing. The supreme being of a generation, Huang, unexpectedly wasn't chosen. No scriptures selecting him. Shihao's face carried anger, but he didn't feel that upset inside. He did feel a bit resentful, but the main reason was to put on a performance. Right now, the jade box couldn't be exposed, or else he would definitely be attacked from all sides. That was why he fought, risking everything against Ning Chuan. The battle intense. The first was to conceal the jade box's existence. The second was to stop his mortal enemy from obtaining the inheritance. Then, more and more people came because Shihao broke through the wall of despair, forging a road. Those behind weren't obstructed. Chang Gongyan and Chao Yuxing also arrived, transmitting to him that the realm wall had been shattered. Some experts from the outside realm slaughtered their way into Immortal Ancient, so they had to make plans ahead of time. Shihao's mind was greatly shaken, abandoning Ning Chuan. He couldn't stay here for too long, but he couldn't just leave like that either. He tried to open up the coffins again. More and more people came. Everyone knew that Huang actually had nothing to do with the greatest natural luck, unable to obtain any of the scriptures. A few people really couldn't hold themselves back, feeling incomparable excitement, feeling joy in his disaster. In reality, Shihao was also sneering inside, secretly saying, just laugh. The true item is already in my hands. Hong! He arrived before an enormous coffin, forcefully occupying it. He prepared to do everything he could to bring it away. Right at this moment, the little fatty ran over while jolting his buttocks, a bit excited, but also feeling a bit wronged, indicating that this ancient coffin was calling out to him. Shihao didn't say anything, angrily giving this coffin a kick. Stop! Be gentler. This is what I am relying on to become an immortal. The fatty cried out loudly, feeling incredible pain. You! What are you laughing at? You dare ridicule me? Shihao turned around, staring towards those in the distance. You can leave. Everything in this ancient coffin belongs to me. That person's face immediately became pale. Even though his status was unordinary, known to be able to travel unhindered through the 3,000 provinces, when facing Huang, he was still full of a sense of powerlessness. With a Hong sound, Shihao sent him flying with, standing in front of that ancient coffin. However, no matter what he did, it was still useless. Hateful. He gave the ancient coffin a heavy kick, and then he turned around, leaving this place, looking towards the others. At this moment, no one dared laugh, all of them keeping quiet out of fear. This Devil King couldn't obtain an immortal's ancient scripture, so if he targeted them, using them to vent his anger, then that would be too unlucky. You get out of the way. Let me take a look at this jade coffin. Xianxia pointed forward. He tried to seize others' coffins several times, but he couldn't obtain any inheritance. Honglong. Suddenly, the exiled immortal and 10 crown kings simultaneously opened their ancient coffins. That jade ancient book and immortal seed flew out on their own, landing in their hands. However, no matter what they did, they couldn't read the words in the scriptures, couldn't open the jade book. Then Ning Chuan, Shi, Chao Yuxing, and Chang Gongyan also succeeded. Pooh! Suddenly, a sound rang out from beside them. Someone obtained the acknowledgement, opening the ancient coffin. However, as soon as they obtained the jade book, they immediately exploded. The ancient book and immortal seed rushed into the heavens, turning into a streak of light, breaking through the underground palace, disappearing from this place. Others couldn't stop this even if they wanted to. Then, this type of event happened continuously, shocking many people. Everyone finally discovered that if one didn't cultivate immortal energy, even if they matched with a cultivation Dao and ancient text, after opening the coffin, they still couldn't obtain the inheritance, instead exploding and dying themselves. This made many people's expressions change. Who dares work together with me? If you open the ancient coffin, I'll suppress the scriptures. Xianxia shouted loudly, seeming extremely anxious. Many people became quiet. Who dared to try this out? Quite few people backed out. Even though the scriptures were excellent, unmatched inheritances, their lives were more important. Where do you think you are going? Xianxia shouted. Those who came later didn't know that if they didn't cultivate immortal energy, they couldn't open up the coffin and acquire the books. In the end, they exploded. As soon as that scripture rushed up, Xianxia took action, rushing forward. Unexpectedly, this ancient scripture didn't escape, instead withdrawing into the jade container, becoming dormant. Pong! Xianxia struck the coffin, producing endless brilliance. In addition, this time the ancient coffin actually shook a few times. It moved. Once it's been opened, the seal is damaged. Can I bring it away? Xianxia was excited. However, no matter how hard he worked, he still couldn't open up the jade coffin. In the end, he released a great roar, using everything he had, forcibly raising this ancient coffin. This type of divine force shocked everyone. The blood energy he released was enough to make many true deities tremble and fall weak onto the ground. The reason why this ancient coffin could be lifted up was completely because the seal was broken. However, despite this being the case, it still left Xianxia feeling incomparably strained, exceptionally difficult to carry. His entire face was covered in sweat. Angering me to death. Go! Xianxia released a strange cry. While carrying this ancient coffin, he began to run outside. It was because he knew that the experts of the outside world had also entered, so he had to leave this place. He couldn't waste any more time. Everyone became stupefied. Everyone obtained scriptures, immortal seeds, yet he directly brought a coffin away, carrying it while running. It really was strange. Along the way, many people obtained news, not knowing if they should take joy in his calamity or feel shocked. Huang really was weird. After leaving the underground palace, running out from the immortal tomb region, the 9 heaven steps appeared again. Xianxia ran frantically, moving as fast as lightning. Finally, he returned to the wall of despair. It was clear that after arriving here, he still had to follow the golden spatial path back. There weren't any transport formations for him to use. Xianxia thought for a bit, stopped, and then hid himself to the side of the wall he broke, quietly waiting for the ones who obtained natural luck to return. Soon after, a few people returned, not including the exiled immortal, 10 crown king, and others. It was clear that they were still searching for other sources of natural luck. Xianxia took action, brandishing the ancient coffin that was even heavier than a mountain, smashing it down, immediately slapping a person onto the ground. This was an ancient freak, but right now he was in a daze, entire body weak, unable to produce even a bit of force. He was struck by a blunt object, the strike making everything before his eyes spin. Sure how quickly moved up. He didn't go too far, not taking this person's life, only hitting him until he fainted. He quickly rushed up, looting him on the spot. Unfortunately, this person didn't have any unmatched scripture or inheritance on him, because he never cultivated immortal energy. He realized that there wasn't anything to gain from that place, thus running out ahead of time, cherishing his life. Sure how shook his head. He tossed this person to the side, and then went into hiding again. Time was pressing, so he couldn't wait too long. He was hoping that Ning Chuan would come out ahead of time. If he could steal from Ning Chuan, then that would be too great. Pong! Another person rushed out. Sure how brandished the jade coffin, mowing another person down. Jade book! Sure how cried out with excitement. As soon as he smacked this person down, he sensed the great Tao fluctuations. However, surprisingly, the scriptures were too sinister, releasing a radiance, surrounding the immortal seed and rushing into the skies. Sure how did everything he could to take action, but the scriptures were too mysterious, unexpectedly turning around in the void and returning, pierced through the great earth, thus disappearing. Even I can't restrict it? Sure how was shocked. His face fell greatly. This thing was too sinister. Not choosing him was one thing, but it was clever like this, difficult to capture after escaping from the ancient coffin. Immediately afterwards, the exiled immortal and 10-crown king rushed over. They also began to head back, because they knew heavenly deities were coming, so they had to hurry and leave to avoid being stopped. Behind them was Ning Chuan, his goal similar. Hong! Sure how's great brick brandished about, his hands wrapped around the jade coffin. He also used all types of precious technique, releasing the most terrifying radiance, smashing it down. The exiled immortal and 10-crown king were shocked. They already rushed out a set of distance, now suddenly turning back, just in time to see Sure how take action. Both of them startled. Right now, they somewhat believed that Huang shouldn't have obtained any other inheritances, to the extent where he didn't even obtain a jade book. That was why he would go so far as to hide here and ambush others. Ning Chuan roared. When he encountered this attack, his fine hairs stood on end, using all of his precious techniques to defend himself. One had to admit that Ning Chuan was exceptional, truly formidable, able to avoid this attack even under this type of circumstance. If it was other kings, they would have definitely encountered disaster. Only, it was too sudden, so his precious clothes were shattered. In addition, Gu Jianyun who came out with him was smacked, his shoulder immediately exploding, bloody mist pervading the air. Gu Jianyun was injured to begin with, his body in tatters, so now it was even worse, almost dying here. Moreover, the jade book and immortal seed he carried both fled, leaving his body. No! Gu Jianyun screamed, his eyes becoming red. Shua! Ning Chuan took action. In his hands a bracelet, displaying 6 exceptional precious abilities, producing 6 spheres of auspicious light, surrounding Gu Jianyun and forcibly dragging him back from death's gate. Otherwise, Sure how's following attack would have been enough to take his life. There are heavenly deities who are slaughtering their way inside, currently hurrying over from the arena. Someone shouted loudly. This came from those who hurried inside from the arena. It was because there were many cultivators, and quite a few of them lagged behind, only arriving now, transmitting messages for the people from their clans who entered a step earlier. The exiled immortal and 10-crown king's expressions changed, immediately rushing forward. Ning Chuan's face was cold. With a swing of his sleeve, he used a secret method, sweeping Gu Jianyun over. In addition, he attacked towards Sure how, stopping his escape. Hong! Sure how brandished the coffin, smashing it over, the aura berserk. Ning Chuan wanted to stop him? Too difficult. A scale already appeared above Sure how's head, precisely the defying dragon scale, suspended there, releasing killing energy. Hong! In the rear, someone shot an arrow. Chang Gongyan's black arrow shattered space, arriving in front of Ning Chuan. Chi! Dual pupils opened the heavens, Chaotic mists pervaded the air. Shi also appeared, his eyes releasing two terrifying beams of light, shooting towards Six-Crown King Ningchuan. Ayaya, this one has also come, Chao Yuxing shouted. When Shi saw this, he was originally going to leave, but he now turned back and attacked viciously. If they could kill Ningchuan here, that wouldn't be too bad of a choice. Ningchuan was alarmed. He turned around and left, not tangling with them. Let's go, can't waste any more time. If a heavenly deity comes, we definitely can't keep the inheritances we got. Chao Yuxing transmitted sound. In reality, none of them wanted to stop here. Time was precious, and not even a bit of it could be wasted. Only Shi dared to take action like this. Shi rushed over, his eyes deep. He didn't greet Shi, nor did he take action. When they passed, Shi gave Ningchuan a look, and then he also disappeared with a flash, thus fleeing. In reality, Ningchuan didn't want to stay here for too long either. If other sects' heavenly deities and sect masters entered, then he would most likely be in danger. Even if he was unharmed, that Tao book would likely be lost. Darklight Realm, several figures already crossed over, successfully appearing in immortal ancient remains. Meanwhile, there were more behind them. That realm wall was extremely dangerous, requiring the sect master's joint support. Only then could those people safely cross. The six that appeared first all had auspicious energy around them, divine light splitting the skies. Every one of them was a heavenly deity. All of them were powerful individuals that could sweep through an area. Some of them had eyes like suns, burning the void, making the distant natives feel fear, as if they were going to collapse onto the ground. There were heavenly deities whose eyes were like cold pools, bone-chilling. Those who were swept through by their eyes felt as if they were frozen. It was an extremely terrible feeling. Why are the heavenly deities of the outside world this powerful? Someone cried out in shock, all courage wavering. These six great heavenly deities were like unmatched creatures that were consecrated in temples. Their appearances dignified, auras outstanding. They coldly overlooked everyone. They truly were powerful, because they were the well-known individuals from various sects, all of them displaying flourishing blood energy, spiritual essence roaring like the seas. The first batch had a total of 12 heavenly deities, while they were the six that appeared first. Right now, they all smiled. This pure land with such rich spiritual essence was going to be shaken because of these individuals. That natural luck, those opportunities, how could they escape? Who dared stand in the way of this overwhelming force? Those little fellas have had their fun. The so-called power struggle should come to an end. We arrived, so they can now withdraw. One of them said in a de-emphasizing manner. Ha! I hope these younger generation know how to act tactfully, not misunderstanding their own worth. Someone said indifferently. It was clear that now that they came, everything was going to change. The natives couldn't get on the arena, but they could. When the time came, who could stop them? Shwa! Someone took action. A native in the distance immediately cried out loudly, sucked over. A heavenly deity placed his palm on his head, obtaining everything he wanted to know. Huang won on the arena, the first one to enter. Not much time has passed. Don't let those younger generation seize the greatest opportunities since ancient times. Their expressions changed, unable to calm down. They grabbed one person, having him lead the way. They directly pierced through the void, rushing murderously towards the small world the arena was located in. The area where the arena was located. Light flowed about. Shi possessed extreme speed, surpassing all others in his way. He sped along while holding a jade coffin, quickly approaching the exit. Qi, the exiled immortal, 10-Crown King and Shi rushed out, all of them vigilant out of fear of being ambushed by those of the outside world. A cry of alarm sounded outside. Many people were watching. When they saw how fast people returned, they were all extremely shocked. Did they return with natural luck? A group of people stared with passionate eyes, and this was no exception even for the natives. All of them looked towards these people. In the rear, another group rushed over, also returning to the arena, triggering waves of alarm. Heavens! Could that so-called great natural luck be a jade coffin? What is inside? There seems to be an ancient scripture. At this moment, Hao became the focal point of everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards him because he was the first one that entered, and the one that was different from everyone else, carrying a coffin back. Hao, the exiled immortal, and others wanted to immediately escape, but they discovered that there were people using a great divine ability, sealing up heaven and earth. There were heavenly deities that hurried over, blocking off all directions. Ha ha ha! There was a heavenly deity that was laughing, calm and unperturbed, perfectly stopping this group of people, not letting a single one go. You all can talk about what kind of natural luck there was exactly now. One of the heavenly deities spoke, his expression cold, looking at the first person that rushed out. Apart from the 6 great heavenly deities, there were a few true deities that came. They were here to test whether or not the passageway was safe, a total of 12 of them here. One of them asked, having the cultivator on the arena talk about the natural luck situation. The exiled immortal, 10-crown king, and others didn't give them a look, not paying them any attention. With heavenly deities here, you all still don't know to behave properly? One of them flew into a fit of rage out of humiliation. You think you are worth anything, daring to bark at me? 10-crown king's voice was cold. What he said is also my intention. Those on the arena are temporarily not allowed to leave. A heavenly deity spoke. He looked at 10-crown king, and then at the exiled immortal. One of the two had a world tree, the other had the single horn of a heavenly horned ant. Both of them were immortal treasures that couldn't be missed out on. As for Hao, he even more so couldn't be let off. He carried a jade coffin. This was just too eye-catching, impossible to avoid attention even if he wanted to. You, lower the jade coffin. Respectfully offer it to the heavenly deities. One of them shouted, pointing at Hao. This was a true deity. He naturally recognized Huang. He saw Huang display might more than once in these past few years through the immortal Dao flower's petals. His achievements shocking all sections. There were heavenly deities holding the lines here, so he was naturally fearless. In addition, commanding the world-shaking Huang gave him an unspeakable feeling of joy. Even trash like you, who originally didn't even have the qualifications to enter, can point at me? Hao said. The ones he killed here were all geniuses from clans, so he naturally didn't attach any importance to this person. When facing provocation, he directly pointed a finger out. Pooh! Bloody light flashed. That person exploded. The heavenly deity not far out didn't offer any aid. Only his face immediately fell. Younger generation. Do I look like someone with a very good temper? That heavenly deity spoke, his face carrying cold intent, towering in the air. My temper isn't good either, so I killed him. Hao replied. Everyone became stupefied. Huang was fearless after all, not feeling any misgivings even when facing a heavenly deity, actually daring to speak like this. In reality, Hao knew that there was no benevolence between them as soon as he saw the 6 great heavenly deities. Regardless of whether they bowed down or not, it would all be the same result, so it was better off just making a gamble. Not knowing the difference between life and death, that heavenly deity reached out a large hand, grabbing towards the arena. Dao friend, please cease your anger. A shout sounded from the void. A symbol appeared, stopping that palm. However, the one who offered assistance didn't display any traces, not wishing to directly clash with the heavenly deities of the outside world, only stopping with symbols. I advise Dao friends not to interfere without matters. Immortal Ancient is about to split open, and people from the outside world sects will enter, so I believe it is best to leave behind some good karma. That heavenly deity retracted his palm, speaking like this. His voice wasn't that loud, but it carried a wave of intimidation, making all of the natives who heard this tremble. For the natives, if Immortal Ancient cracked open, that would be a truly great clash. It was unknown how the sects of the outside world would treat them. The void moved. Another heavenly deity walked forward, looking down on this arena and saying, "Leave behind the natural luck, and you all can go." At this moment, Many people walked out from the Gate of Light, returning to the arena. When they saw that the road ahead was blocked, all of them felt a wave of pressure. You are Huang. That heavenly deity's eyes were cold. He looked at Shi Hao and then said, "Offer up the jade coffin." "For what reason?" Shi Hao asked in response. "You are asking me for what reason?" That heavenly deity laughed loudly, but his voice immediately turned cold. "The realm walls have already been smashed through. Your so-called struggle should come to an end as well." This was a type of coldness, and even more so a type of arrogance, as well as a type of contempt. For a heavenly deity, no matter how powerful a genius was, it still wasn't enough easily killed. The heavenly deity realm and other cultivation realms were different. It was like standing far above, the distance insurmountable, difficult to make up for the disparity in cultivation realm. "Wu, the two of you come over as well. You two aren't allowed to leave." There were more heavenly deities that showed up, stopping the exiled Immortal and 10-crown king. Reporting to Great One, Immortal Ancient's natural luck is not just this jade coffin. There are also many jade books, at the very least 10 ancient scriptures that have already been brought out. Right at this moment, someone reported, trying to curry favor with the heavenly deities. Pong! 10-crown king took action, blasting this person apart with a single fist, leaving behind a ground full of blood and bone. Haha! Interesting. There are actually many ancient scriptures. The heavenly deities' chests rose and fell, their minds fluctuating intensely, all of them finding it difficult to calm down. The so-called natural luck were ancient scriptures. This, without a doubt, had to do with immortal Tao. Offer up the scriptures respectfully, and then you all can leave. A heavenly deity spoke up. Even those as powerful as them felt their hearts rise and fall greatly. They stopped these geniuses so they could seize their natural luck. No one handed them over, let alone walking forward. Did you all not hear the words that I spoke? Huang, it'll start from you. Offer up the ancient coffin, or else face death. A heavenly deity spoke. If you want it, then come get it yourself. Do you think you all are heavenly deities? Doesn't feel that way to me. Nothing more than a bunch of shameless scum. Shi Hao said. Outrageous. Daring to speak to us like this. There is no way out for you. Do you truly believe yourself to be a genius, able to change the wind and clouds? In my eyes, before reaching the heavenly deity level, even the most powerful geniuses are just a blade of grass. Once you're removed, there'll be nothing left. That person shouted. Apart from your ages being greater than mine, what else do you have? If we are from the same generation, a single finger from me is enough to kill you, Shi Hao said with ridicule. When these words were spoken, it left everyone shocked. Huang was just too powerful. When facing heavenly deities, he actually challenged in such an undisguised manner, not showing the slightest bit of fear. The sects of the outside world truly wish to immediately kill you. Many will feel grateful towards me for taking action here. Huang, there is no need for you to continue living, that heavenly deity shouted coldly. He took a step forward, a fist smashing down. At this moment, it wasn't only Shi Hao who took action. Even the exiled Immortal and 10-crown king moved. It was because they understood well that if Huang was captured, they wouldn't be much better off. They each activated their own supreme treasures, immediately making this place erupt with chaos. Shua, that heavenly deity retreated, evading the attack, his face falling. Just now, he actually felt his heart rate go up, feeling a bit scared. He stared at 10-crown king's world tree, the exiled immortal's heavenly horned ant's single horn, as well as the dragon scale in Shi Hao's hands, his expression extremely cold. He felt like he lost quite a bit of face actually being forced back. You all still want to retaliate? The others swarmed over. A single one of them wasn't enough, so several heavenly deities rushed up together. After all, they were higher in cultivation realm, high above these three. I will give you one more chance. Huang, if you offer up the jade coffin respectfully, I will permit you to escape. A heavenly deity spoke, and then he looked towards the others, saying, It is the same for you all. The ones I killed back then, if any of them reached your age, they would be 10 times more powerful. 10 Crown Kings said with an overcast tone. Those heavenly deity were furious. How many years had it been since others talked to them this way? However, after thinking things over carefully, 10 Crown King's words weren't that exaggerated. He didn't randomly kill. The geniuses he focused on and treated as opponents were definitely terrifying. If they were able to continue living, they indeed could exceed heavenly deities. Take action. Those heavenly deities pressed forward together, taking action at the same time. Hong. At this time, Shi Hao, the exiled immortal, 10 Crown King, Shi Yi, and the others all moved, each bringing out their secret treasures. The others offered assistance, for example, the male with the reincarnation disc, Chang Gongyan, and the others. The world tree displayed might, shattering the void. The reincarnation disc terrifying, chaotic energy engulfing all directions. This place immediately collapsed. Not good. A heavenly deity roared angrily. It was because the heaven and earth they had locked down had been broken through. Those precious artifacts were too terrifying, heaven-reaching, scattering the sealing force. Human figures rushed into the heavens. The group of geniuses on the arena all fled, heading through the gap to escape from this place. Little friend, this way. There was someone who secretly transmitted to Shi Hao precisely the 8-armed soul race's old heavenly deity. Not long ago, he was precisely the one who stopped the heavenly deity's hand. Shi Hao sensed his aura, and then quickly fled in a direction. He immediately brandished the everlasting immortal sword, hacking open the void and disappearing from that place. Unmatched sword core. Chase after him. 2 great heavenly deities' eyes burned with greed. They had long locked onto Shi Hao. Even if he escaped, they could still sense him, so they followed in pursuit, entering the shattered void and chasing after him. The other 4 heavenly deities had their own targets as well, each rushing in a direction. Why did he disappear? After a short amount of time, and after crossing 4 small worlds, the 2 heavenly deities' expressions changed. It was because they completely lost track of Shi Hao's aura, unable to sense him any longer. There was a heavenly deity that took action, bringing him away. The other said coldly, "He won't be able to escape. Who is it that brought him away? When we understand immortal ancient circumstances a bit more, we'll be able to make our guesses. When the time comes, we'll demand for him." This day, immortal ancient surged. It was 6 great heavenly deities that appeared first, and then 6 others descended. A total of 12 heavenly deities slaughtering their way into immortal ancient, shaking up all sides. These people chased after geniuses in all directions, seizing natural luck. There were ancient kings that were captured, losing their Tao books. There were a few people who, even though they didn't have Tao books, were still killed, dying violent deaths. Moreover, the heavenly deities that entered transmitted sound to the various worlds, telling them to hand Huang over, telling the natives that they should not try to hide him. In reality, the natives couldn't remain calm either, some of them starting to make moves, seeking out those geniuses. With immortal ancients' natural luck before them, who wouldn't be moved? Huang, come out quickly. It is useless no matter where you try to hide. If you offer up the jade coffin, immortal seed, and other things, we can leave you with your life. Towards some kings, for example, Ningchuan, Gu Jianyun, and others, the 12 heavenly deities didn't dare act viciously, to the extent where they didn't even pursue them. It was because their masters were too powerful. Huang was someone hated by many sects, and as such, those heavenly deities didn't feel any misgivings. They wanted to kill him and obtain everything he had. The exiled immortal and 10 Crown King were in dangerous situations as well. The two's background were mysterious. No one heard of them having any great powers supporting them. Huang, if you don't come out, your close friends will be affected. That day, a heavenly deity's cold voice sounded. Too noisy, Shi Hao said, currently in the 8-armed soul race. In reality, a few people had suspected that he was here, appearing in the surroundings, just waiting for him to come out. I must ask seniors to take action. Completely wipe them out, Shi Hao said. The one he was facing was an elder with disheveled hair, precisely the soul race's ancient ancestor. Little friend, If we do that, great karma will be tied between me and the inheritances of the outside world. The 8-armed soul race's #1 expert said. Senior, you are a sect master level creature, so what are you fearful of? Are you scared that they will treat your soul race unfavorably? If they dare do such a thing, you can just unleash a great slaughter and kill their disciples. Who wouldn't feel restraining fear? Xianxia said. Normally speaking, this level of figure, regardless of whether it was the outside world or immortal ancient, they possessed tremendous intimidation force. Rarely were there people who dared to provoke them. Senior, there is no need to be so fearful towards the sect masters of the outside world. Soon after, I can make several great sects' ancient ancestors revive, eliminate all of their curses. Xianxia promised. Little friend, you are saying? Xianxia then said. It won't be long before I'll break through again. When it comes time to face tribulation again, the lightning tribulation liquid quality will definitely be even greater, able to revive large amounts of experts. The 8-armed soul race's old ancestor was moved. If he could revive a few old friends and group together, then they wouldn't have to fear the outside world's attacks. In addition, regardless, he wouldn't abandon Xianxia, because the clansmen were still waiting for him to save them. Fine, little friend. I will kill them for you. The soul race's ancient ancestor agreed. Senior, you don't need to continue taking action. Once I cross tribulation, if heavenly deities dare enter immortal ancient again, I'll kill them one by one, Xianxia said domineeringly. Haha, I look forward to the day little friend rules over the world under the sky. The 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor roared with laughter. If Huang is offered up, you will obtain the acknowledgement of the sects, becoming our ally. A heavenly deity transmitted sound again. Huang must die. Many sects in the outside world do not want him to continue living. Another heavenly deity said coldly. These words transmitted to all parts of the little worlds. This was a warning to the natives, as well as an expression of their unwavering determination to kill Huang. People like you, just wait until I successfully cross tribulation. All scum. Xianxia appeared, rushing out from Soul Island, arriving outside the mountain range. Little monster, you actually dare to come out. Where do you think you are going? There were immediately 4 heavenly deities that surrounded him. Since you came out, then you can forget about returning. Are you going to end your own life? Or are you going to wait for us to take action? A heavenly deity said calmly. I wanted to ask you all the same question. Are you going to slit your own throats? Or do you want to wait for me to kill you all? Xianxia said. Courting death. One of them shouted. Immediately afterwards, they were horrified. A large hand slapped down, imprisoning the void, preventing them from budging an inch. Then they were all grabbed up. Sect master! Weren't all of the sect masters of the natives locked away in seclusion, stuck in a muddled state? They cried out loudly, their minds now in panic. Even if one of these individuals came out, they still shouldn't have dared to offend them. How could this person be so hot-headed? Could it be that he didn't fear the sect master's retaliation? Little friend, I'll leave it to you. The 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor threw those people before Xianxia. The situation changed too quickly, difficult for these heavenly deities to accept. Huang, stand still. You are not allowed to walk over. One of them shouted. What are you thinking of doing? Another one panicked, frantically struggling, but his body was sealed, unable to budge an inch. So noisy. I already said before that you all can either kill yourselves or be killed by me, Xianxia said. Chang. He pulled out the everlasting immortal sword, holding this unmatched sword core, taking action decisively. Pooh! A sword descended, and a head flew, blood splashing high into the air. Pooh! Another sword descended. One person was hacked apart, the 2 halves falling down, blood surging frantically. Xianxia sliced out in succession, cutting down the 4 heavenly deities. The 4 corpses fell, divine blood dyeing the skies red. Ah! The 4 great heavenly deities' primordial spirits roared in anger. Unfortunately, their primordial spirits were quickly killed as well. Xianxia's sword moved through them one after another, shattering all of them. A bonfire jumped about, meat fragrance wafting through the air. That night, in Soul Island's forest, a silver flame jumped about, flickering like stars. On the bonfire, the meat was quickly cooked into a golden color, grease dropping into the flames, creating chi-chi sounds. A fragrance that made one drool with desire quickly began to spread. Together with divine wine that was several thousand years of age, this place became incredibly fragrant, making one feel intoxicated. So fragrant. It's the first time I ate heavenly deity meat. Xianxia's eyes shone with sparkling color, tearing off a chunk of meat from a roasted golden bird wing, tossing it into his mouth. He produced an incredibly infatuated look. I haven't eaten heavenly deity meat for several hundreds of thousands of years as well, said the soul race's ancient ancestor, his hair disheveled. He sat in this forest. Right now, he was eating meat in large mouthfuls, drinking large bowls of alcohol. Ever since his curse became serious, becoming muddle-headed for several hundreds of thousands of years, what pleasure was there to speak of? He spent all of his days in a murky state. If others learned that two people, one young, one old, were eating heavenly deity meat here, they would definitely be stupefied, truly frightened badly. That was but a heavenly deity, individuals with top-level power, each clan not even producing that many, a few at most, who dared to eat them like food. This was definitely a great taboo. Even the 3,000 provinces' exceptional sect masters whose magical force were heaven-reaching, normally speaking, wouldn't dare do this. This was, unless they privately captured a heavenly ranked divine beast and secretly ate it. This golden-haired single-horned bear, apart from the bear paw, the other parts really aren't as tasty as this silver swan. Xianxia commented. That's only natural. Among delicacies, those that run aren't as good as those that fly. However, this bear paw really isn't bad. This old one hasn't eaten heavenly deity-level bear paws yet. The soul race ancestor replied. Hey senior, you're crossing the line. That bear paw is mine, Xianxia shouted. In the cauldron, for bear paws had been cooking for an entire day already. Right now, the two of them uncovered the cauldron, already impatient. In the cauldron, brilliant colors flowed about. The bear paws were all brilliant and shining, the sparkling radiance making one drool from a single look. Even the soul race's ancient ancestors' eyes were shining. Gudong. They ate while drinking, all of the wine fermented for thousands of years, created from all types of precious medicines and wondrous fruits. A single gulp enough to increase an ordinary person's cultivation. What enjoyment! They ate the divine wings and bear paws while drinking, feeling extremely carefree. In the distance, a few soul race disciples began to drool, but they also felt fear. Those were four great heavenly deities. They were being treated as food just like that. Apart them too, the soul race's old heavenly deity came as well, basking in their spotlight. After chewing on a golden crane wing, his face flushed with rosy color, appearing extremely satisfied. This was great mending medicine for anyone. The body of a heavenly deity was comparable to other great precious medicines. The first time I ate a heavenly deity, not bad. The taste is extremely good. Soul race's old heavenly deity spoke like this, now quite drunk from drinking. Senior, since you like to eat, we can just kill a few more. Xianxia poured a cup for the both of them. But in the end, this shocked them until they became completely sober. Little friend, I already established a great karma with the outside world. Truly cannot do any more. The 8-armed soul race's old ancestor spoke. This really violated too many taboos. Little friend, this is already too much. To eat heavenly deity meat at your level, your body won't be able to handle it. The old heavenly deity spoke up as well. Xianxia released a bitter laugh, but he still gorged himself, not feeling the slightest bit unwell, not eating less than those two. His entire body shone with golden light, spiritual essence surging. For great heavenly deities died. Soul Island's people didn't dare act in a brash manner, not willing to let those of the outside world learn of it. Otherwise, it will definitely bring them great trouble. They currently hoped that How could break through quickly and face tribulation, help them neutralize the curse power. If they could rescue a few more sect masters, they could group together, thus not needing to fear the outside world's attacks anymore. Little friend, how much longer do you need? The old heavenly deity asked. If the heavenly treasures I need can be found, then I can immediately make preparations. It wouldn't take that long, How said. Saint Wood, Soul Race's ancient ancestor, correct. How nodded. You are going in that direction? Soul Clan's heavenly deity was shocked. It's essential. How nodded his head seriously. Ever since he appeared in the world, he continuously rushed at the limit, forging ahead vigorously. He naturally wished to take the most complete path. That path is dangerous, the old heavenly deity spoke, but he closed his mouth soon after. How could he evaluate How with normal reasoning? His rise in Immortal Ancient's power struggle already proved everything. Immortal Ancient indeed has Saint Wood, but they all grow in dangerous places. There are vile beasts and poisonous bugs roaming about, so you must be especially careful. Soul Clan's ancient ancestor nodded. He could send people out to investigate and see which areas had the best Saint Wood, the easiest to remove. If you walk that path, you will need large amounts of weapons as well, needing to use precious artifacts as sacrifice to help neutralize the danger. My clan can provide that for you, said the old heavenly deity. As long as How could advance and break through, then they wouldn't spare any cost in their assistance. Even abandoning a few powerful precious artifacts wasn't out of the question. There is no need. My path doesn't need other weapons. My fist, my flesh, are the best and most powerful weapons, How said. Until now, he still hadn't specially nurture and refine a divine weapon for himself, only using the weapons that he seized along the way. It was because the more he understood, the more he felt that only by becoming powerful himself was the right way. It was because even this heaven and earth's laws were unpredictable, let alone weapons. One could become an immortal in the last great era, but in this great era even immortal energy was difficult to cultivate. This type of great change was too terrifying. After eating and drinking their fill, the ground became covered in heavenly deity bones. All of them bird wings, bear paws, and others. The old heavenly deity ordered others to clean these up. These were all top-level artifact materials that couldn't be wasted. This coffin is indeed strange. The three of them surrounded the jade coffin, observing it. How asked the two to help him out, see if they could open this coffin and forcefully acquire that scripture. The old heavenly deity tried for a long time, but couldn't open it. Soul Race's ancient ancestor released a grunt. His arms shone, and then, under rumbling sounds, forcefully pried open the jade coffin. All types of auspicious light emerged, the radiance hazy. Only a sect master could use brute force. Heavenly deities not enough. Chi, the jade book and immortal seed rushed into the sky, about to escape. The three had already made preparations. Several large hands reached out, grabbing forward. Wang! The Tao book shook, immediately sucking in the immortal seed, and then turning around and rushing towards the ground. With a pung sound, sparks flew everywhere. Symbols erupted, stopping it. Heaven and earth were closed. The three individuals and the scripture were suppressed within. This was Soul Race's ancestral artifact, a stone furnace that could seal the void, restricting the world. The jade book could not escape. It was stopped by the furnace walls, randomly bashing about here. Seal! Soul Clan's ancient ancestor released a shout. The jade book no longer moved, sealed. It entered his hands. The scripture was brilliantly colored, carved from 5-colored divine jade. Within the strange, mysterious power inside, one could see strange characters one after another. Soul Race's ancient ancestor's great divine force erupted, lifting open a page. 5-colored divine light rushed into the heavens, producing chaotic energy. The scene so abnormal it was astonishing. This is a Tao book of paramount value. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. They were Immortal Ancients natives, so they had a bit of understanding of the last great era, hearing quite a few rumors. In the last era, precious books like this one were definitely the greatest inheritance. Even if the entire Great Era was searched, they still wouldn't find many of them. Soul Race's ancient ancestor frowned, because he didn't recognize the characters inside, unable to make out a single one. Xianxia also moved over, examining every single one carefully. In the end, he was similarly stumped, unable to recognize a single character. These weren't bone texts, so he had no way of comprehending them. Seniors, aren't you all immortal ancients natives, the races left behind from the last great era? How come you can't understand it? He asked. Under the vicissitudes of time, everything will be changed to adapt to the new world. Our cultivation methods have all changed, let alone our language. Moreover, these aren't normal words of immortal ancient. These are the immortal text that few geniuses could grasp. Soul Race's ancient ancestor sighed. Otherwise, he would have been extremely expectant as well. However, now he could only stare helplessly at it. The old heavenly deity held it, but he couldn't even move the pages. Only a sect master level figure could forcefully open this book. What was he supposed to do then? Xianxia wanted to use this Tao book to comprehend a method, but now he discovered that he didn't have that type of qualification. When you learn immortal text, you can then try to comprehend it. This is without a doubt a type of unmatched inheritance. Soul Clan's ancient ancestor sighed, reluctantly handing it back to Xianxia. Outside, the other 8 heavenly deities were all endlessly bewildered as well. They discovered that 4 of them went missing, losing all connection with them. Even though they obtained some rewards, for a few of them to immediately disappear after entering, it was still a bit frightening, all of them feeling shocked inwardly. As for the outside world, in the uninhabited region, the great sect masters felt helpless. They didn't know what was happening inside, because when these heavenly deities entered, they couldn't be seen on the immortal Tao flower petals. They speculated that because those people didn't go in through the petals, they wouldn't appear on their surface either. Haha, the first batch have smoothly entered, a total of 12 heavenly deities. This already proves that this passage is stable, allowing for heavenly deities to enter. Now, the second batch can be sent out, a sect master said with a smile. In reality, the first batch had a few important figures from great sects, but not all of them were in the first batch. The second batch of people were all elites, for example, Immortal Palace's heavenly deity, Underworld Clan's ancient corpse, Divine Temple's great figure, Beast Sea's star devouring beast, Western sect's doctrine protector, all of their backgrounds astonishing. Even though they had previously fought over the names, when the first batch were being sent in, they didn't dare send in all of the elites, fearing that they might be attacked or the passage being unstable. Now they saw that there weren't any natives stopping them, none of them taking action. Many years of easy life has made those natives lose their ambition, lacking a will to fight. This is very good. After entering, capture Huang for me. He must be killed. Bring him back. I want to refine him into an underworld slave. Underworld Earth's Lord spoke. Mists overflowed into the sky, ordering the ancient corpse that turned into a heavenly deity. Tao friend, Huang should be handed over to us. His master and my sect are old enemies. Someone from Immortal Palace spoke. He. Give him to me. I will seal him in a killing sword for years and years. Have him endure the corrosion of killing energy to nourish my sword. There was someone from Heavenly Country who also spoke up. These people were arguing over what to do with him before even capturing Xianxia. Just like that, the most important group of heavenly deities were sent in. A great storm was heading towards Immortal Ancient. Meanwhile, at this time, Xianxia also moved, heading towards an ancient place. There was Saint Wood there. He prepared to break through there, entering a higher cultivation realm. His path was different from ordinary cultivators. Once he succeeded, he would be regarded as a divine king. Of course, if he failed, then his end would be extremely miserable. When that time came, even if he did live, he would rather be dead than alive, becoming weaker than even a normal true deity. All things had a price. If the price wasn't paid, then there wouldn't be anything in return. The mountain path was rugged, winding into the depths of mountain peaks. Ancient trees towered into the sky, apes howled and tigers roared. as well as many other strange creatures roaming about. A single roar from them could scatter the clouds in the sky. Xianxia was shocked. This place was too dangerous. A few creatures powerful to the point of making even heavenly deities feel restraining fear. Soul Race's old heavenly deity followed, escorting him, because he just couldn't feel at ease, traveling with him to this ancient land that was known to have Saint Wood. Who? An enormous bird spread its wings, and like a dark cloud, the skies were covered, nothing visible. It was too large, its scarlet eyes like two blood moons. As for just how long its body really was, it was hard to say. One had to calculate it with Li rather than the normal Zhang. The Saint Wood is an irregular treasure. The places it exists in having astonishing spiritual essence density. That is why great primitive vicious birds and ancient beasts reside nearby. The old heavenly deity said. He specially reminded that these places even more so had heavenly deities that went mad. The enormous vicious bird in the air was definitely terrifying, powerful enough to kill all creatures. Heavenly deities and sect masters, after suffering from the curse, some would become muddle-headed, some going mad. It was just like this mad bird that they saw before their eyes. That was why they definitely couldn't provoke it. Once it was angered, it definitely wouldn't give up until the two of them were dead. Difficult to escape from this mad heavenly deity's pursuit. Not long afterwards, they proceeded into the mountain range depths. They saw a barbaric ox along the way that was even taller than a mountain peak. Its body covered in mud, stone, and grass. Unknown just how long it had been since it woke. However, when the two of them passed by, it unexpectedly moved, releasing an astonishing aura. The old heavenly deity quickly produced a secret treasure, withdrawing their auras, and then disappeared from this place. That barbaric ox opened its eyes, scarlet like a blood lake, sweeping through this place. Sect Master. Xianxia was shocked. They actually encountered an existence that exceeded heavenly deity level. This barbaric ox had lived for a truly long time, its enormous horns as sharp as heavenly blades. Then it closed its eyes again, continuing its sleep. Just like that, they passed several dangerous places in succession. If they didn't encounter mad heavenly deities, then they encountered strange beasts, all of them overlords of their domain. If an ordinary person rashly barged in, they would undoubtedly die without any path of life to speak of. Fortunately, he had a heavenly deity following along, as well as their race's secret treasure that could conceal their aura, avoiding these ancient beasts and vile birds. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. They finally reached their destination. That was a forest full of spiritual essence, looking as if true dragons were rushing into the heavens. That place looked especially scary. Saint Wood. Xianxia wasn't the only one whose eyes lit up. Even Soul Race's old heavenly deity revealed a look of surprise. This type of treasure land was something even they attached great importance to. Unfortunately, Saint Wood was extremely special. Not only did it easily attract poisonous bugs and vicious beasts, it was difficult to transplant. Once it left its original place, it would die. Unlike heaven-reaching ancient trees, the shrubs Saint Wood came from were only a foot tall, not even the height of flowers and plants. However, they took root here one after another like azure drakes, their roots wriggling about in a complex manner, incredibly bold and strong. Every single one of these shrubs were releasing auspicious multicolored light, able to cleanse the soul and even more so temper the flesh. It was an incredibly strange thing, a type of holy energy pervading the air. The shrub's leaves were of every color under the sun, all of them different. Some of the small trees' leaves were spotlessly white like fine jade, other shrubs the entire tree golden. There were also some that were red like blood diamonds, completely transparent and shining, releasing dazzling splendor. As a result, everything before them had mists rising into the air, swirling with flowing colors. It was incredibly sacred. Xianxia was shocked. There was someone who reached this place, someone sitting in the forest in seclusion. The shrubs were precious and not that many in number, only 49 in total. There was a white-clothed individual sitting here, wrapped under holy energy, cultivating like a divine king. Ning Chuan. Hao's eyes went cold. There was actually this opponent cultivating in isolation here, wishing to break through. This person's cultivation was extremely fast, also wishing to take that step, entering a brand new domain. This wasn't outside of Hao's expectations, since the other party was a 6-crown king, accumulating for 6 eras. He had likely already thought out his own path a long time ago. Likely that 6 eras ago he was already about to take that step. I have to hurry. Hao felt like time was more and more pressing. This enemy was about to break through, he definitely couldn't fall behind. Hao really wanted to take action, but he endured it. It was because from his intuition, he sensed that there were dangers here, there were likely experts hiding in secret. Then, he sensed it, and even the soul race's old heavenly deity hinted for him to be careful, not to act recklessly. Centaur race? Ancient fiend race's heavenly deities? Hao was shocked. There were actually heavenly deities from these 2 clans here, and they were both acquaintances. They were precisely Ma Yu and Mo Luo, 2 people that had previously tried to kill him. Hao's face fell. These 2 had previously tried to attack him, but he didn't blame their races, even giving them lightning tribulation liquid. It was to the extent where he even wanted to help them neutralize the dangers after crossing tribulation this time. However, these 2 clans were actually secretly helping Ningchuan. This was his mortal enemy, truly scheming greatly. Hao's face became a bit chilly, eyes deep as he stared forward, not saying anything else. The 2 races had previously entered the soul race, saying that they could shelter Hao, sending him to a secret land to cultivate in seclusion, but he refused. It was because he feared that Ma Yu and Mo Luo within the 2 races would secretly take action. He never expected these 2 clans would spread their net so wide, even working with Ningchuan. Let's go. There are 2 heavenly deities here, this old one just a single person. If an intense battle breaks out, things might not end well. Soul Race's old heavenly deity said. Hao nodded, not saying anything else. They came in high spirits but returned disappointed. However, before leaving the mountain range, he still acted out. Hong! His fist smashed outwards, shattering the mountain peak, startling all of the ancient beasts. He even more so sent a few enormous rocks smashing down on that barbaric ox. Auho! A heaven-shaking roar sounded, this mountain region unable to become calm again. Several mad heavenly deities were enraged, and that sect master-level barbaric ox even more so rebelled, going crazy. Leave! Hao fled quickly, disappearing at the same time with the old heavenly deity. Afterwards, they searched about, entering ancient lands one after another in search of Saint Wood. The results were far from ideal. There were some places that were actually occupied by heavenly deities of the outside world. Some people predicted that the exiled immortal 10-crown king and others might want to break through, and as such they guarded these Saintwood sources. Only Ningchuan, who had a terrifying sect master background great, wasn't affected. There was someone protecting him. Soon after, Hao learned that the exiled immortal was stuck inside the vicious nest, not coming out this entire time. As for 10-crown king, he was chased by several great heavenly deities together, his current whereabouts unknown. Those places with Saint would actually have heavenly deities occupying them. This isn't good. Hao frowned. Now it seemed like Ningchuan might become a divine king a step before him. Centaur race? Ancient fiend race? You 2 really are something, Hao said to himself, feeling anger inside. He had previously helped these 2 races' heavenly deities, giving them lightning tribulation liquid. He unexpectedly walked so close to enemies. What other places have Saint Wood? Hao asked. This question had to be solved quickly, or else it would affect his breakthrough speed. There is only that place. It is too dangerous. This old one will likely die if he enters. Soul Race's old heavenly deity's expression was grave. Not even he anticipated that all of the Saintwood places would be occupied. Lead the way, Hao said. Little friend, going there is too risky, a dangerous place. If we really go, it will be 9 deaths, 1 life. The old heavenly deity said, feeling quite conflicted. He mentioned specially that that place even more so restricted magical force, Someone as powerful as him would be temporarily weakened into being an ordinary person, unable to use his great divine abilities. No harm. It is enough as long as you bring me there. I can enter by myself. Sure Hao's expressions was unwavering, setting his resolution. All right, the old heavenly deity nodded. Huang, where are you? You still aren't coming out to confess your sins. That day, heavenly deities roared, ringing through every small world. Huang, you can't escape. Not even this enormous immortal ancient can hide your guilty body. If you want to live, then hurry and confess your sins. Immortal Palace's heavenly deity arrived, his body releasing a terrifying aura, blood energy surging, shocking all of Immortal Ancient's clans. His power was too great, far surpassing that of normal heavenly deities. One had to bear in mind that Immortal Palace's core members never exceeded 5 members. He was one of them, from young inheritor to heavenly deity, and then to sect master. This was the ladder that had to be climbed. He was precisely the core member's heavenly deity, many years ago known as that era's most powerful young inheritor. Sinner's blood descendant, you slaughtered the innocent in Immortal Ancient, filthy blood running through your body, inherent nature vile and vicious. You will be suppressed, not allowed to bring chaos to this world. When he heard this heavenly deity's voice, Sure Hao immediately understood why Ning Chuan was able to cultivate in isolation unharmed. His people came inside. At the same time, he felt great anger inwardly. These people dared to mention Sinner's blood. If someone offers Huang's whereabouts, pointing out where he is, then they will be my heavenly country's ally. Huang will definitely become a pile of dried bones. Someone said coldly, voice descending like frost of the 12th lunar month. Everyone became even more shaken up. This was heavenly country's death god, definitely one of the most terrifying and cold-blooded individuals. Anyone would feel fear towards him. Deities entered Immortal Ancient, all of them wishing to kill Sure Hao. It was because this was something that a few great sects were in consensus over. If he was given the chance to grow, then it was likely that no one could keep him in check. He had to be killed now. These good-for-nothings all coming. Are you all not scared of me giving you all a pleasant surprise? Sure Hao said coldly, feeling great anger inside. These heavenly deities all believed themselves to be high and mighty, already expressing their intentions before even capturing him. They were incredibly overbearing, not placing him in their eyes at all. I have to take that step and become a divine king, slaughter all those heavenly deities in Immortal Ancient. I will let those great sects feel great pain for 100 years, Sure Hao said, his voice resounding. Finally, Soul Race's heavenly deity brought him to his destination, a forest. He felt a powerful domain's fluctuations as soon as they approached. N? Affects magical force. Sure Hao was shocked. Soul Race's old heavenly deity nodded, telling him that it was even more terrifying inside. Sure Hao nodded, having him go back. He was going to proceed alone. Soul Race's OD heavenly deity felt embarrassed. Out of fear that something unexpected would happen to him, he was determined to follow along, wishing to ensure his safety. It was because he was still waiting for Sure Hao to save his clansmen. Sure Hao saw that he wasn't acting artificial but truly sincere. But the more this was the case, the more he couldn't let this elder take the risk. He strictly rejected and then proceeded alone. When he entered this valley, it was still barren without a stalk of grass. However, he discovered a strange energy that reduced him to becoming an ordinary person. His magical force and cultivation completely vanished. Then, a group of ants crawled out from the underground nest, every single one of them several zhang long, pitch black and shining, their strength extraordinary. Hong! An ant threw itself over, unexpectedly not depending on magical force, only its flesh strength enough to collapse a mountain peak. How powerful! This was without a doubt going to be a fierce battle. Sure Hao had previously had his body cleansed by lightning tribulation. He fought against these black divine ants. Sparks flew everywhere, Kung Chong sounds ringing through the air. In the end, he slaughtered his way through the ant swarm, charging forward. Wang! The sounds of wings flapping sounded. Shao's scalp felt numb. Right in front of him was a group of centipedes. Every single one of them several feet long, silver wings growing on their backs. They covered the sky as they rushed over. This was an incomparably dangerous situation. A group of poisonous divine bugs. Meanwhile, right now, Shao's magical power couldn't be used, only able to rely on his flesh, so it was dangerous to the extreme. Fortunately, his body was truly too powerful, smashing into these centipedes until zhang sounds rang out and fiery light was released, not broken through. In the end, the Emperor Butterfly woke up. With a flap of its wings, it started back all of the poisonous bugs. Without a doubt, the Emperor Butterfly displayed great use. In the following road, several dozen species of vicious bugs emerged, all of them incomparably powerful. Those were dozens of tribes. However, these bug races had already gone mad, unable to communicate with. Their instincts still remained, so they were startled back by the Emperor Butterfly's aura. If Shao tried to charge his way through himself, it was unknown just how long it would take. Definitely 9 deaths, 1 life. However, by relying on the Emperor Butterfly, he made it through more scared than hurt. In the end, he saw a place with large amounts of saint wood, every single stalk the height of a person, their numbers reaching several hundred. It was like a forest, releasing the most brilliant radiance. "My path is going to begin." Shao's voice was firm. Without a doubt, the saint would here were quite old, far surpassing the ones he saw thus far. Auspicious multicolored light surged, as if thousands to tens of thousands of divine rainbows gathered here. Normal saint wood were only a foot tall, but these were all the height of a person, the tree bark like dragon scales, their branches wriggling about, every single stalk different, leaves like they were carved from jade, releasing holy splendor as they swayed gently. Chi! A golden thread flew over, fast like an electrical spark. It made the void blurry and distorted. Dang! Shao raised his hand, slapping over. Sparks flew everywhere from his palm. This was a golden silkworm smaller than a thumb in length, but it was incomparably tough. Normal true deities would have definitely been blasted through. Shao frowned. There were quite a few of these types of bugs on the Saint Wood. However, with the Emperor Butterfly here, he didn't have to worry too much. Only he still felt a bit uneasy. This place was too peaceful, as if there was some type of danger. This was the feeling Shao felt when he approached the forest. These ancient trees contained great danger. He wanted to cultivate here, but there was still some danger. He had to figure out what it was. Can use magical force again. As soon as he entered the depths of the forest, his magical force was recovered. He immediately supported his single heavenly passage to protect himself. So, a shrill sound rang through the air. A streak of purple light rushed over, eyes entirely red. This was a sable, but it had gone mad. It carried terrifying aura, tearing through the void as it arrived. It was actually a heavenly deity. Shao's mind was shaken. There was actually a heavenly deity residing here. He turned around and left. This type of crazy heavenly deity was the most terrifying, unable to be reasoned with. Woo-woo. Beast roars sounded. Purple light interweaved. In the end, several thousand sables rushed out at the same time, all of them already deities. Of course, the most frightening thing was that there were 3 of them that were mad heavenly deities. This was just too shocking. It was clear that this was a powerful tribe that resided within the Saint Wood. This was their nest. If one wanted to cultivate here, the difficulty was too great. Shao was in an incredibly sorry state, quickly running. Pooh! Even with how powerful he was, 3 strands of immortal energy surrounding his body, he still had his shoulder scratched by a purple sharp claw. Several bloody holes immediately appeared, blood surging outwards. If it was an ordinary person, after being struck by a heavenly deity, they would definitely be turned into a bloody paste, beyond dead. Shao frowned. He displayed the earth to Inch's divine ability, disappearing into the trees with a few flashes. In the outer region, his magical force had already disappeared. He relied on his powerful flesh to run. He ran in this dangerous place, losing those 3 mad heavenly deities with great difficulty. Fortunately, they had all gone mad, mentally confused, or else it would have definitely been extremely troublesome. After a long time had passed, Hao made his way back around. He discovered that this place became peaceful again. However, when he carefully observed his surroundings, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw the sable nest. The 3 mad heavenly deities weren't the most dangerous ones. There was actually an old sable whose purple fur carried streaks of white color. It was incredibly aged, sleeping there. Sect Master. It was clear that this was an extraordinary tribe that was incomparably powerful, actually having a terrifying Sect Master level creature in this nest. How was he even supposed to even deal with these creatures? Hao felt a great headache, a bit helpless. Previously, he could still display secret methods to guide the 3 heavenly deities away, wishing to find a way to bring them into a dangerous place and trap them. However, now he really felt a bit dejected. With this old sable overseeing this place, if he really did provoke them, it would likely be extremely dangerous dying here. Hao was unwilling to give up here. He waited for a few more days, all the way until a strange fluctuation appeared here. Those sables all disappeared, entering the holes in the ground, not willing to reveal themselves. Hao was also shaken up. This place was extremely strange. There was a swamp in the distance, and right now it split open, brilliant radiance appearing from within. Strange fluctuations rushed out. What kind of thing is that? Hao's heart began to pound. Formation. Hao was shocked. It was a ruined formation from the last great era. He revealed a look of shock. In the places where the fluctuations passed, the golden cocoons, poisonous bugs, and others all fell, entering a deep state of sleep. Many bugs with faster reactions quickly fled into their nests. Hao shivered inwardly. He definitely didn't want to fall asleep here. He produced the 10,000 spirit diagram, using it to protect himself as he fled towards the outside of this ancient forest. However, the fluctuation arrived too quickly, almost in an instant, engulfing the entire ancient land. He was caught up in it. Then he watched as a few sleeping bugs and others completely stopped moving, as if they died, not displaying any vitality. What a strange formation, making one die in their sleep. Hao was shocked. Right now, the 10,000 spirit diagram shone, forming a sphere of light. 10,000 spirits appeared, stopping that wave of fluctuation. Otherwise, something unexpected would have likely happened to him. The multicolored light in the swamp was unstable. When it swept through this ancient land, it wasn't that homogeneous. A bit like a tide, sometimes surging and sometimes receding. When these mysterious fluctuations withdrew, a few holes would have bugs rush out, capturing those creatures that died, treating them like food. This place really is strange. There are formation patterns underneath. The fluctuations don't affect rocks and other parts. So once the bugs and other creatures hide inside, it will be quite safe, Hao said. He didn't barge inside, instead quickly rushing towards the area where the Saint Wood was. This place was a disaster area. None of the sables daring to come out, hiding inside their holes. It was exceptionally peaceful. I'll go into seclusion here, Hao said to himself. Even though it was extremely dangerous, he didn't have a choice. Otherwise, as soon as the sable came out, he wouldn't have a chance anymore. He had the Emperor Butterfly and Divine Striking Stone protect him. If anything unexpected happened, they would wake him. There really was a large expanse of Saint Wood here, all of them shining brilliantly. They weren't the same, some of them entirely golden, some with green leaves, some entirely silver and brilliant, releasing holy energy. Hao needed them, using them to cultivate. The Saint Wood was extremely special, a type of wondrous heavenly material. One could use it to burn the body, but of course it wouldn't be true ignition. It released a light that looked like fire, but it wasn't. It was a light formed from a type of heaven and earth natural law, a Tao that could be used to refine the body. Holy sacrifice, this was what Hao was going to use to break through this cultivation realm. This cultivation realm was exceptionally strange. Many cultivators passed it, not cultivating it at all. It was because it was too dangerous. Once one passed the true deity level, if one was stunning enough, they could immediately ascend to the heavenly deity realm. However, there were legends that only those who passed through the holy sacrifice realm could be considered true kings among deities. That was why the most stunning individuals would choose to take this step. It was rumored that for those who didn't experience holy sacrifice achieve the everlasting, in the future, it would be difficult to reach the peak of the divine Tao. They couldn't break through the final step, thus unable to achieve long life. For those of the present world, there was no need to think about long life because there was no such qualification. If one searched this entire great era, how many undying people would they meet? All will eventually turn into dust. That was why 90% of cultivators wouldn't consider holy sacrifice at all. Only geniuses that were especially confident would do this. Holy sacrifice, this was a special cultivation realm, and it was quite the strange stage. In this cultivation realm, the cultivation of any person would become unstable, sometimes being nearly no different from a heavenly deity, possessing endless magical force. But sometimes it was extremely dangerous, the cultivation realm possibly tumbling to even less than the divine flame realm, let alone being comparable to true deities. In this cultivation realm, one's cultivation would fluctuate from high to low. If enemies attacked, it would become extremely frightening. Even though it was special and also dangerous, Xianxia still had no choice but to take this path, because he wanted to reach the highest peak of the divine Tao. This cultivation realm couldn't be ignored. Forget about him, ever since the ancient times all those with ambition wanting great achievements would take this path. It was because those who had experienced this domain would become clearly stronger. Of course, there were others that didn't view this as a cultivation realm, because the holy sacrifice realm's people could kill heavenly deities, almost belonging in another level. Some believed that it was a type of tempering in the heavenly deity realm. Only this type of tempering was just too dangerous, the price great. Otherwise, normal people would all take this path. It was because in the holy sacrifice realm, if one could smoothly break through, then that was one thing, able to become stronger and overlook all others. That was where the king of deities fame originated from. Only if they couldn't break through after a long time, extremely frightening things would happen. One would be eternally unable to break through, thus falling. Among them, those who had it the worst directly fell from their original cultivation realm, becoming even more inferior to those at the true self and divine flame realms. That was why it was said that holy sacrifice was the strangest realm. Normal people didn't dare attempt it. There were many different ways other people referred to people in this realm, for example, saints, divine kings, and others, all in acknowledgement and praise. However, once one failed in this realm, then it wouldn't be praise and instead mockery. That person would eternally fall. In this cultivation realm, everyone would prepare all types of weapons, using them to replace the body in accepting the tribulations to prevent their bodies from truly falling in cultivation realm. That was why many weapons that originally could be upgraded to the heavenly deity level became dim, becoming ruined artifacts, while there were some that turned into slightly better holy artifacts. Cultivation will fluctuate between high and low, not fixed. Some people will immediately rise up like a dragon, some smash down into an endless abyss. This was Xianxia's assessment and conclusion. He was reminding himself that he definitely couldn't be careless. He entered seclusion in this forest rich with spiritual essence, first raising himself to the great circle of the true deity realm, and then attempting holy sacrifice to make himself stronger. This process was quite short, not taking that long. He himself was already quite close to the great circle. He cultivated the willow deity's method. The true self solidified, reaching the great circle in half a month. He could now start holy sacrifice. "You all have to be careful and protect me," Xianxia said towards the Emperor Butterfly and others. "Relax. We'll grab you and run before those sable come out." The divine striking stone showed no shame as he spoke about running, as if it was just and right. Hong! Xianxia's aura changed. He guided all of the saint wood, absorbing all of their essence. An expanse of fiery light matter appeared, submerging him, carrying out a refinement. This wasn't fire, but rather the light of Tao, as well as fragments of natural laws. It sharpened his magic and Tao, tempering his flesh, This was one of the world's most divine training. "Ei? What is going on? Brat, are you going to ascend?" The divine striking stone cried out strangely. It discovered that the space around How began to crack apart, a rain of light scattering about. It was as if the light of ascension erupted, too sacred. Immortal mists pervaded the air, auspicious multicolored light released in all directions. How himself was shocked as well, never expecting holy sacrifice to be so mysterious. When sacrificing oneself in this cultivation realm, there would often be some incomprehensible events, for example, ascension light appearing, and there were mysterious palaces and other things that might appear. Based on the Bone Book's recordings, there were many sinister and strange things that were difficult to see through, for example, mysterious ancient paths appearing in the void that would guide one away and then disappear. There were exceptional individuals in the past who left just like that from this world. It was unknown if they lived or died, as they never appeared again. The void split apart, a rain of light showering down. This place became more and more brilliant, surrounding How inside. The divine striking stone and Emperor Butterfly were stupefied. This type of scene was truly too miraculous, streak after streak of light flying out as if someone was ascending to immortality. In addition, this type of trend continued. Eventually, one could see sparkling flower petals dancing about How, to the extent where there was even a sweet fragrance. This was an astonishing, irregular phenomenon. Those flower petals fell from the cracks in the void, sparkling and translucent, incredibly fragrant. They looked more and more holy and divine, as if they linked up to the immortal domain. The divine striking stone was stupefied. It opened its mouth, biting down on a flower petal, wanting to see if it was real or just condensed from light. However, in the end, it still couldn't tell. This type of thing was strange, vanishing from its mouth soon after. How didn't move. He closed his eyes while sitting there, silently sensing his surroundings, carefully using the saint wood to cleanse his body. This was a strange and complex process that couldn't be rushed. This type of refinement needed to be repeated over and over, requiring a long amount of time, to the extent where multiple cleansings were needed before one could step foot in that domain. Holy sacrifice was extremely strange, and also extremely difficult. For How, who had already reached the great circle of the true deity realm, with his talent, if he wanted to immediately become a heavenly deity, he already could. However, he didn't want to do it like that. He wanted holy sacrifice, to cross this difficult, but essential divine step. Hong! A long river tore through the air. Many great stars fell, spinning about here. The scene was incredibly strange. Together with the ascension scene, it made one look even more forward to it. This process continued for several days. How's flesh was nourished, Tao laws tempered, soul forged. The saint would resonated with the world. The light it released truly possessing strange effects, assisting with his holy sacrifice. There were rumors that when immortal bones from the last great era decayed, the plants that took root on them changed, and that was how Saint Wood was created. Of course, these were just rumors. How could immortal bones decay? There were others that said that Saint Wood weren't plants of this world, but rather came from a mysterious ancient world, possessing strange uses. That was why it was rare and precious, things that were regarded as extremely important by those of this world. Regardless, it possessed divine effects. There was no need to doubt this. 5 days later, How opened his eyes. The holy sacrifice this time temporarily ended. His body felt relaxed and clear. After silently sensing his body's state, he found that his body was pure and without any imperfections. Did he accumulate enough already, about to break through this realm? In the end, How shook his head again. He couldn't break through in the very first time. He had to accumulate more and undergo the process a few more times. It was because he wanted to reach perfection. In addition, he felt that his cultivation speed was fast. He was only 20 years old, yet he could already undergo holy sacrifice, about to enter a realm that was comparable to heavenly deity domain. This type of accomplishment was rarely seen even if one searched from past to present. It was to the extent where How even suspected that he might have broken some record. If news of this gone out, it would naturally trigger a huge uproar. In reality, there was no need for it to pass around because there were already rumors going about. This was precisely the reason why those sects wanted to eliminate him. His growth was just too fast. Regardless of whether it was Ning Chuan or Ten Crown King, even though they were powerful, that was because they had accumulated for a long time, long deducing the path that they were going to take, so that was why when they let go, they could advance at flying speed. He was different, rising up in one era, yet already established such a great Tao fruit, leaving others stupefied. Even a few sect masters inwardly sucked in cold breaths of air. In the eyes of many people, Huang was formidable. It was to the extent where a few sects that held favorable impressions towards him privately sighed in admiration. Huang was unique, no one else like him from past to present. There were even some who said that with his talents, as long as he could continue living, even becoming an unmatched heavenly emperor was completely possible. Of course, there were also people who retorted, believing that there were heaven-defying monsters like him before, erupting with great viciousness at first, but later died out because of the masses. There were some who said that these geniuses couldn't live for a long time. There were others like him, but they all fell early, dying prematurely. There were even more so some who believed that Ning Chuan and others weren't inferior to Shi Hao. They only sealed themselves for the sake of acquiring the greatest natural luck in this era. Otherwise, they would have long become overlords of the 3,000 provinces, becoming the most terrifying higher realm giants. After silently comprehending for 2 days, Shi Hao was going to enter seclusion cultivation again. The crack in the distant marsh closed, the multicolored light disappearing, fluctuations receding. "Not good, we have to leave," the divine striking stone warned. Shi Hao got up, quickly bringing them away. Sure enough, soon afterwards, su-su sounds rang out, the sables in the underground cave all rushing out, searching their surroundings with red eyes. Shi Hao didn't leave. He was waiting for the next opportunity. He felt that this dangerous place had set patterns. The formation would release symbols after every period of time. "Huang, I know that you are cultivating here. Just come out and confess your sins." Several days later, a massive sound rang out, shaking this ancient land. "Sinner's blood descendant. If you want to keep your life, hurry up and admit your wrongs." Heavenly deities had arrived outside, standing at the edge of the dangerous land, coldly gazing into this place, their great Tao voices shaking the void. It was clear that this was a terrifying sound method. If Shi Hao was comprehending the Tao, cultivating, then it would definitely cause violent disturbance. A single mistake making him go mad, inflicting devastating heavy injuries. Those two heavenly deities' methods were vicious. Even though it was just sound, it was definitely fatal. Shi Hao's eyes immediately became cold, but he didn't reply, hiding in this dangerous area without coming out. Hong! Suddenly, a heavenly deity took action. A great cliff was uprooted as soon as he raised his hand, refining it into a boulder, and then it smashed fiercely into this danger spot. That was Immortal Palace's heavenly deity, his aura terrifying, methods forceful. This strike was enough to destroy a pure land. If nothing unexpected happened, forget about creatures, even the saint wood and other divine roots would be smashed into ashes. He was this decisive. Regardless of whether Shi Hao was inside, even if he destroyed spiritual roots like saint wood, he still acted fiercely. Hong! Natural laws extended, symbol patterns lighting up. The reason why this place was regarded as a danger spot was precisely because there was an ancient damaged formation here. As a result, his attack wasn't effective. Hong! That enormous rock smashed open, blasted into pieces. However, the creatures residing in this danger spot were startled. 3 sables turned into 3 streaks of purple light, rushing over, their eyes red as they roared, chasing after those 2 heavenly deities. At the same time, Shi Hao's eyes became cold. He also acted, having the divine striking stone take action, set a formation, arranging a few formation banners. Shi Hao displayed secret methods, silently moving all of the formation banners into the underground cave. The formations already began to operate, but they didn't explode. It would be some time before they would act. Shi Hao didn't even turn around, immediately changing locations. He still didn't leave the danger spot, going into hiding. A moment later, a world-shaking sound erupted from the underground cave. The formation banners exploded. The mad sables that had lost their minds immediately went crazy. This was especially true for that sect master-level old sable, woken up by the explosion. When its red eyes opened, even the great earth trembled. It sensed its offspring's aura, sensing that there were heavenly deities fighting intensely. Immediately afterwards, it turned into a streak of purple light, rushing outside the restricted area, its roar splitting the heavens. Terrifying aura covered heaven and earth. Hurry and run! The two heavenly deities' expressions immediately changed, using secret methods, quickly tearing apart the void and rushing inside. Hong! The old sable's claw slapped down, purple light overflowing into the sky, drowning out the void. One of the heavenly deities released a blood-curdling scream, the lower half of its body torn off, removed by the purple light, suffering a serious injury. Immortal Palace's heavenly deity was truly extraordinary, not being harmed. He grabbed that other person and moved through the void, disappearing from this place. Even though there was no danger to his life, the two heavenly deities were still furious. What kind of status did they have? Yet they actually encountered such danger after entering Immortal Ancient. Immortal Palace's heavenly deity's eyes became cold. He just had this feeling that this old sable didn't appear immediately, only startled later on. It should have been guided out by someone. Huang should be inside. He must be killed, he said coldly. Half a month later, the danger spot's marsh spit open again, multicolored light erupting. Strange fluctuations engulfed this ancient land, all of the creatures hiding once again. Sure how held the 10,000 spirit diagram, entering the Saintwood Forest again, starting his seclusion cultivation again. This was an opportunity. Even though it was dangerous, he had to seize it. This time, when he carried out holy sacrifice, sure enough, he felt a new sensation. Several hundred ancient trees shone, the leaves changing from golden to silvery white, and then to a lush green. All different colors and brilliance shone, flickering with holy splendor as they wrapped around him. This was a cleansing of the soul, refining the sacred bones, forging a divine king. Sure how seized the opportunity, using all types of law force, cleansing his soul, muscles, and bones with the divine light from the top down, outside in, continuously tempering himself. One could see his soul becoming more and more brilliant, the slight blemishes being burned away, his flesh becoming more and more perfect. Blood essence roiled, surging like a heavenly river. Hong! In his surroundings, a rain of light danced about, space exploding. A mysterious ancient road appeared, leading into the endless unknown. Ei? It really appeared. The divine striking stone cried out strangely. In the ancient past, exceptional geniuses like this had existed, and an ancient path like this had appeared before. In the end, when that person took it, it was unknown where it led to, and that person never appeared again. Sure how opened his eyes and stared at that path, not saying a word. He carefully sensed and thought about it. At this time, he became increasingly pure and holy, ascension light blossoming from the surface of his body. That ancient road became more and more clear, stretching out before his body, about to guide him inside. At this moment, more and more heavenly deities arrived outside, every single one of them with powerful auras, divine force surging. Are we really going to get rid of Huang? This person is quite extraordinary. One has to know that a few mysterious guests arrived in the 3,000 provinces. These individuals are too powerful, those youngsters so powerful we can't even raise our heads. If we kill Huang now, it won't be too good, right? If we had a stunning figure like him fight against those mysterious guests, it might be a bit better, someone said. Haha, it's not like Huang is the only one who is strong enough. Ning Chuan is enough to replace Huang, someone said with a cold laugh. There is no need for Huang to continue living. Just directly kill him. Underworld Clan's heavenly deity said coldly. He then produced a bone horn, blowing it. Oh! Demonic sounds split the skies. making even heavenly deities feel restless, forcing them to use mysterious techniques to resist it, let alone others. This is an underworld treasure that can make one go mad. Tao Brother has truly planned well. Demonic Sunflower Garden's heavenly deity sighed with admiration, and then produced a small drum, saying, "Allow me to contribute." Dong dong. Drum sounds shook the skies, making one's blood surge, as if the body was going to be split open. Without a doubt, if someone was cultivating in isolation, suffering this type of attack, they would be in huge trouble, perhaps exploding to death. Immortal Palace's heavenly deity released a heh sound, and then also activated a secret treasure, releasing terrifying divine sound to disturb space, wanting to make sure how explode to death, his methods vicious. In the depths of this dangerous place, Shurehao's expression changed, his mind truly affected. He said coldly, "Do you truly think I am that easy to kill?" 3 strands of immortal energy swirled around him, wrapping him within. His body and mind were calm, resisting that demonic sound, not receiving any fatal damage. After a long time had passed, when the terrifying sounds became weak, he said to himself, "Wait until I come out. I'll kill every single one of you." Shurehao stood up, and then took a step towards that mysterious ancient road. "Brat, you are going inside?" The divine striking stone was shocked. "Just taking a look, see where exactly it leads to," Shurehao said, his voice resolute. He wanted to get to the bottom of this. This ancient road was extremely long. It moved through the void, entering a mysterious place. Shurehao entered this passage. Stepping on it felt just like stepping on cobblestone, extremely real, but he definitely wouldn't be so naive as to believe that this was just a stone staircase. The void split open, vast and boundless. This ancient road ran into the everlasting, unknown as to just how far it would reach. At the sides of this road, a rain of light surged, immortal mists pervading the air, indescribably mysterious and holy. Meanwhile, everything in the distance was covered in an expanse of darkness and nothingness. The divine striking stone and emperor butterfly also chased over, following at Shurehao's side, following him forward. It was secluded and quiet, only multicolored light and flower petals dancing about, the fragrance carrying a type of intoxicating feeling, as if one was making a pilgrimage towards the greatest holy land. Outside the danger spot, several heavenly deities worked together, striking a divine drum, blowing a bugle horn, but they had no idea what was going on inside, to the extent where they didn't even know if Shurehao was affected. Why wasn't there any activity? In their perspective, once one was affected by the sound waves released by heavenly deities, those who were comprehending the Tao would definitely go mad. This brat isn't simple. I feel like he should be unharmed. Is he really inside? Could it be that our suspicions were wrong, that he is actually hiding in a different place? One of them became doubtful. He is definitely inside. Immortal Palace's heavenly deity was extremely certain, his expression gloomy and cold. Previously, he had encountered the pursuit of the old sable, stirring up a great flame within him, and even more so a type of killing intent. He won't be able to continue living. We'll continue attacking and disturb him in a bit. Fire Cloud Cavern's heavenly deity said coldly. Outside the danger spot, killing intent surged. 8 or 9 heavenly deities surrounded this place, not letting a housefly go. They were hoping to trap and kill Shurehao, not allowing him to escape. It was because his growth speed truly left these heavenly deities a bit fearful. If he was given more time, he might just directly become a heavenly deity, reach equal footing with them. At that time, the 3 strands of immortal energy would turn into great Tao flower petals, suspending above his head. Who could contend against him then? Just the thought alone made them shiver inwardly. That definitely couldn't be allowed to happen. They had to throttle this monstrous growth. Otherwise, Huang might break a record, establish a legend for breaking into the heavenly deity realm in the shortest amount of time. In the great spatial rift, the ancient road extended outwards, reaching deeper and deeper. Shurehao didn't know how long he traveled, only seeing the stone path still releasing light. His surroundings were incomparably pitch black, as if he took just a single step further, he would be drowned out by overwhelming darkness. Those pitch-black areas couldn't be explored, impossible to see through. Nothing could be seen at all. The divine striking stone and emperor butterfly continued to look all around them, feeling uneasy inside, but they didn't see anything. One could vaguely hear the roaring sounds of a beast, making one's heart tremble. However, it was extremely indistinct. When one strained their ears to hear it, they then wouldn't be able to hear it anymore. Xianxia's heavenly eyes were already opened, sweeping forward. What shocked him was that even with the heavenly eyes, he could still only see a hazy scene. Darkness shrouded all directions. From time to time, he could see shattered great stars. Every single one of those stars was incomparably massive, all of them the cosmos giant stars. It was unknown what kind of great battle it was that had happened. A few stellar fragments drifted through this void, as if they were crushed under someone's claw, but also like they were hacked apart. Once, Xianxia saw a scarlet eye that flickered in the darkness, as if there was a giant beast moving about. When he stared at it, it then turned into a strand of black mist. So strange. Xianxia was on guard, becoming extremely careful. What he saw along this path was extremely shocking. In the end, everything became peaceful and still again, and even the ancient path became dim, about to lose luster. As for the distance, it became even more dark. The great stars he occasionally saw now all gone, only a nothingness and coldness. This path seemed more and more endless and isolated. Apart from the divine striking stone's occasional muttering, there was no other sound. Xianxia was shocked. He seemed to have arrived at the end of this path, the road ahead broken, stone path severed. In the middle was darkness, but there was still another piece of road on the other side. Who was the one that broke the road? Xianxia stood here, looking at the other side. However, it was far, unable to see it clearly. Was he still going to continue? He became silent. Xianxia produced a bone artifact. This was one of his many spoils of war, a true deity magical artifact. It flew forward. Kacha! Blood radiance appeared in the void. This bone artifact was shattered, destroyed on the spot, turning into white-colored powder. This sinister? Xianxia shivered inwardly. His heavenly eyes displayed Tao laws, sweeping forward. He carefully produced the defying dragon scale, holding it in his hand. He reached it outside the broken road, and sure enough, there was blood radiance that flew over, producing kungxiang sounds when it landed on the scale, sparks flying everywhere. Xianxia approximated the strength of the power. Then he jumped off, crossing this path to reach the other side. Hong! This wasn't any less than heavenly tribulation. Blood radiance poured out in waves, to the extent where there was even black-colored lightning that interweaved, continuously hacking over. They emerged from the void, attacking him. The broken part of the road wasn't that wide, but Xianxia suffered attacks, so it took him 2 hours to make it across. This left him greatly shaken. His blood and qi were actually roiling, blood flowing from the corners of his lips, blasting him until his skin split apart. This type of impact was unimaginable. One could well imagine that if it was anyone else, they would have undoubtedly died. Without 3 strands of immortal energy protecting them, without the tempering of the flesh from crossing tribulation, how could one stop this? Xianxia even suspected that this was prepared specifically for people like him, only the most powerful able to step foot here, make it across. Other than this, one could only rely on supreme mysterious treasures. Just like that, when he proceeded further, he encountered 8 more locations where the road was broken, so 9 when added up altogether. Path of 9 fractures? Xianxia was incredibly bewildered. He saw these bloody words engraved on the stone path, the scene shocking. When he continued, there were more words. Long life path. What kind of blasted place was this actually having these types of descriptions? After being attacked 9 times, even the powerful Xianxia's flesh was ruptured, finding it a bit difficult to continue. Blood flowed, erupting with golden radiance. He sat down, starting to rest and recover. It was because what seemed to be the end was just up ahead, so he was going to face it at his most powerful state. The willow deity's technique was extremely astonishing. It made his blood energy surge, his body completely recovering soon after. His fighting strength was great, life aura flourishing. Finally, Hao reached the peak. He directly walked to the end. There was a stone wall here that stood before him. When he turned around, the path was already gone, completely vanishing. Then, long sounds rang through the air, and stone walls crushed down from above. A sealed stone room was thus formed, separated from the outside world. Primal chaos surged within. Not good. We've fallen into a dangerous situation. The divine striking stone's expression changed. This was walking right into a trap. They were now sealed here. Hao activated his precious techniques. He released a fierce strike, and then the stone room changed. Every single wall turned into a part of the heavens, vast and boundless. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this wall painting was like the world, able to hold all. Shatter the heaven and earth, obtain long life. These words appeared in the stone room. At first, Hao didn't recognize it, because it was too ancient, but after analyzing it for a long time, a type of imprint emerged in his mind, allowing him to mysteriously understand. What oppressive words! Break through heaven and earth, and you will see long life. Hao's eyes were deep. When he stopped moving, this place became peaceful, nothing else happening, as if he was going to be trapped here for all of eternity. Open! The divine striking stone shouted strangely, throwing itself towards the wall. A dang sounded. Sparks flew everywhere, but that wall didn't move. What kind of stone material is this? I'm going to eat it, it cried out, treating it like immortal material, rushing over and bit down on the stone walls, wishing to devour the stone material here. However, he couldn't chew through it. The stone wall was too rigid, lightning and sparks splashing out from between its teeth. Hao thought to himself for a bit, and then he personally took action. 3 strands of immortal energy surrounded his fist. He activated his most powerful methods, doing everything he could to bombard that wall. Hung Long. This strike was like that of a matchless divine king, its radiance filling this secret room. The stone walls violently trembled, dust continuously falling, as if it was going to collapse. Heavens! Why did a person now appear? The divine striking stone cried out strangely. Hao didn't pay this any attention, still brandishing his fists, from the Lightning Emperor secret method to the Kuan Peng technique, and then to the Reincarnation fist and others, displaying them one after another, to the extent where he even used them together. Another one. The third person came out. During this process, the divine striking stone was ranting and raving in fear. Figures appeared one after another between the endless fist radiance, all of them seated in the secluded room. It was just too sudden. When Hao finally stopped, the private room became 10 times larger, and more than 10 individuals had appeared. It truly left one stupefied. Hao examined them closely, not saying a word. Among these individuals, there were extremely aged elders, heroic and domineering middle-aged men, outstanding and elegant young ladies, and extremely pure children. However, from their eyes, Hao could tell that not a single one of them was few in years, their pupils all displaying the vicissitude of time, experiencing endless years. Everyone sat there, skin shining, eyes deep, none of them budging an inch. Every single person possessed exuberant vitality, vivid and lifelike, as if they were cultivating in seclusion. Only, their unmoving eyes were just a bit too strange. Hao sighed. These people all died. These were just their bodies, no souls within them. What was unexpected was that their physical bodies didn't decay, still possessing life force. As long as a primordial spirit was added, they could stand up, able to possess terrifying divine might. Why are things so strange? Hao walked forward. These were figures that were blasted out from the stone walls. He had no idea why they were hidden inside of the walls. Shatter heaven and earth, obtain long life. Could it be that, by breaking through these stone walls, one could coexist with the world? He revealed a strange expression. He walked around these fallen shells, wishing to find out more. Suddenly, Hao was stupefied. Even the divine striking stone couldn't help but cry out. Achieved immortality? There was a crevice behind every single one of their backs. There was no blood, the opening extremely level, holy light seeping out from it. It was incredibly strange. This was the case for every single one of them, as if these creatures had freed themselves from their physical bodies, leaving behind this opening. Why is it just like what's recorded in bone books? Is this ascension? No wonder the divine striking stone cried out. This really was exactly the same as what was recorded in ancient records. Those wounds, the holy light, and those people's flesh shells were vivid and lifelike, surging with vitality. All of them just like the legends. There were ancient legends of people achieving immortality, leaving behind one's mortal envelope, which was precisely the physical shell. Only the primordial spirit flew out, entering another heaven and earth, enjoying long life there. Don't tell me that these people became immortals, and that these are their mortal envelopes? Hao found this a bit difficult to believe. If it was me, I definitely wouldn't abandon my body. Hao said to himself, his voice extremely resolute. The flesh was the root of great Tao. Once the primordial spirit left the flesh shell, it would then be like duckweed without roots, eventually scattering one day. Hao didn't know what it would be like after becoming an immortal, but he had heard instances of immortals with flesh bodies. Those didn't have to abandon their flesh carapace. When he saw these remains in front of him, he was greatly moved. Were these all left behind by the most stunning individuals in the past? If not for the opening in their backs, one would truly suspect that they were still alive. These girls really are pretty, their styles unmatched. The divine striking stone sighed with admiration. There were old and young, male and female. The young women here were all different, but every single one of them were great beauties. Yet now only flesh shells remained. Already gotten this far. Will I become an immortal after blasting through these stone walls? Hao was a bit skeptical. Since he arrived here, reaching this ancient path's end, then he obviously had to give it a try. Moreover, the path back couldn't be seen, so he had to force a new one. Hao moved his body using all of his force. The third supreme being precious technique awakened. Even though it didn't completely fully evolve, when used together with other precious techniques, it would increase their power by several times. Hong! The 3 strands of immortal energy turned into 3 true dragons, winding around his arm as they struck the stone wall, creating a deafening sound. After 8 strikes in succession, the stone walls ruptured, shaking back and forth. Then, Hao sensed a massive aura, as if a large world opened up, currently calling out to him. At the same time, his entire body was in intense pain, his primordial spirit unexpectedly about to leave his body, wishing to head into that realm. It was actually this type of situation. Hao was alarmed. His flesh was in great pain, about to split apart. The primordial spirit was sucking away at his essence, wanting to truly separate and leave. This was not his own doing, everything happening too suddenly. Suppress! Hao shouted. He immediately sat down, mouth chanting the true primordial record, silently operating bone texts. He suppressed himself, resisting that terrifying suction force. This was incomparably difficult. A golden gash appeared on Hao's back, about to split apart. That primordial spirit moved down from his head, devouring all types of essence. This process was almost a bit unstoppable. Hao's flesh was going to be cast aside, his primordial spirit about to cross realms and leave. What kind of place is this? The divine striking stone cried out strangely, hiding behind and trying to help Hao. However, there was nothing it could do. Close! Hao grunted. He used the Willow Deity's technique, operating blood energy to forcefully close the wound on his back, as well as even more so transferring his own foundational essence, stabilizing his primordial spirit, not allowing it to leave. Hong! That wall was shattering, splitting apart on its own, ascension radiance too brilliant. There was even more so a rain of light and flower petals scattering down, surging from a strange place. In the eyes of many people, these people had already achieved immortality. they definitely wouldn't refuse and would rather allow it to smoothly happen. However, Shao's head was covered in sweat, fiercely resisting. I cannot go. Higher realms, lower realm. I still have old dear friends. How can I leave? Shao struggled about. He felt uneasy about the strange unknown. He definitely wouldn't allow the loss of his flesh, leaving behind the foundation of his great Tao, his flesh carapace. This is... At the same time, Shao was shocked. He felt a type of strange sensation that was a bit similar to the void god realm and spirit realm. It was extremely strange. It transmitted over from behind the walls. At this time, golden light shone endlessly. The crack on the wall was incomparably dazzling, as if streak after streak of lightning were moving. Shao was terrified. The stone wall seemed to be hiding some type of secret behind it. Was it the place of ascension? However, why was there a spirit realm aura only several times greater? Shao immediately became horrified, his fine hairs standing on end. Many questions immediately rose in his mind. Was this how spirit realm was formed? Was it truly condensed by the spiritual force of archaic deities? Why did he have this misconception as if he found the very source? What kind of place was that? Shao didn't dare enter. His intuition was telling him that if he went in and investigated, he would lose his flesh body. Only the primordial spirit could head there. He gave these mortal envelopes a look. Did these individuals truly achieve immortality, or were their primordial spirits forcefully seized? Would the day come when they'll reappear in this world? After a short period of time, Shao felt a bit disarrayed. The place behind that stone wall made him feel extremely unstable, his heart pounding a bit, as if he was going to suffocate. Suppress again. Shao released a short shout. He was now truly anxious. His primordial spirit was about to leave his body and enter that stone wall, head inside the mysterious land. All of his divine abilities unfolded, and then he finally stabilized himself. His flesh body closed, blood energy surging, primordial spirit returning to its original location. His primordial spirit was that close to be sucked away. It was extremely dangerous. The walls also slowly recovered, the cracks disappearing, light receding, becoming ancient and simple looking again. When one steps into the domain of long life, is it really transcending or is it a disaster? Shao's body was ice cold. When he calmed down, he broke out into cold sweat. The experience just now was too strange. His current self couldn't touch that place yet, or else he would definitely be in great danger. He decided to leave, no longer studying this place. However, his rewards today weren't small, learning of shocking mysteries. He just felt like that place had the aura of spirit realm, only more divine and extraordinary. When I return to the 3,000 provinces, I'll completely research spirit realm and find clues, see what kind of background the place I almost entered has. After saying this, he turned around, smashing against the stone wall in the direction of where he came from. Finally, he blasted through the stone wall, blocking his path of return. That ancient path appeared again. He didn't even turn back around, bringing the divine striking stone and emperor butterfly with him as he sped along, thus returning. He didn't bring away a single one of those mortal envelopes. Regardless of whether they were truly dead or still possessing life, he didn't want to bear any type of karma. Shao returned. He was still in that ancient forest, saintwood flourishing with flame-like brilliance surrounding him. Seclusion, cultivation. He chose to undergo holy sacrifice, to strengthen himself and become a king among deities. Suddenly, great Tao sounds rumbled, symbols interweaved, descending from the void and hacking down on his body. Pong! He used his arm to protect himself. His entire right arm became dim, releasing a strange fluctuation. Shao immediately staggered. At this moment, he felt like the magical force in his right arm dissipated greatly, as if a great cultivation realm had been severed from him, pushing him back to the divine flame realm. This was holy sacrifice, extremely dangerous. Forget about not having succeeded yet. Even the process of being attacked had the dangers of falling from one's cultivation realm. Normal people all prepared powerful weapons to take on the disaster in their own place. The weapons would be destroyed, but they themselves would be fine. Xianxia didn't do that, not using weapons in his place, instead using this to temper himself, to wake himself up, allow himself to understand the dangers of holy sacrifice more clearly. In the end, Xianxia operated divine force. His entire body shone, flames raging. That faint right arm displayed luster again, returning to normal. He wasn't going to use weapons in his place, instead using his flesh to resist holy sacrifice. This was extremely dangerous, but it allowed one to improve oneself more. If he could make it through this, it would be the same as going through refinement again and again, an astonishing and terrifying baptism. Not long after, the damaged formation ripples disappeared. The sables appeared again. Meanwhile, Xianxia had no choice but to go into hiding. Only many days later, when the creatures went into hiding again, would Xianxia have the opportunity to go into seclusion cultivation a third time. Hong! That day, lightning hacked down. Not true lightning, but even more terrifying. That was a mass of natural laws and Tao traces, descending because of holy sacrifice. Xianxia coughed large amounts of blood. His chest was struck, a hole almost produced. Divine light surged, and then it quickly faded. He had another terrifying feeling. His chest was blasted through, his cultivation realm declining. His entire chest became dim, great Tao patterns their waning. This was extremely dangerous after all. Xianxia's expression changed. Without using weapons to take on the disaster in his place, he might be struck down from the 9 heavens at any time, returning to the realm of mortals. This time, Xianxia had to struggle for a long time before his chest shone again, restoring his cultivation, not allowing it to worsen. This was a type of tempering, making his Tao more pure. In this world, there were abandoned artifacts, remnant artifacts, holy artifacts, and other things left behind. These were all weapons that had underwent tribulation from holy sacrifice. Xianxia treated his own body like a weapon, refining it like that. Truly was reckless, but he was hoping for it to make him even more powerful. Dong! The drum sounds were astonishing. There were definitely heavenly deities taking action outside, disturbing Xianxia again, shaking him up until his qi and blood surged, almost spitting out blood. It was because he was in holy sacrifice, his body suffering tribulation from time to time. This type of attacks now became useful. I'll just treat it as a type of training. Xianxia's eyes became resolute, casting aside all else and seriously facing holy sacrifice, wishing to break through. Is that younger generation youth really inside? Someone asked. Then, the sounds of scriptures rang through the air, ringing through the depths of Immortal Ancient. It became more and more terrifying. There was a heavenly deity chanting the 9 heavens 10th earth scripture. There were immediately illusions everywhere, boundless force sweeping towards Xianxia, engulfing in all directions. This was, without a doubt, Divine Temple's heavenly deity. At this moment, he also took action, stopping Xianxia's holy sacrifice, wishing a disaster upon him. With the withdrawing and appearance of symbols in this danger spot, Xianxia had already entered seclusion cultivation 8 times. He discovered that even though he faced many dangers, he still made it through more scared than hurt. Up until now, holy sacrifice went extremely smoothly. Xianxia truly felt as if he had been turned into a sacrifice, one offered to himself. Xianxia underwent shocking changes during this period of time. His flesh had been refined almost entirely top-down, his Tao disappearing several times, but then reappearing again. During this process, Underworld Earth's heavenly deity, Demonic Sunflower Garden's heavenly deity, and others were moving about, verifying that he was inside the danger spot, frequently disturbing him. Immortal Palace's heavenly deity even more so declared that Huang must be killed, that it was useless even if he fled to the ends of the earth. 9th time, 10th time. Eventually, Xianxia entered seclusion for the 10th time. His entire body had been sacrificed once. There was no need to make any more delays. Xianxia's body shone, igniting himself, carefully controlling this process as to avoid accidentally becoming a heavenly deity. Right now, he was going to ascend into the holy sacrifice realm. Hong! An enormous sound rang through the air. Xianxia's body trembled, flames surging. Strange sounds rang out from his body, as if things were being shattered. He was no longer bound by shackles. Holy sacrifice succeeded. He ascended into this strange realm. At this moment, his blood energy surged several times, his cultivation quickly growing, entire being becoming who knew how many times stronger. This realm was extremely unique. Once one entered it, they were comparable to heavenly deities, enough to fight against them. Now that Xianxia's holy sacrifice succeeded, entering this domain, his true fighting strength naturally became terrifyingly great. Should I kill them first or acquire lightning tribulation liquid first? Xianxia stared into the skies, and then he looked outside this dangerous place. During this period of time, he encountered many dangerous situations, all of them as a result of the disturbance of those outside. This is the strength of the heavenly deity level? With a turn of Xianxia's hands, the clouds in the sky appeared in his hands. Right now, he felt as if he could suppress all enemies now. Right now, he felt as if he could grab the stars out of the 9 heavens, wipe out the powers of hell, connect heaven and earth. He felt omnipotent. Now he could go out and kill his enemies. Blood energy surged, primordial spirit force spread. His flesh was who knew how many times more powerful, his divine senses considerably sharper. He inadvertently went on a mental journey, entering the cosmos and then sitting down on a great star. The stars in his surroundings were resplendent, swirling about him and evolving the great Tao. And not right. Xianxia immediately became alert, releasing a grunt. He woke up, his expression changing. Only after a long time had passed did he calm down. Is this the residual effect of holy sacrifice? Almost lost myself, he said softly. When the great Tao first formed, it was extremely easy for cultivators to become confused and then completely lose themselves. In the end, he managed to prevent himself from falling into that kind of state, quickly waking up. Otherwise, he might have been completely perplexed and lost, his mind becoming muddled. Holy sacrifice, he entered this realm. After calming himself down, he didn't immediately go out to kill the heavenly deities, instead starting to consolidate his cultivation first. In this great era without heavenly tribulation, as long as he didn't purposely guide it, there wouldn't be any lightning descending, so at least he didn't have to worry about that. His blood energy was still growing, overflowing like a long river, and it also surged like a great sea. His strength was increasing, becoming even more abundant than in the past. If he had allowed himself to become confused, he would have missed this Tao forging opportunity. This was a type of miraculous realization. As Xianxia sat there silently, it was as if heaven and earth condensed into one entity. In that instant, he turned into the mountain, into the grass and plants, resonating with the rivers, becoming a part of them. In the end, he then became the heavens, becoming one with the sky domain, as if he was the sole deity overlooking the great earth. Was this what being a heavenly deity was? Too high to reach, unapproachable, unmovable like a mountain. Even though his eyes were closed, there was already a formless yet already terrifying dignity. The poisonous bugs hiding in the nest were all trembling. Meanwhile, the sainthood shone, streak after streak of multicolored light gathering, all of them entering the crown of Xianxia's head, and then flowing out from his feet, cleansing his body. Holy sacrifice. However, it was already different from the past. This was a consolidation, enhancing his cultivation. This was a tempering of his flesh and spirit, the removal of the final blemishes and problems. After who knew how long time had passed, Xianxia opened his eyes. When his eyes opened, 2 deep streaks of lightning shot out, piercing through the void, dignified and imposing. He discovered that the formation here had stopped operating again, but the 3 heavenly deity-level sables didn't come out, allowing him to sit there. Your state just now was extremely strange, as if you were becoming one with heaven and earth without the slightest bit of mortal air. That sable thus decided to ignore us. The divine striking stone said. The emperor butterfly bobbed its head, lightly moving its wings. Xianxia nodded. Meanwhile, at this moment, the sables also moved, but when the true deity realm ones stuck out their head, they immediately shuddered instinctively, not daring to get any closer. a heavenly deity sable arrived, turning into a streak of purple light, piercing the void and rushing forward. However, it didn't take action either. After circling twice around Xianxia, even though its mind was muddled, it sensed danger, deciding to not immediately attack. Moreover, it could sense that this person was close to the Tao, just now merging with the natural, resonating with heaven and earth, which made its hostility decrease. Xianxia didn't move. As long as the sect master level sable didn't move, then there were no issues. After passing that period of perplexity, he became more and more cool-headed. He had heavenly deity level strength, but he didn't immediately leave. Apart from consolidating his cultivation, he was also inspecting himself. It was because there were rumors that in the holy sacrifice realm, one's cultivation wasn't stable. When it was high, it was no different from that of a heavenly deity, but when weak, one would be inferior to even the true self realm, or even divine flame realm. It was strange and irregular. It was clear that this was a type of self-improvement, but there was extreme danger. He had to understand his own body's situation, and only then would he be confident in making a decision to go out and kill his enemies. Several days later, he felt himself changing, starting to fall from the peak. In that instant, Xianxia had a type of misconception, as if his body and Tao were going to be erased. It was because his own cultivation was scattering, blood energy fading, to the extent where even his primordial spirit became a bit powerless. These changes were too sudden, too fast. In that instant, he dropped from the heavenly deity realm back into a true deity. Not long after, he felt another wave of weakness, directly falling down to the divine flame realm. Xianxia sucked in a cold breath of air. He sat there without moving, not leaving this danger spot. He silently cultivated and carefully experienced this process. He was observing himself. Only several days later did his blood energy become exuberant, cultivation shooting up. He began to rise up again, quickly returning to the holy sacrifice realm, possessing heavenly deity-level strength. This change was too clear. From the peak to the valley, from weak to the strongest, it was like a reincarnation cycle. A tide rose and fell. One's life went up and down, moon changing from full to new, from flourishing to waning. Xianxia was entranced. Holy sacrifice was like life, but also like the law of all things. He didn't do anything, only observing his own body. During this half-month, Xianxia grasped a fixed pattern. He could maintain heavenly deity-level strength for 2 to 4 days. Then, he quickly became weak, completely changing in an instant. The weakening face made him even weaker than a divine flame realm cultivator, and he would similarly maintain that state for 2 to 4 days. The danger spots formation revived, and then the sable and other creatures went into hiding once again. Xianxia entered seclusion cultivation without any worries, guiding over the multicolored light of the saint wood to temper his body. This time, the dozen or so saint wood that were closest to him almost dried up, the multicolored light completely absorbed and sucked out, almost withering away. Then Xianxia opened his eyes. It was time to go out. Meanwhile, at this time, he had just changed from his weakest state to his strongest. I should go out. I've already had them wait a while. Xianxia stood up, black hair dancing about. His eyes shot out 2 streaks of golden light, heavenly deity aura pervading the air. This type of feeling was extremely good. He was extremely powerful, as if he was omnipotent. It was as if he could pick the stars out of the sky and seize the moon just by raising his hand. You're awake. The divine striking stone who had dozed off was excited. It had long grown bored staying here. In the underground cave, the sable race were all startled as well. However, they didn't emerge, letting him leave. The formation was still operating, the danger spot filled with ripples. It was extremely peaceful. Xianxia held the 10,000 spirit diagram, walking out of this place. He saw 2 heavenly deities outside, one wearing cyan-colored armor and sitting on the ground. The other wore silver armor, standing on a mountain peak. Xianxia had cultivated in seclusion here for several months. Even if those heavenly deities wanted to kill him, they still lost patience, most of them leaving. It was because there were still many other places of natural luck in Immortal Ancient that had to be explored and fought over. Meanwhile, they had long explored through this place. It could completely remove one's cultivation, so if heavenly deities entered the danger spot, they might die. In the end, they only left 2 people behind to guard this place. Of course, every so often they would exchange people standing guard here in rotation. At the same time, there were others who had made arrangements, wishing to use Great Divine Water to destroy the danger spot and eliminate all worries. Sure how put away the 10,000 spirit diagram, appearing at the entrance. You are still alive. Really inside after all. The heavenly deity that was sitting suddenly opened his eyes. He revealed a look of surprise. There were some who doubted that Huang was in this danger spot, possibly already dying. If not for immortal ancient heavenly deity standing his ground, there would already be no one overseeing this place. Huang, your aptitude isn't bad, skills exceptional, potential tremendous. Are you willing to join my sect? The heavenly deity standing on the mountain peak in silver armor said in an amicable manner. Is that so? Then why did you start up the formation behind you? Shurhao said coldly. The silver-armored heavenly deity was shocked. His movements were hidden well, yet they were seen through by the other party. His divine senses were just too powerful. One had to know that the mountain peak he was on had a strange formation that isolated all types of energy. He only secretly activated it with his Tao. Are you using the altar to transmit information, and then calling others over to surround me? What a pity. Not running as soon as you could was your biggest mistake. Shurhao said coldly. Junior, are you crazy? Or are you stupid? Do you think that you can fight against heavenly deities? The seated heavenly deity spoke with a deep and cold voice. The cyan-colored armor shone, and then this heavenly deity stood up. It's just killing you too. Is there a need to feign madness? Shurhao said with contempt. The 2 heavenly deities' expressions immediately changed. They knew that this fella likely succeeded with holy sacrifice, or else how could he dare come out? Wasn't this too fast? From what they knew, one normally needed 10 times the amount of time that had passed so far, and only then would there be a chance of success. In addition, those were all geniuses who possessed heaven-warping talent. Wouldn't this break the record? Their minds were jumping crazily. At this pace, Huang really might become the youngest heavenly deity, breaking all past legends. Why aren't they coming? Didn't they say that they were going to use the Great Water to reverse the flow of this small world, completely destroy it? The silver-armored heavenly deity became anxious. The altar had already started up, yet he didn't obtain any response, not even the slightest reaction. Hong! Immediately afterwards, Shurhao moved. Heavenly deity energy erupted, making those 2 individuals' minds shiver. Just holy sacrifice, not even a true heavenly deity. Even the light of a firefly dares compete against a bright moon. The cyan-armored heavenly deity on the ground released a grunt. However, neither him nor the heavenly deity on the mountain peak attacked forward, instead taking action together to operate the altar on the mountain peak. Hong! They tore through the void, forcefully guiding over black water. This black water poured out endlessly. Great divine water. This was something that was guided over from a vicious land, crossing realms to arrive. This was what they had prepared long in advance, using this divine water to drown out this danger spot, destroying it. Only, they didn't complete all of their preparations, never finding the Great source. Too late. Shurhao turned into a streak of light, rushing over. His body split into 2, a spiritual body moving as well to prevent them from escaping, carrying out a suppression. The silver-armored heavenly deity already blasted open the void, about to escape, but he discovered that this heaven and earth were locked down, surrounded by Shurhao's natural laws. This place was completely sealed up. Moreover, Shurhao was operating great magical force, making the Great Divine Water flow in reverse, preventing it from entering the small world. Just hand over your life. Junior, you are too brash. Even though holy sacrifice is the road of divine kings, you still aren't a heavenly deity. Accept death, the cyan-armored heavenly deity shouted. While speaking, he spat out a cyan-skinned gourd from his mouth, quickly enlarged, and it released bits of chaotic energy. The gourd's opening shone, collecting Hao inside. Hao's true body shrunk, spinning about towards that gourd's opening. Heh! This is all you amounted to, the cyan-armored heavenly deity said with a cold laugh. However, his smile quickly froze. Huang, who was almost sucked into the gourd, suddenly erupted, golden light covering the sun. His body quickly enlarged, a fist smashing that gourd to pieces. In that instant, the winds caused by that fist surged about, engulfing outwards. This heavenly deity released a loud cry, forming an imprint to resist it. However, he still coughed out large amounts of blood, having an arm blasted apart, body staggering backwards. At the same time, in the other direction, the silver-armored heavenly deity was cut off by Hao's spiritual body, the two fighting intensely. Pooh! The cyan-armored heavenly deity's entire face was filled with shock, expression frozen. It was because his head had been removed by a single palm from Hao, flying out diagonally. We have arrived. The void was broken. Two heavenly deities entered this place, providing aid. It was because the altar alerted them. Then you all can die as well, Hao shouted. Cold winds roared about, ghosts weeping and deities howling. This small world rained down blood, shocking all creatures. In the end, 4 heavenly deity heads fell, all of them belonging to heavenly deities. I should take a stroll around. What immortal palace's heavenly deity? What underworld clan's powerful figure? All heavenly deities will be killed, Hao said, his words incomparably cold. It was clear that a great earthquake was going to shake up Immortal Ancient. When Hao came out, he did it quietly without stirring up any great activity. No one knew that the 4 heavenly deities died. He immediately rushed towards Ning Chuan's ancient land, heading towards that place suitable for holy sacrifice. That person was definitely a great enemy, so he wanted to eliminate him earlier. Unfortunately, he got there too late. Those several dozen stalks of saint wood were all dim, almost completely withered up. Ning Chuan left. If there was nothing unexpected, he should have also entered holy sacrifice realm. Hao searched about in this place, and then didn't stay here longer. Nor did he feel any disappointment. It was precisely because the other person was so sharp, cultivation speed monstrous that Hao viewed him as a terrifying opponent. Of course, he didn't feel any fear. After all, the other party had accumulated for 6 worlds, so having this type of speed was only natural and to be expected. Should stir up some waves, Hao said, his voice ice-cold, making the small world almost freeze. Then he took a step out. The mountain region became indistinct, heaven and earth turning in reverse, disappearing from this place. Hao headed for Cold Realm. He had previously cultivated there. He suspected that the place the great Yin water was guided from was precisely that small world. He was going to take a look before the great slaughter unfolded. Cold Realm, a place bitterly cold, ground frozen. Sure enough, he discovered some abnormalities on the snow mountain. A large amount had been melted, forming a large black-colored lake. All of it was great Yin divine water. As he stared at the snowy mountain, looking at the black lake, Hao suddenly became distracted. He thought of Qingyi and Yuchan, the intense battle that had happened here, the endless charming and gentle scenes in this small world. Even though his strength was now comparable to that of a heavenly deity, his heart still experienced great waves. Everything that happened that day was inconceivable. A beautiful and aloof fairy, her snow-white and sparkling body, great emotions that took place. Where did Qingyi go? Don't tell me that she has one now. Hao's expression became strange as he said to himself. When he spoke these words, his expression changed. It was because he sensed the aura of a heavenly deity not too far away. He raised his head, seeing a man with a darkened face, currently looking at him with an ill expression, eyes shugging with flames of anger. What are you talking about? That man said. What does it have to do with you? Hao shot him a sidelong glance. Several months ago, when he saw heavenly deities, he still had to hide, but now he was completely without fear. He could face any one of them that dared come. How could that not have anything to do with me? Qing Yi is Yu Chan's second body. You little evil, what did you do to her? That person's mind was greatly stirred up. Shi Hao was shocked. This was a heavenly deity, someone who should be shrewd and sophisticated. So why was he so indignant, almost losing self-control, staring hatefully at him? You are a heavenly deity from heaven-mending sect? I am. That person released a cold snort. Oh? Then that makes sense. Qing Yi is unaffected, but as for Yu Chan, she might become the mother of my child soon. Have you seen her? Shi Hao with a laugh. He was naturally flipping things around. He had no relationship with Yu Chan. What are you talking about? Just try speaking another sentence. This seemingly young and heroic heavenly deity was furious, the veins on his forehead jumping. What are you so agitated for? That's my child's mother, yet I'm not even that anxious. What are you jumping all around for? Shi Hao put on a look as if he was in a bad mood, warning, you better not set your eyes on my child's mother. Utter nonsense. Little evil. Hand over your life. Actually daring to slander my sect's holy lady. This young and handsome heavenly deity rushed over, directly producing a 4 divisions pagoda. It released black light, releasing strands of chaotic energy to suppress Shi Hao. Are you looking for a beating? Bringing up my child's mother. What are you so excited for? Shi Hao was naturally acting cocky on purpose, truly angering the other party badly. Of course, he didn't hold back, immediately erupting with heavenly deity-level strength. Hong! He forcefully held up the mountainous heavenly deity pagoda, and then his palms slapped outwards, striking this ancient pagoda until it released Kong Chong sounds. Sparks flew everywhere, immediately breaking off a piece. So tough it didn't break? Shi Hao was shocked. This seemingly young heavenly deity was incomparably shocked. This pagoda was definitely not an ordinary object, yet it actually had a corner smashed off. This was truly a bit shocking. Moreover, he immediately snapped awake. Could it be that this fella was comparable to heavenly deities? This was just too fast. Was he going to break the ancient record? This person from heaven-mending sect really was strong, unordinary among heavenly deities. Even though his weapon was damaged, it didn't affect his fighting spirit. He instead became furious, shouting, "Little evil, you better quickly speak about what you did to Yu Chan and Qing Yi." While speaking, a great divine ability hacked down. Shi Hao didn't pay much attention to this, displaying the Lightning Emperor's precious technique. His palm released a dazzling beam of light, blasting this person. This person didn't evade, but faced him head-on. In addition, the precious technique in his hands became even more resplendent, slaughtering towards Shi Hao. Shi Hao's brows jumped, quickly evading. It was because he knew that the other party definitely grasped the heaven-mending technique. After destroying indiscriminately, they could reverse their own state at the final moment, turning the situation around. Sure enough, as soon as he evaded, the heaven-mending technique displayed undying symbols. This person was indeed unordinary, actually able to trade attacks with Shi Hao, extremely powerful. Even though Shi Hao wasn't a true heavenly deity, Holy Sacrifice already possessed the corresponding power, his strength terrifying. However, this person unexpectedly held on for some time. Moreover, anger flourished, making him more and more ferocious. You old bastard, as heaven-mending sect's heavenly deity, you are targeting my family's mother. Did you grow shameless with age? I'll properly discipline you. After a wave of ping-pang sounds, Shi Hao erupted with power, destroying all of the magical artifacts this person produced, as if metal was striking against each other. Even though this person was quite strong, he was still blasted flying by Shi Hao, blood flowing out from his mouth. When that person returned to his feet, he staggered about, feeling shock and displaying complicated expressions as he looked at Shi Hao. How old was this youngster? Only around 20, yet he was defeated by him. He was a bit speechless. However, when he thought of the youngster's words, that bit of admiration in his mind was completely eradicated, anger filling his eyes. Shi Hao was still completely clean. He formed an imprint, and then slapped this person into the earth, striking him until there were injuries all over his body, eyes even becoming black. However, this person had secret treasures that allowed him to protect himself, so there was no danger to his life. Speak. What exactly did you do to Yu Chan and Qing Yi? This heavenly deity roared. Old bastard. Who do you think you are? Just how many times did you ask already? Sure Hao gave him a look of disdain. I am Yu Chan's granduncle. This seemingly young and heroic individual said angrily. Sure Hao was speechless, immediately revealing a blank expression. The foot he stamped down with retracted, and his fists also lowered. He immediately grinded his teeth. Wasn't Yu Chan's granduncle also Qing Yi's granduncle? Yet in the end he was given a beating. When he saw the other party's black-eyed face, he truly didn't know what was proper to say. You are working together with Immortal Palace and Underworld Earth. Those people, wishing to eliminate me? After a long time had passed, Sure Hao asked this question. I didn't participate. Only passing by this place, just happened to run into you. This heavenly deity said through clenched teeth, once again asking for his relative's whereabouts. I didn't kill Yu Chan. If you find her, you can hurry and bring her away. As for Qing Yi, I don't know if she has one or not. Sure Hao said, I am going to fight you to the death. This heavenly deity was truly angered. As Qing Yi and Yu Chan's granduncle, he truly hated this youngster, feeling that he was too lacking in moral sense. I am speaking the truth, not trying to start a rumor, nor am I taking advantage of your heaven-mending sect. I'm also pissed at this, Sure Hao said. In the end, the two of them exchanged attacks, causing Polypola sounds. Yu Chan's granduncle collapsed again. This time, his heroic face swollen, beyond angry. In the end, Sure Hao vowed to the heavens that what he said was true. This heavenly deity became even more angry, truly wishing to stake it all against Sure Hao. Using his words, she was a holy lady, pure and perfect, but was targeted by a lowly little bastard, and that was why there was this result intolerable. I am the one taking a loss here, okay? This is a humiliation I'll have to bear my entire life. I was imprisoned by another, Sure Hao shouted. Then, this granduncle was beaten a few more times. Finally, he tore open space, throwing this granduncle out, not arguing with him anymore. Heaven-mending sex fella, after calming down, probably won't try to fight me to the death. Perhaps the heaven-mending sect outside will stand at my side. Sure Hao spoke with incomparable optimism. Of course, he wasn't that serious. Regardless of what the result was like, he didn't feel fear. In the end, Sure Hao threw himself into the Great Yin Lake, and after using up half a day of work, broke through the formation, producing a piece of Great Yin Essence stone. Was this the supreme treasure left behind by that tribe's expert back then after failing to ascend to immortality? Sure Hao thought to himself. He could gift it to the great lunar rabbit. Mine! The divine striking stone cried out strangely. I'll give it to you after the little rabbit finishes comprehending it. Sure Hao said. He also wanted to study it a bit. Sure Hao left this place, starting the true great massacre. The Devil King has come. Sure Hao's vicious name was brilliant. A true great Devil King was moving out. It was because he had killed 3 heavenly deities in succession, all of them under the eyes of the masses, leaving everyone shocked. What is the deal with Huang? Has he still not been eliminated? Underworld Clan's heavenly deity asked another. Not good. Huang came. Someone transmitted sound, shaking up the heavens. Immediately afterwards, Sure Hao slaughtered his way over, chasing a heavenly deity here. Finding these heavenly deities was too easy, because the heavenly deities from the outside world didn't hide themselves at all, believing that they could overlook Immortal Ancient. All of them were searching for opportunities in a few pure lands. Huang, the eyes of Underworld Clan's heavenly deity became deep. He was all skin and bones, entire body pitch black, looking like a skeleton. A ghost flame pulsed within his eye sockets. As of this moment, Sure Hao had already abandoned all else, only focusing on this heavenly deity. It was because he knew that Underworld Clan and Immortal Palace's heavenly deities were the main instigators in his pursuit. Little bastard. Could it be that you think you are all that after getting a bit stronger? Underworld clan's heavenly deity said coldly. Immediately afterwards, he understood the severity of the matter. After Huang erupted with strength, blood energy overflowed, comparable to a heavenly deity, not any bit weaker. Dang! The two sides exchanged a palm. This underworld clan expert, even with his previous era sturdy golden body, reborn from a corpse, equipped with the power of this body, still felt like he couldn't hold on. His entire arm was in great pain, as if it was going to break. Underworld clan's heavenly deity did everything he could in this battle, but in the end, this arm was still broken. Black-colored underworld blood flowed out from the withered skin. He turned around to run. He chased after this heavenly deity. Sure how sped along, chasing after Underworld clan's heavenly deity in murderous pursuit. Not in a hurry, but not moving too slowly either, following behind. Along the way, many people were petrified, completely stupefied. That was Huang? He was relying on his own strength to hunt down a heavenly deity? It was too inconceivable. Just how much time had passed, just how old was he? Yet he had such heaven-defying fighting strength. If he could live over 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, what kind of accomplishments would he have? This was a living divine legend. Sure how purposely let him run, letting him seek aid so that he wouldn't have to find them one by one. Sure enough, a few heavenly deities joined in along the way, attacking him. Sure how unleashed a great massacre, this time erupting with thunderous rage, taking action bloodily, killing another 4 heavenly deities in a row. This really was too shocking. In the end, Underworld clan's heavenly deity was cut down, his body splitting apart, the black underworld skeleton broken apart. The people along the way who saw this scene were completely dumbstruck, great waves stirring violently inside their mind. I wonder what it will be like inside, with heavenly deities entering the battlefield. There should be enormous harvests to be had. In the outside world, the uninhabited region, a sect master spoke. Pong! Just as he was talking, a head flew out from that entrance, primordial spirit eradicated, only a black-colored skull left. N? Underworld clan's heavenly deity. What? Who did this? Actually daring to throw it out of Immortal Ancient in such an audacious manner? In the uninhabited region, those people were shocked, this place completely erupting with noise. Do you all not fear death? Sending in heavenly deities one after another, you send in one, I'll kill one. Send in 2, I'll kill both. Someone spoke coldly from the other side of the realm wall. This was a provocation, an undisguised declaration of war against those sect masters. Who dared act this outrageously, provoking the sect masters, challenging in such an undisguised manner, the head of a heavenly deity used as the declaration of war. Underworld Lord was right here. At this time, he didn't say a single word as he sat on the floating white bone mountain. Black mists surged, the temperature around that area dropping sharply, becoming terrifyingly chilly. That was his direct disciple, an Underworld clan heavenly deity, yet he was killed just like that. Dying was one thing, but his head was thrown back. If this wasn't directed at him, what was it? The uninhabited region erupted into commotion. Everyone was discussing who it was that did this. Weren't they just a bit too daring? The other sect masters' expressions weren't good either. Just now, that person was quite domineering, the voice that sounded targeting many. Hong! Underworld clan's sect master took action. The space between his brows shone. A streak of black-colored flames sweeping outwards, pouring into that opening like a flood. That was an underworld flame that could burn sect masters to death. However, the realm wall shone, the symbols within stopping this power that was too great from entering. Otherwise, those sect masters would have entered a long time ago. Why would they wait until now? In the end, only a small amount of black flame entered, but its power was already lacking, and it was even more impossible for those of the outside world to control it. It burned on Immortal Ancient's earth. Whose family's child is playing with fire? Why is there no adult supervising? Sure how said from within. There was a wave of anger stirring within him. Several great sects were constantly trying to deal with him. Disciples were one thing, but now even heavenly deities were being dispatched, declaring that they were going to kill him. Apart from this, in the lower realm, Underworld Earth and Immortal Palace had already tried to kill him. The 7 deities' descent into the lower realm lead to his death, only reviving after being buried in Yellow Earth for a year. Recently, these inheritances were even more aggravating, sending people out one after another after him. How could he tolerate this? A wave of anger burned within Xianxia's mind, long erupting. That was why he didn't hold back at all when speaking. Uninhabited region, a group of people were petrified. Even the corners of a few sect masters' mouths twitched. Some people were trading looks, but not saying anything. Underworld clans people couldn't sit still, all of them furious. Some of them cleared their throats, asking Underworld Lord for orders, wishing to enter and eliminate everyone to rectify Underworld clan's dignity. That person was too arrogant, actually calling out Underworld Lord as a child, ridiculing and mocking him like this. It truly was arrogant, making the entire clan furious. Even Underworld Lord's eyes were deep. Even though he didn't say anything, from the roiling black mists around the White Bone Mountain and the pair of terrifying eyes that flickered about, everyone knew how powerful his killing intent was. Who exactly was this person? Everyone was making their guesses, but they couldn't see the scenes through the immortal Dao flower petals. Ever since that great crack was opened, a group of heavenly deities sent inside, Immortal Ancient remains gradually underwent mysterious changes, becoming more and more unpredictable. Nothing could be seen. The immortal Dao flower petals were indistinct, no longer displaying the events that took place within Immortal Ancient. That was why the outsiders who entered could only patiently wait, unable to immediately learn about the circumstances. However, there were heavenly deities who returned, reporting a few circumstances at the opening. But in the end, news still didn't immediately arrive. From the secret news they received a few days ago, everyone believed that with the descent of heavenly deities, everything was already within their grasp. Regardless of whether it was 10 Crown King or the exiled immortal, they all went into hiding, not appearing again. Moreover, there were heavenly deities who successively seized exceptional Dao books, even bringing one out. Everything was developing in a good direction. No one knew why this sudden challenge arose. Of course, there were people who thought of Huang, but they had never heard his voice before, so they couldn't confirm it. Only a few people knew that that was precisely Xianxia. Dao friends, lend me a helping hand. Let's open up the realm wall so that our true bodies can travel over. Underworld Clan's sect master said. At this moment, there were some who responded, walking with him, displaying force together, the mysterious art's matchless, precious technique heaven-shocking. Large amounts of symbols scattered down, pouring towards that entrance. In that instant, this place rumbled with immortal sounds, great Dao energy pervading the air. The primal chaos was blasted out, exceptionally powerful. The realm wall was cracking, but it was difficult to truly open. There were supreme laws appearing, symbols interweaving, powerful and sinister. The kid playing with fire is making a disturbance again. A few of his friends also coming to stir up trouble. Is there no one out there to watch over them? Whoever these children belong to, hurry and drag them back. Don't let them be a public disgrace here. Xianxia spoke with an absent-minded tone, but these words were enough to gravely offend a large number of people. If it wasn't for those sect masters' minds being deep, they would have long erupted into a violent rage, doing everything they could to take action and attack. Despite this being the case, the eyes of those sect's subtle and sophisticated sect masters were still ice-cold, killing intent surging. If they captured that bastard, they would definitely let him taste what it was like to be alive but wish for death. It was because this fella's mouth was too dirty, actually daring to belittle and humiliate them. Everyone, he might be Huang. A heavenly deity from the celestial clan spoke up loudly, informing everyone. When Xianxia inside heard this, his eyes became cold. This clan didn't know how to express gratitude, previously even throwing him into the black prison, almost making him die in the city of heaven. Right now, they were still targeting him here, telling everyone that it was he who was stirring on enmity. Without a doubt, as soon as Xianxia left Immortal Ancient, a fight to the death against this clan was inevitable. In the outside world, those sect masters didn't say anything. Even though they had their suspicions that this was most likely Huang, they still didn't express anything. To speak too much against a younger generation would only shame their status. They didn't want to pay him any attention, only walking forward when they truly captured him. At that time, they would use extreme measures to suppress and torment him. Do you children still want to take action and come over? I'm waiting for all of you. Xianxia boasted shamelessly, continuing to challenge them. Sect Master, let me go inside. Someone asked for the order, an expert from Underworld clan, its entire body releasing all types of dense multicolored light. The paths he had walked through had already been corroded beyond recognition. This was a poisonous insect. Even though it was in human form, its innate instincts and divine abilities were still there. All things it passed through were damaged. Insect King, forget it, if you enter like this, it will easily result in problems. Someone said. Insect King, a creature second only to the Emperor of 10,000 bugs. Definitely a terrifying individual. This was an ancient bug corpse that became a heavenly deity after developing sentience. Its status revered, an exceptionally terrifying individual. Little child, are you going to release a bug? Let it in. I'll play house with you all. Xianxia's mouth was extremely vile. He directly referred to Underworld Lord and others as children, showing them contempt like this, and he called the Insect King an ordinary bug, treating them like they weren't important at all. Junior, when we reached the heavenly deity level, it was unknown what kind of mud your ancestors were rolling in. Not knowing how high or low heaven and earth is, you are following the path to your own doom. The Insect King said coldly. He asked Underworld Lord for instructions once again, requesting to enter Immortal Ancient. Insect King, this was definitely a special heavenly deity that wasn't like ordinary experts. Underworld clan's sect master's lips opened and closed, transmitting sound to him, having him send out a spiritual body. His true body should not enter. Hong. The sect masters joined forces, assisting its spiritual body from behind, about to send it in. A group of trouble-stirring little brats. They really are going to let a big one in. Not knowing how high or low heaven and earth is. Xianxia feigned profoundness, acting cockily inside. Then, the moment he saw the bug stick out its head from the realm wall, he released a palm wrapped in immortal energy, slapping over, attacking with the most powerful methods. Pooh! Insect King shone, spewing out divine multicolored light from its mouth. That was extreme poison. Even heavenly deities would die upon making contact with it. This was the path of its Tao, the essence of its body. Unfortunately, Xianxia's body was impenetrable, immortal energy able to avoid many strange things. Insect King had previously expected that hand to be corroded rotten, turned into a pool of blood, extremely confident, but now it didn't change at all. Pong! The large hand descended, blasting it, its body ruptured, flesh splashing out in all directions. This Insect King had scaled armor covering him that was tougher than many heavenly deity armors. Yet it was still struck until it cracked, leaving it heavily injured. Xianxia was shocked. If it was anyone else, they would have definitely turned into a bloody paste. Yet this person could hold on. Pooh! Unfortunately, even though Insect King was formidable, Xianxia's large hand continuously slapped down. It exploded with a hong sound, turning into a rain of blood. Those outside were shocked and furious, especially Insect King's main body. It had spoken so domineeringly, yet in the end, a spiritual body was directly eliminated. Inside Immortal Ancient, Xianxia's body swayed, the multicolored light not approaching his body. In that instant, he already felt a bit dizzy. This poison multicolored light really was a bit too formidable. Golden symbols surged. Willow Deity's technique operated. He immediately surged with vitality, completely recovering, not being affected. The outside world was a bit too quiet, everyone silent. Even the sect masters' faces fell. There was someone stopping the entrance. This really was going to be a long-term issue. Not even a single person could enter. One had to understand that the different sects had all talked things over. Even though some heavenly deities were sent inside, they were still far from reaching their target number. It was because this passage wasn't stable, each time only able to send in a few individuals. There were still a large number of individuals waiting to enter, yet this person now stood here, plugging up the main path. Reporting, bad news. Heavenly deities are being massacred. Within Immortal Ancient, there was someone roaring, speeding over from the distance, charging towards the entrance to deliver a message. Hong! Right at this moment, a large golden hand moved through the sky, grabbing that person. With a pu sound, he was crushed. As expected, the sect master's suspicions were correct. This fellow was guarding the crack, waiting for the rabbits, preparing to massacre everyone that came through this place. Then, there were others that came here to deliver news, yet all of them were covered by a large hand, slapped into a bloody mist without any suspense. There were even some heavenly deities that personally came, wishing to deliver information from within Immortal Ancient, inform the various sects. The results were extremely miserable. Those heavenly deities were all killed by that person. Not a single person able to escape, heads tumbling about. Sure how threw them out from Immortal Ancient remains, triggering a huge uproar in the outside world. Underworld Clan, Celestial Clan and others were even more angered, their killing intent completely exposed. Yet they were currently helpless, unable to do anything to that person. Everyone, are you going to send in more people? If not, I'm going to do some cleaning. What heavenly deity, what elite disciples. I am going to sweep them all out of Immortal Ancient. Sure how said with an ice-cold voice. Now, no one came to deliver information. All those who headed to this entrance were killed by the person here. Sweep through Immortal Ancient? The faces of everyone outside changed. What kind of domineering and tyrannical tone was this? However, they didn't think that person was joking, that this was likely really going to be the case. The disciples inside might be in great trouble, suffer a purge. This was a great disaster. What were they supposed to do? Sect masters couldn't enter, and no one else was his opponent. Everyone, do you still remember those mysterious guests that descended in my 3,000 provinces? These people are ridiculously powerful, those 4 or 5 youngsters, all heavenly deities who cultivated immortal energy. If they are guided over, they might be able to devour tigers and wolves. Someone suddenly suggested. This immediately made the eyes of many light up. However, not everyone approved of this, some saying, I fear that it might be like working together with villains. Everyone, do your best to shape up. I am setting off to sweep through Immortal Ancient. Sure how's voice sounded from within. He already rose up, about to depart. That day, for the heavenly deities in Immortal Ancient, the sky itself turned black. Sure how left behind 3 spiritual bodies to guard the entrance. His real body tearing through the void, returning to Immortal Ancient's depths to unleash a great massacre. Huang came out of seclusion, massacring heavenly deities. All of Immortal Ancient was shaken up. All sides were focusing their attention on this, everyone now wondering just how great his strength was now. That day, many heavenly deities fell, blood scattering over the great earth. This triggered a tremendous uproar. Sure how sought out the 8 armed soul race clan, discussing with them secretly, asking them for their assistance in finding those heavenly deities' whereabouts. After all, Immortal Ancient was too large, with many small worlds. Once a heavenly deity intentionally hid, it was quite difficult to find them. That day he attacked powerfully. After killing heavenly deities one after another, as long as one wasn't stupid, most of them would immediately choose to flee and hide themselves. Without a doubt, a great storm was sweeping through Immortal Ancient. Huang swept through Immortal Ancient, triggering sky-shocking waves. Killed another one. Another heavenly deity had died. Everyone was about to become numb. That day, experts at this level continuously encountered disaster, blood falling like rain, pouring from the skies. Truly shocked left too many shocked. How powerful were heavenly deities? They were far above, a heavenly moat separating them from true deities. When they died, irregular scenes would appear between heaven and earth. Heavenly deities died in all different small worlds. Lightning rumbling, blood rain pouring down. These scenes were horrifying. Fire Cloud Cavern's heavenly deity is being pursued. It is an archaic, vicious bird. Huang is so powerful. Too much of a monster. He is chasing after a heavenly ranked divine bird. A fiery red enormous bird moved through heaven and earth. Feathers enormous like clouds, blasting apart space, continuously fleeing through many small worlds. Meanwhile, Hao pursued relentlessly. This vicious bird had been targeted for a long time. It was chased without end. However, Fire Cloud Cavern's heavenly deity had quite the skill in protecting itself. Its wings were broken first, and then its tail, continuously using different parts to take its place in death. Even though its entire body was covered in blood, it still didn't die. Where are you going? Leave behind your true feather and heavenly deity flesh. Hao hollered, these words almost angering that heavenly ranked divine bird until it fainted. It was one of the world's most powerful and terrifying creatures. Who wouldn't feel apprehension before it? Yet today it was targeted by someone treated like a meal. Hao naturally wouldn't show mercy. He had long ascertained which great sect's heavenly deities had joined hands to kill him. He was now retaliating, carrying out his revenge. Chi! A golden divine chain flew out, penetrating this fiery red divine bird, locking it down. Long cries shook the heavens. This pure-blooded, archaic, vicious bird was furious. It knew that it couldn't escape, so it did everything it could to retaliate, turning around to fight a decisive battle against Hao. Chi! Hao's appearance was dignified and imposing as he stood there. A golden willow tree appeared behind him, employing its precious technique along as he produced imprints. In that instant, hundreds of golden willow branches flew out, turning into Dao chains, all of them piercing into that heavenly ranked vicious bird's body. Blood splashed outwards. It was an alarming sight. It released a great sharp cry, the sound splitting the sky. Many mountain peaks below exploded from the sound, the dome of heaven also cracking. However, this couldn't change anything. Even though its entire body shone, using the most powerful precious techniques and other things, it just couldn't free itself from the willow branch, magical force quickly fading. This was precisely the willow deity's technique. Not only could it recover one's own blood energy, quickly make it surge, it also possessed extremely powerful offensive strength. This was especially true now that Hao was at the holy sacrifice realm, so he could feel this even more clearly. With this precious technique, he was like a tiger that had sprouted wings, gaining redoubled power, his strength surging greatly. Pooh! A willow branch brandished out, hacking apart this vicious bird's skull like a heavenly blade. It also penetrated the space between its brows, ending the life of this heavenly deity. Hao pulled out this heavenly ranked vicious bird's true feather, storing it away. Then, he produced a cauldron, collecting this terrifying divine bird's body. For him, this was a delicacy that was worth preserving. After that, Hao began to chase after a flood dragon. That was also an important target, a creature that came from Phantom Drake Dao Gate. He didn't hold back at all when taking action, chasing it down. Oh! Inside a small world, a battle erupted. This creature possessed exceptional heavenly deity-level magical force, but it still wasn't a match. Scales covered in blood flew out in all directions. Hao slaughtered the flood dragon here, killing an extremely powerful heavenly deity. Quang Dang! A cauldron's lid was opened, sending out brilliant colors, collecting this flood dragon as well. He now obtained another prey and enemy. In reality, Hao was always looking for Immortal Palace's heavenly deity. This one acted the most vicious against him, appearing when he was cultivating in seclusion, wishing to kill him again and again. However, he didn't find this person even now. The 8-armed soul race dispatched their forces, using some favors inside Immortal Ancient, yet there was only a small amount of progress. Hong! Another battle erupted. Hao chased after demonic Sunflower Garden's heavenly deity. You, seed seller, you better stand still. Hao roared from the rear, killing intent surging. Demonic Sunflower Garden's heavenly deity roared in anger, truly wanting to turn around and slap this brat to death. However, it endured this impulse because it knew that it wasn't his match. That brat reached the holy sacrifice realm, now comparable to heavenly deities. There were also 3 strands of immortal energy surrounding his body, so he was far above them, impossible to fight head-on. One had to understand that even thought they were outstanding, once one cultivated immortal energy, that was a heavenly trial that was too difficult to surpass. Those in the same cultivation realm couldn't compare. Seed seller, you can't escape. Didn't you bully me together with Immortal Palace's heavenly deity back then? Xianxia shouted. Winds and clouds changed during this battle, heaven and earth losing color. Demonic Sunflower Garden's heavenly deity was forced into a desperate situation. The black sun behind it shone, and then sparkling black jade flew out one after another, blasting towards Xianxia. Without a doubt, these were all sunflower seeds, every single one containing a strand of its innate essence energy. They exploded in front of Xianxia, their power exceptional, making the void explode. Collect! Xianxia released a light shout. His great sleeve brandished out, magical force interweaving, collecting all of the sunflower seeds. These were comparable to divine pills, the value extraordinary. It could be said that this was the crystallization of a heavenly deity's chi and blood. Demonic Sunflower Garden's heavenly deity died. Xianxia put away half of the black divine seeds, inflicting great damage to its vitality. He brandished the everlasting immortal sword, removing its head and erasing its primordial spirit. Immortal Ancient was greatly shaken up, all sides trembling with shock. Forget about the geniuses who came from the 3,000 provinces, even the natives were stupefied. This was just too vicious, continuously killing heavenly deities. Was he trying to pierce through the heavens? Ever since the Immortal Ancient remains existed, there were 3,000 great battles, 3,000 power struggles, but it had never been this miserable. In the past, where would they find a youth hunting down a heavenly deity? Yet today, this Devil King blood purged this place, slaughtering all heavenly deities. Even now, not a single person could say for sure just how many exactly he killed. This was even more so the case for the geniuses from the 3,000 provinces. They were about to go stupid, startling them until chills ran through their entire bodies. They had never seen such a disaster. Which one of the heavenly deities killed were weak? They all came from great sects who dared to provoke these individuals. Yet he did it like picking vegetables, immediately unleashing a great slaughter, shocking everyone. Hong! Suddenly, the void exploded. An enormous palm appeared. It was too sudden, suppressing down at Xianxia, wishing to grab him away. A sect master-level figure took action. This aura was definitely unmistakable. Not even heavenly deities could resist this, the power too tyrannical. Chi. However, Xianxia unexpectedly seemed to have expected this. A realm-shattering symbol was activated, immediately bringing him away. He wasn't a true deity right now, but comparable to heavenly deities, and he even had 3 strands of immortal energy surrounding his body, making him far above others. Even though he couldn't fight head-on against a sect master, if he wanted to escape, he still had an inherent advantage. At the same time, the 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor appeared. A palm greeted out, making heaven and earth fall, sun and moon sway back and forth. Ghosts cry and deities weep. Xianxia's eyes were ice-cold. When he sliced open the void, he only took a hurried glance, immediately knowing who it was that was trying to deal with him. It was Silver Blood Devil Tree race's ancient ancestor, someone who had previously tried to capture him on Soul Island. Meanwhile, not long ago, in front of Immortal Ancient's arena, Xianxia had even more so killed an important disciple of its clan, In Kuan. So this naturally made it impossible for reconciliation. This ancient devil tree clearly realized how terrifying Xianxia was, not hesitating to launch a hidden attack, also wishing to eliminate him out of fear that he would continue growing, bringing danger to its clan. Xianxia continued moving, not wasting time here. The 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor told him that he had to be careful. In the end, he obtained news that Immortal Palace's heavenly deity appeared, currently fleeing towards the entrance. Shurhao laughed. He was waiting for this moment. He left 3 spiritual bodies there precisely in preparation of someone trying to escape, and everyone else that headed there before this had been killed, not allowing any news to leak. Now, his true body was here, so no one expected there to be anyone guarding that entrance. Now that they were forced to this extent, there were heavenly deities who began to consider retreating. Shurhao slaughtered his way over, dealing with another heavenly deity along the way. That day, for the outside world's experts, was a day of darkness, too frightening and disastrous. When had they ever heard of heavenly deities falling in succession? Even in the darkest times of this world, there shouldn't be something like this that happened, right? A youth was continuously slaughtering heavenly deities. Darklight Realm, the place where Immortal Ancients' entrance rested. Immortal Ancients' heavenly deities were laying low. The other heavenly deity that also returned with him had already been killed. When he saw 2 figures appear from the other side, walking over step by step, Immortal Palace's heavenly deity was both shocked and angry. What kind of status did he have? Yet he was actually forced to this step. That day, Shurhao acted completely ruthlessly, taking action decisively, not showing a trace of benevolence. It was because these heavenly deities were all great enemies. They, as well as those behind them, wanted to kill him this entire time, so why should he show mercy? Immortal Palace's heavenly deity produced a magical imprint, displaying the restricted art, the human immortal imprint. Hong! This place erupted with chaos. One had to admit that this person was extremely powerful, or else he wouldn't have been able to escape unharmed from a sect master-level Sable's hands. What? Immortal Palace's heavenly deity was stopped, fighting against someone intensely? In the outside world, someone saw this scene through the entrance. There were experts cutting off the path, stopping Immortal Palace's heavenly deity from returning. Immortal Palace's people were naturally furious, but they couldn't do anything. Sect master-level figures couldn't enter. Chi! At the crucial moment, Shurhao's real body arrived. In that instant, golden willow branches appeared all around him, turning into divine law chains, moving 10,000 zhang through the air, slaughtering their way over. Even though Immortal Palace's heavenly deity was powerful, how could he stop Shurhao's true body with 3 strands of immortal energy? Bloody holes appeared as soon as they crossed blows. As the great battle continued, Immortal Palace's heavenly deity's entire body was covered in blood. In the end, following a pu sound, his magical imprint was blasted through. The center of his palm penetrated, blood pouring outwards. Ah! He released a loud shout, rushing towards the entrance in escape. Unfortunately, Shurhao already released the fatal blow. Over 100 golden willow branches flew out, half of them striking at the light screen ahead, penetrating the other party's defenses. Blood splashed high into the air. Dozens of willow deity branches pierced through Immortal Palace heavenly deity's body. However, this person really was strong. He ignited himself, displaying a secret method, blasting away all of the branches. His entire body gushed out blood, rushing with great speed towards the entrance to get out. Pooh! An especially thick willow branch turned into a war spear and flew out, unstoppable. Even though his armor shone, precious techniques protecting him, everything was still instantly penetrated. This golden willow branch turned into a war spear, killing Immortal Palace heavenly deity's primordial spirit, coming out from the back of his head. Coming out, he fled out. Those outside were currently crying out loudly, pleasantly surprised. This was the leftover inertial of Immortal Palace's heavenly deity, perfectly rushing out, escaping. However, in reality, his primordial spirit had already been erased. What is going on? Everyone cried out loudly, discovering that the body that had fled halfway had its legs wrapped up, forcibly pulled back. In the outside world, Immortal Palace's people were furious. An expert was taking action, sealing up Immortal Palace's heavenly deity. In the end, they discovered that he had long been killed. Right at this moment, a gulu sounded. A head fell onto the ground, Immortal Palace's heavenly deity dying before everyone's eyes just like that. That headless corpse forcibly dragged back. Kill! Immortal Palace's people couldn't endure it any longer. One person shouting loudly. However, they still couldn't enter Immortal Ancient. Now, everyone understood that the heavenly deities that entered Immortal Ancient should all be killed, important figures all lost. For many people, this day was one that was incomparably dark. It was thus called the Day of Darkness. How powerful was Immortal Palace? Even though they didn't have many core members, their power still shook up all of the higher realms. How many people dared provoke them? This was especially the case when the terrifying existence that had already entered a dormant state in the archaic years still existed in the present world, making all experts feel apprehension. One had to understand that this was a terrifying figure who dared to challenge Supreme Hall's unmatched sect master. So even other sect masters treated him with great importance. However, right now there was someone challenging Immortal Palace in front of his face. The heavenly deity that fled out dragged back, head removed and then tossed out. How bold and imposing was this? It was just too shocking. All sects erupted with commotion, clamoring with noise. Primal chaos surrounded a bronze palace that suspended in the void, exuding a type of astonishing might in the boundless, uninhabited region, intimidating all directions. The person inside didn't say anything, but everyone felt terrified. As he breathed in and out, the mountains and rivers rose and fell, this normal breathing surging violently like an ocean. Someone had woken up from his slumber. Everyone trembled in fear. That person was here only in the past few years, always remained in a state of sleep. The other sect master-level figure from Immortal Palace stood guard on the side, managing everything in his place. However, now this person was startled, now awake. How terrifying! A great storm is brewing in the higher realms. Someone said quietly. Now that this person woke up, great waves were definitely going to beat against the shore. Everyone was greatly shocked. Once he was angered, then it would truly be a frightening thing. Part human, part bird, part beast. I can't eat this, just like Underworld Clan. A trash race without any use. A voice sounded from the other side of the realm wall, extremely casual and frivolous, throwing Immortal Palace heavenly deity's corpse out as well. Those who were discussing fervently all stopped, every single one of their expressions strange. This little devil was too unbridled, daring to say these types of words. What was he treating Immortal Palace's heavenly deity as? Purely prey? These words were full of disdain. He even added a bit about Underworld Clan, making their clansmen's faces fall ashen, glaring angrily at the spatial hole, truly wishing they could rush into Immortal Ancient and tear him to shreds. This kind of person had never appeared before, brash and domineering. After killing a heavenly deity, he even dared to provoke the people from several outside world ancient sects. One had to keep in mind that Immortal Palace's people were known as the descendants of the human immortal, their bodies having immortal blood flowing through it. The most terrifying thing was that their race's talents were exceptional, yet they were shown disdain instead. It is definitely Huang, someone guessed. Of course it's him, I am sure of it. This person deserves to be put to death. Fellow comrades, we must join hands to eliminate this evil. Celestial Clan's cultivators added oil to the flames. It was because they were scared. Shurehao's growth was too fast. If this continued, he'll pay Celestial Clan a visit in just a few years, going to City of Heaven to display his power. At this moment, a few important figures from Celestial Clan immediately felt distracted, regretting greatly. Why did they have to provoke this devil king? Back then, they were completely possessed, unable to suppress their greed, not hesitating to slander and injure the youth who escorted their clan's pearl, all of the sake of vicious 10 precious technique and other things, tying tremendous karma between them. As for Fire Cloud Cavern, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Luofu True Valley and other inheritances, they even more so experienced a type of fear, as well as endless pressure. That sinner's blood descendant had to be suppressed, or else those sects would be in great danger. They had never encountered such a heaven-defying sinner's blood descendant before. He was just 20 years old, yet he could already hunt down heavenly deities. It really was terrifying. Once this great vicious being grew up, He might be even terrifying than those at the desolate border. They were scared, incomparably worried. They had to eliminate Sure How. As for Underworld Clan, Demonic Sunflower Garden, Divine Temple, and others, there was even less of a need to talk about it. Karma had been tied between them. Even Heavenly Country's lord, the cold-blooded, cruel, heart even colder than Steel Supreme being assassin, was shaken. He stood on the bleeding ancient war chariot, a sword artifact in hand. His eyes were deep, as if they were going to pierce through Immortal Ancient and see through that person. Sure How's performance finally drew the worry of sect masters. His growth speed made even individuals of this level feel apprehension. It was because if this continued, this youth was not only the opponent of heavenly deities, he might even be able to challenge the great figures here. That would be a truly terrible scene. A youth was challenging this group of powerful figures who had fought since the ancient past, fighting until this present age. This gave them an extremely uncomfortable feeling. A youth that had been overlooked by these sect masters. His rise to power now finally drawing apprehension. Even these sect masters no exception. As a result, quite a few people felt great hatred, but also great anxiety, a vague uneasiness within their minds. If he doesn't obey, then just kill him. Heavenly Country's lord spoke, extremely domineering. My underworld Earth's losses haven't been small. We need a young corpse that has 3 strands of immortal energy around him. After burying him, who knows, after thousands to tens of thousands of years later, an unmatched corpse might be produced. Underworld Earth said. Death. Inside the bronze immortal palace, the number 2 figure of this sect only had this word, killing intent surging. Groups of mountains collapsed. All sides were declaring their position. A few superpowers set their resolution to eliminate Sure How, claiming that this was absolutely necessary. Hey, the children outside, are you all still unconvinced? You all can come here. I'll bring y'all on a field trip around Immortal Ancient for free. Huang's voice sounded from the other side of the realm wall, sounding almost a bit languid and absent-minded. On this side, the cultivators from different sects grinded their teeth one after another, the people related to those sects so angry their noses almost went crooked. Of those present, which one of them wasn't older than him? Yet he dared to act proud of his age and experience, harassing everyone like that. This was a provocation as well as contempt. How boring. I'm going to sweep through Immortal Ancient. Bye. After saying this, he turned around to leave, also bringing his spiritual bodies. It was because once his time was up, his fighting strength would decrease. Leaving his spiritual bodies outside would be a problem. Right now, in Immortal Ancient, great waves rose and fell, surging greatly. It was all triggered by Huang's rise to power. Qing-Yi stood on a snowy peak, clear as ice and clean as jade. She watched as snowflakes danced about alone, unknown what she was thinking. When Yuchan heard the news, she immediately became lost in her thoughts. Right now, she was currently standing together with her granduncle. The fairy who was far above the mortal populace was a bit anxious and nervous, finding it difficult to calm down. What could there be between me and him? Yuchan's thoughts wandered, not even raising her head. Child. Heaven-mending sect's heavenly deity, despite having an extremely high cultivation, his skill in communicating with the younger generation really wasn't all that. Just a single sentence he spoke was enough to make his grandniece jump, as if she had her tail stepped on. Granduncle, what are you saying? Yuchan was both ashamed and angry. Actually, this youngster isn't that bad. His potential great without limit. Few people could compare to him since ancient times. If you weren't my sect's holy lady, it really could be discussed. If it really comes down to it, maybe the sect master will be more flexible. Granduncle, did you go crazy? Yuchan's entire face was red. What going crazy? That hateful brat, even I was badly beaten by him, angering me to death. Not even the sect master had ever treated me like this before. Heaven-mending sect's heavenly deity said furiously. In another area of historical remains, a purple-clothed girl sighed softly. She also heard the rumors outside, learning of Huang's rise, how he hunted down heavenly deities. Moreover, it was still continuing right now. That person was unstoppable, killing who knew how many heavenly deities, to the extent where there were even those from her clan. She looked at these remains, saying with a sigh, "I knew you would rush into the skies one day, but I never expected you to be this domineering, directly entering the 9 heavens. I believe those great ones in the clan are probably feeling regret now. Only, your situation is also becoming more and more dangerous." She looked distracted, emotions complex. Immediately afterwards, she became lost in her thoughts. This person is indeed extremely formidable, even more powerful than those I saw in the ancient times. There was a youth in the remains. He sat on a large purple-colored stone, staring at the red clouds in the horizon. 3 stones senior, even with your terrifying strength, could it be that you are going to challenge him? She was shocked, asking in this way. "I don't wish to anymore." This youth shook his head, and then said, "I slept for an extremely long amount of time. My mental age not that much greater than you all, so there is no need to call me senior. If there were others here, they would definitely feel incomparable shock." This person was the 3-stone heavenly monarch that had disappeared in the endless river of time. In the archaic era, the celestial race rose up because of their 6 great matchless celestials, and that was why they were known as an emperor race. Those 6 individuals had previously accepted heaven's mandate stones. In later generations, the clan had a disciple who obtained 3 pieces of the heaven's mandate stone alone, shaking past and present, titled 3-stone heavenly monarch. This person was extremely strong, deep and immeasurable, praised as the celestial clan's lord of restoration. However, later on, he disappeared mysteriously, never appearing again. Waha! Sure how rose up, in the future, if he sweeps through immortal ancient and travels unhindered under the sky, will I be able to go for strolls in the medicine gardens of all different sects? I'll pull a radish or 2 and nibble on them. No, I meant holy medicines. To just randomly squander away. Just the thought alone is wonderful. The little rabbit was laughing loudly, blinking her large red eyes, a longing look appearing on her face. She was so happy her mouthful of pretty teeth were revealed. Chao Yuxing and Shui Lin were both quite speechless. That day, the reactions of the various sects were all different. Sure how unleashed a great slaughter. No one could stop him. Quite a few of those heavenly deities that entered Immortal Ancient were killed, chased until there were no paths into heaven and no doors to hell. Only when the others all went into hiding, unable to find any traces of them anymore, did Sure how stop. He immediately headed to Soul Island to discuss with the clan's old heavenly deity, as well as to seek guidance from the soul race's ancient ancestor. He was preparing to face tribulation to make himself even more powerful. He needed to ask about all types of matters he had to pay attention to, wishing to ask them to secretly provide protection. Even though he didn't fear much, having some protection was always better than facing tribulation alone. The 8-armed soul race, without a doubt, was shaken up from top to bottom, extremely excited, stirred up to the point where they couldn't be any more excited. Everyone was looking forward to this, all waiting for this moment to arrive. It was because this was related to their lives. Whether or not they could neutralize their curses all banked on this. For this day they had waited too long. And now, Sure how was going to face tribulation, immediately finding them. This meant that he viewed them as those close to him. This made the old heavenly deity and ancient ancestor feel grateful. Previously taking action, not stinting to offend those of the outside world, this wasn't done in vain. This youth bore good intentions towards them after all. Everything now worth it. The 8-armed soul race didn't dare act carelessly, secretly contacting the people of other races to protect Sure how, assist him in smoothly making it through this trial. They were extremely worried, because this youth was still going to face the most powerful heavenly tribulation. His path destined to be extremely difficult. No one knew what would appear in the mysterious lightning, unsure if he could live through this or not. Dong! A clap of thunder sounded, shaking up Immortal Ancient. It struck down on a small world, making all clans tremble in fear. What is going on? Could it be that the outside world was attacking Immortal Ancient, wishing to enter? Everyone's mind trembled. There was no way they wouldn't be nervous. Then, lightning poured down from the skies, drowning a small world with blazing radiance. It was as if that small world was set aflame, just too resplendent. The thunder sounds were too deafening and resounding. This was not an attack from the outside world, nor was it divine drums, but true heavenly thunder. At this moment, everyone knew that someone was crossing tribulation, guiding lightning from the 9 heavens. Lightning poured down like a long river, overflowing downwards relentlessly. Could it be that another heavenly talent was crossing tribulation to enter the true deity realm? After Huang, exiled immortal, and 10-crown king led the way, some people began to imitate them, wishing to use this method to raise their strength and become kings among creatures. Unfortunately, too many people died because of this, not every exceptional talent succeeding, not every young supreme being able to cross tribulation. Many people died not too long ago, all of them well-known geniuses of the 3,000 provinces, all of them with great reputations, yet in the end, not a single one of them succeeded. Forget about them, this was true even for ancient freaks, the loss is great. Apart from a few successful individuals, there weren't many who were trying this nowadays. It had already been quiet for an extremely long time, no one challenging any longer. They all obediently cultivated to the great circle of the true deity realm, no one trying to resist lightning. So what was going on today? Why did someone try to take this step? Could it be that an exceptional monster had just emerged from seclusion? Or could there be some heaven-warping genius who believed themselves to be comparable to Ningchuan and the others? Not right. This lightning is just too terrifying. Even heavenly deities likely dying if they entered. Suddenly, someone cried out in shock, face turning pale. This was just the beginning. Yet the lightning was already flourishing like this, so what about later? It was definitely going to be insane. This lightning was a bit ridiculously terrifying. Was there a heavenly deity crossing tribulation? When they thought of this possibility, the expressions on everyone's faces froze. Just how confident would a genius be to dare do this? Did they not treat life as a big deal? One had to bear in mind that the further one climbed, the harder it would be. If one continued to face tribulation, the dangers they encountered would also be greater. It would shoot up exponentially. This was true even during Immortal Ancient Great Era. Each time one's cultivation became a level higher, the mortality rate of tribulation would be substantially increased. Crossing a heavenly deity-level tribulation, that was definitely horrifying. Not right, who among the natives would dare do this? Even if they broke into the heavenly deity realm, they wouldn't treat their lives like a joke, right? It was because everyone knew that there wasn't anyone from the outsiders who had newly broken through into heavenly deity level. It's Huang. In that instant, everyone thought of him. Even though he wasn't a heavenly deity, he had strength that was comparable to them. No one saw this themselves, but a group of people immediately suspected that it was Huang. It is definitely him. He was still unleashing a great slaughter not too long ago. Yet now, he is already starting to face tribulation. Many people trembled with fear, especially those that bore hostility against them. Their faces became snow-white, scalps becoming numb. This fellow was too heaven-defying. Everything he did difficult for others to match. Of course, there were some who suspected that it was 10-crown king or exiled immortal, because it wouldn't be too unexpected for those two to do these things. Hong, Immortal Ancient, was thrown into chaos. Many people received news, hurrying towards the small world to verify who it was that was crossing tribulation. This is Divine King Tribulation, Saint Tribulation. Someone sighed greatly. Holy sacrifice, this was a special cultivation realm that could be overlooked. There was no need to actually step foot in this realm. Once one did step foot in it, their strength would fluctuate from high to low, and then those who ultimately made it through would be known as divine kings. Meanwhile, those who failed would fall below even those at the divine flame realm, truly miserable. Holy sacrifice was strange to begin with, so there were naturally some unknown variables when crossing tribulation in this realm. It would be extremely terrifying. Divine King Tribulation was extremely difficult. There were some who had deduced that it wasn't easy to cross, couldn't be crossed. That is Divine King Tribulation. Is he really going to attempt it? In that instant, news spread, originating from all directions. Many sects powerful individuals hurried over, wishing to witness this grand occasion. Everyone came, seeing the person in the endless lightning, facing the sea of electricity alone. It was him as expected, Huang. The emotions of every single person from the 3,000 provinces were complicated. That youth looked delicate and pretty, his age not great, even younger than them, yet he now had this type of accomplishment. This type of Dao fruit left others in despair. How were they supposed to catch up? As part of the same generation, it truly left them a bit dejected. This was especially the case for some youngsters who were more arrogant. Their eyes dim, knowing that they wouldn't be able to match Huang in their lives, unable to compare to this person. His opponents are no longer us. His gaze set in the distance, staring at those exceptional creatures that have lived since ancient times. Someone sighed, couldn't help but feel a bit bitter and pained. Soon after, quite a few people raised their heads again. This type of person didn't need to be chased, no need to be compared with. After all, he was Huang, someone who was completely unique. If one wanted to compare to him, only the exiled Immortal and 10-crown king had the qualifications, something they could think about. This was something unrelated to most people, so there was no need to feel discouraged or jealous. Hong! The heavens split and earth cracked, water flowing in reverse. That type of irregular phenomenon left everyone stupefied. What is going on? What is happening? Many people were stupefied. In the skies, a great river overflowed, engulfing towards the skies, turning into a vast expanse and purging the heavens. That wasn't water, but rather true lightning. It rose from the ground, hacking towards the sky. Divine King Tribulation is strange after all, not something that could be viewed with normal reasoning. Soon after, everyone became awake. Divine King Tribulation was different, having all types of strange scenes. It wasn't even strange for the lightning tribulation to originate from the earth. Quang! A gong sounded, shaking everyone's ears until they felt like they were going to explode. In the void, a pair of gongs suddenly appeared. They smashed together, crushing Xianxia inside. Lightning interweaved, the gongs enormous like mountains. The scene was extremely terrifying. Those were produced by lightning, the gongs crushing down as if they were going to directly blast him to death. Immediately afterwards, the heavenly tribulation transformed, turning into a large swamp, trapping Xianxia. A crocodile rose from the swamp, devouring him in one gulp. Everyone was absolutely dumbstruck. This was just the start. Yet the lightning already changed forms, turning into artifacts, creatures, and other things. It was definitely difficult to cross. Hong! Xianxia displayed his might. Now, his fighting strength was at its peak state, scattering the lightning with his own symbols, freeing himself from the crocodile's body, destroying that part of the void. When lightning erupted, the sound of bird cries sounded from above. A group of suns descended, just too resplendent and dazzling, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. That was a golden bright and dazzling sun. Within it divine birds, all of them with golden bodies. Right now, they tore open the scorching sun, spreading their wings and diving down. A group of golden crows carrying heaven and earth fire essence and endless lightning covered the sky and hid the earth. They drowned out this place, covering everything in golden radiance. Everyone's expressions immediately changed. This type of heavenly tribulation was just too astonishing, too terrifying. It was because those golden crows had heavenly deity aura. What kind of scene was this? One that to understand that there was a group of golden crows diving down, carrying lightning, the light of destruction as they dove towards Xianxia. If this was an ordinary person, how could they dodge? How could they even resist? It was completely a death situation. There were heavenly deities here, their expressions immediately changing. This isn't prepared for normal people, but the tribulation prepared specifically for those who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. An elder said with a light sigh, this type of tribulation was definitely enough to kill other creatures, not something that could be crossed at all, a hopeless situation. Sure enough, Xianxia released a roar. His fist shone, 3 strands of immortal energy rushing out. He displayed the most powerful precious techniques to resist those golden crows and lightning. This was an intense battle, a type of life and death trial. Even Sure Hao's current expression was grave. He slaughtered his way into the golden crow flock, golden feathers immediately flying about, carrying blood, withering away. This blood came from the golden crows as well as Sure Hao himself. He faced this group of lightning creatures, resisting the concentrated lightning, suffering injuries as a result. This was a great, decisive battle. In that instant, the one in the skies attacked, golden crows released great cries, the scene astonishing. Eventually, Sure Hao became like a young heavenly emperor, his hair disheveled, body covered in bloodstains. He unleashed great attacks, meeting enemies from all sides head-on. Hong! He stood in the void, sending out one fist per creature, blasting those golden suns apart. The scene was terrifying. Golden crows were killed like this one after another, blood pouring everywhere. Everyone became dumbstruck as they watched this. Was this the true Huang? This was the embodiment of his strength. Sure Hao's flesh was damaged, cracks covering his body. It was because this battle was extremely difficult, the lightning too powerful, extremely concentrated. However, when the golden suns disappeared, the divine bird sounds retreating, Sure Hao passed this trial. He rushed up, piercing through the lightning, ascending to the second layer of heaven. If it were others, this might be considered completely ended. However, the most powerful lightning tribulation was shocking beyond imagination. This was just the start. If nothing unexpected happened, then he needed to ascend 9 great heavens, slaughtering through heaven and earth one after another, and only then would it be considered complete. Everyone believed that it would be extremely difficult for Sure Hao. The time spent in the second layer of heaven would be long, the injuries even more serious, but things weren't as they expected. Sure Hao released a great roar. This time, he displayed the Willow Deity technique, using it to support himself, causing his blood energy to surge. Then, he used other precious techniques, slaughtering towards the heavens. He passed several great trials in succession, quickly entering the 5th great layer of heaven, charging forward like a hot knife through butter. Even though he bled during this process, his battle clothes tattered, body covered in injuries, even having his bones broken, the lightning couldn't stop his footsteps. Hong! The 6th layer of heaven, he encountered an opponent. There was a creature riding on a heavenly horse, black heavenly spear in hand. He stormed over, the heavenly spear deep and cold, cutting apart the sky. Dang! Sparks flew in all directions. Sure Hao fought an intense battle against him. In the end, it had just started, yet 9 creatures like this immediately appeared, only with different weapons. They all flocked over. Kill! Sure Hao fought a great battle. This was not a normal person. Those opponents were all ridiculously powerful, able to fight him head-on. This was a bitter battle. Hot blood fell from Sure Hao's body. He displayed magical force, risking life and limb, everything only for the sake of rising above, crossing this trial, refining himself into the most powerful divine king. This was divine king tribulation. He needed the lightning to refine his body, temper his primordial spirit, making himself even stronger. An intense struggle was carried out, blood dyeing the skies red. In the distance, Xianxia came, dressed in purple clothes, standing high up in the skies. Her graceful bearing was moving, pure and beautiful. She released a light sigh. The youth from back then already grew to this extent, far surpassing her expectations. He was just too powerful. Xianxia heard news of Sure Hao's matters because he was just too famous. Each time great winds and clouds stirred, he wouldn't be missing. However, she never visited him. The events of the past left her feeling ashamed and uneasy. This was the first time she saw Sure Hao in Immortal Ancient after being separated for many years. When she saw his unmatched style, she seemed to have seen her clansmen's regret and helplessness. On the other side, Yuchan also arrived, her eyes flickering, not saying a single word, just watching quietly. Only, the granduncle at her side spoke endlessly. Even though he was given a beating by Sure Hao, he was still generous with his praise towards Sure Hao's great power, from time to time even involving Yuchan. This left heaven-mending sex holy lady annoyed and angry, but at the same time, her emotions were all over the place. What most powerful? He might just die here, blasted to death by the lightning. Yuchan refuted her own granduncle. Soon after, Hao killed those opponents, rising up to the 7th layer. He even captured a heavenly horse, giving it a try, unexpectedly using it as a mount. This left everyone's tongues tied and mouths agape. Of course, he paid the price for this. That heavenly horse roared, and then exploded, turning into lightning. Fortunately, he had long made preparations, leaping up to slaughter his way over to the 7th layer of heaven's lightning sea. Not good. Huang's body was broken in the 7th great layer. Someone cried out in alarm. This was a hard battle. Not only were there creatures, there were also mountains and rivers, all formed from lightning. They exploded from time to time, and there was even ascension light. He was chopped in half at the waist. However, he forcefully condensed his body, healing his broken body, making it through. Under everyone's eyes of disbelief, he made it through into the 8th layer of heaven. It was too fast, this type of speed leaving others shocked. Is he trying to break a record? To use the least amount of time and directly charge through. A great disaster will be waiting for him in the 9th great heaven. It is still unknown whether he will survive or not. There was someone who spoke like this. On the 8th layer of heaven, Hao saw a faint stream of light that split apart the mountain range. Then, he saw a city up ahead that was incomparably massive. The city gates were tightly closed, and it didn't open up to him. All around him, mountains rose and fell, ancient trees towering. Everything was, without a doubt, formed from lightning. This wasn't a true scene, but it was precisely because of this that it was frightening. The mountain region was extremely quiet, the enormous mountain forest not making any sounds despite being formed from lightning, as if they had remained lonely and desolate throughout time, lacking the slightest sound. Hao entered the mountain forest, walking towards the enormous and mysterious city. He frowned. This city suppressed the 8th heaven, and only by making it through this place could he see the skies of a higher layer of heaven. Divine King Tribulation was precisely this sinister, displaying all types of abnormalities. Hao got closer, arriving in front of a massive city gate. When he saw this, he sensed an extremely ancient feeling from it. The city walls were mottled with dull colors, full of blade traces and sword holes. He silently pondered for a bit. Had this type of city existed before in reality? He always felt like the things he saw in the lightning tribulation corresponded to things of the outside world. This was probably why an imprint was left, displaying all types of things. Suddenly, a muffled sound could be heard. The city released a snow-white radiance that was sparkling and resplendent. Then, an enormous object appeared. This was a skull, one that was comparable to a city in size. It was white like fine jade, translucent like crystal. It rolled out, crushing towards Hao. He really never expected that an enormous snow-white skull would appear from this kind of enormous city, rolling out just like that. Pong! Hao's palm struck down on that skull. It was just like striking immortal gold, causing kungxiang sounds to ring through the air, sparks flying in all directions. His toughness was a bit frightening. With his current strength, he unexpectedly couldn't shatter it. A light immediately shone from within the skull, the eye sockets especially releasing sharp radiance. In addition, the lower jaw was opened, snow-white teeth releasing light as it bit down towards Hao. What kind of thing was this? Hao resisted the skull's blinding radiance, his 7 apertures all releasing auspicious multicolored light, surrounding Hao, making this place hazy, increasingly difficult to observe his surroundings. At this time, Hao felt an incredibly uncomfortable feeling, as if he was stuck in a swamp, landing in a spiderweb. More trapped the greater he struggled. The 7 apertures released multicolored light, skull shining, crushing down on Hao. Gotcha! Finally, it devoured Hao, its lower jaw closing, holding him in its mouth. Then, it quickly became like a pill furnace, raging flames surging, absorbing lightning force through its openings to refine the Hao within. Skull furnace. This was a sinister precious artifact that displayed immeasurable might. It alone suppressed Sure Hao. Hong. Immediately afterwards, heaven and earth erupted, the sky full of lightning radiance disappearing, all of the lightning rushing towards that skull furnace, dazzling as it all flowed along the 7 apertures. 8th layer of heaven. All of the heavenly tribulation force condensed together, all of the force concentrated to kill Huang. Everyone became stupefied, feeling utterly shocked. At the same time, everyone saw that ancient city became like a stove, supporting the skull, raging viciously. It absorbed the force of heaven, becoming more and more strange and frightening. The enormous skull was supported above the ancient city. Kangxiang sounds rang out. This was Sure Hao's struggle as he struck the skull. What kind of power is this? Forget about normal people, even heavenly deities were terrified. When they pictured themselves in this situation, they knew that they would undoubtedly die, difficult to preserve their life. This wasn't a streak or two of lightning, but the concentration of all the divine light filling the heavens. All of the electrical radiance suppressed towards a single place together. This was the joint force of the 8th layer of heaven, the fusion of all heavenly tribulation, attacking that place with boundless power. When others faced tribulation, it would always be streak after streak of lightning. Where would they see such an astonishing sight? The lightning that engulfed the heavens above and earth below concentrated together, bombarding that place. This was a life and death trial. Even Sure Hao himself never expected to be on the defensive like this, that it would be this dangerous, exceeding everything in the past. Inside the skull furnace, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the dense lightning radiance turning into liquid, submerging Sure Hao within, the enormous heavenly judgment force crushing all tangible matter. Right now, Sure Hao was in danger. All of the lightning radiance condensed over, focusing on his body. In that instant, his flesh was in tatters, bones broken, entire body scorched black, as if he was completely cooked. The space between Sure Hao's brows split apart, blood blossoming, primordial spirit almost blasted out. This primordial spirit didn't enter the lightning, enduring the ravaging, the thousands of tempering, tens of thousands instances of refining, simply about to explode. Divine King Tribulation, this was a hell-life torment that made one wish they were dead rather than alive. The force to overturn the heavens, the boundless lightning, it surged in this bone furnace. Sure Hao's flesh was in tatters, his primordial spirit also cracked. He was like a candle flame in the wind, his life possibly extinguished at any moment. Heal! Sure Hao shouted loudly. The true primordial record operated, and together with the Willow deity's technique, he did everything he could to mend his injured body and primordial spirit. One had to admit his strength was powerful, achievements in bone texts profound. His completely broken-up flesh and primordial spirit recombined, fusing together. However, soon after, a hong sounded. Lightning bombarded his body again, blasting his flesh scorched black and into several pieces. This was the case for his primordial spirit as well, becoming dim and lightless. Sure Hao released a low shout, not willing to admit defeat. He resisted here, condensing his body again, recombining his self. However, soon after, his flesh carapace split again, primordial spirit breaking into pieces. This type of scene was a bit frightening, an endless torment and hell. Again and again, Sure Hao encountered disaster here. His body, his primordial spirit, both seemed to be on the verge of destruction. However, one could see that from the attacks again and again. Even though his flesh was dim, there was an indescribable type of aura filing it. This was true for his primordial spirit as well. This was a tempering. Even though he might be killed, dying here, if he could make it through, then he might rise up to a new level, becoming even stronger. Sure Hao clenched his teeth, unyielding as he resisted the heavenly tribulation. He didn't passively endure the attacks, always attacking the furnace walls whenever he recombined his body again. He used all of his precious techniques, condensing all of his strength to blast the bone furnace's walls. Being on the defensive wasn't his style. He took the initiative to attack. Breaking through this point and rushing out was more to his liking. Hao had never been in such a sorry state. It was unknown just how many times his flesh carapace was broken. However, he continued to attack the same point. 9 deaths, 1 life. In the end, it was almost 10 deaths, no life. His life was about to reach its end, all of his strength exhausted. Hong. In the end, the 8th heaven's art operated. This was already the 10th time, all precious techniques merging, finally opening up a crack. Then, with a kacha sound, the bone furnace split open, and then this place exploded, lightning appearing endlessly, violently surging. Hao was blasted flying. Many people leapt up in fear, standing at the highest point, gazing forward, all of them widening their eyes with shock. Huang, is he dead? Flesh blasted into 9 pieces, primordial spirit scattered, becoming an expanse of fiery light. Huang is going to fall? Everyone was shocked, worthy of being the most powerful heavenly tribulation, making even Huang, who had 3 strands of immortal energy, suffer this type of disaster, about to die before everyone's eyes. Ha! There was a heavenly deity who sneered inwardly, decisively taking action, producing secret treasures to attack the lightning tribulation. Hong. Hao's 9 pieces of flesh and primordial spirit rushed together, quickly evading this strike. That secret treasure flickered in the lightning, brushing past his body. Kacha! In the end, this secret treasure exploded, and a streak of lightning smashed into the distance to kill that heavenly deity. It was because he interfered with the lightning radiance. However, this person was formidable, his methods heaven-reaching, actually having a mysterious life substitute symbol, suffering disaster in his place. One had to understand that this was something rarely seen in even great sects, extremely hard to stumble upon. There was an expert outside trying to interfere, just now wishing to kill Hao. Hong. Blood energy roiled. Hao's flesh rushed together, forcibly piecing itself back together. His primordial spirit also returned to its position. His entire body was scorched black, his condition extremely frail. Hao opened his eyes, coldly staring into the direction that heavenly deity attacked from, but didn't chase after him. Now wasn't a good time to display power, he needed to recover. This place became quiet, no one taking action. 8-armed soul race broke out in cold sweat, having the entire race move out, searching around here and protecting this place. After who knew how much time had passed, Hao shed a layer of scorched black skin, revealing a jade-like sparkling body. The space between his brows shone. He recovered again. He still didn't act recklessly, not seeking out that mysterious attacker, instead ascending to the 9th heaven. As long as he passed this trial, then everything would be complete. It was because even though there was a 10th layer of heaven above the 9th heaven, it shouldn't suppress and kill him. It was because after he experienced a simple trial last time, he obtained the lightning tribulation liquid. This time, the crucial part was the 9th great layer of heaven. What left Hao shocked was that above the 9th heaven, everything was incomparably quiet. There was danger, viciousness, the creatures rushing over plant species, surrounding and attacking him. However, compared to the 8th heaven, they were extremely weak. He dealt with them quite easily, not troublesome at all. It was more like a self-forging, no danger. This left others shocked as well. What was going on? This was too easy, right? Could it be that even the heavens was running out of juice? Huang's luck was just too good. However, immediately afterwards, Hao was horrified, his face becoming a bit pale. He knew where the problem laid. This was an absolute disaster. It was because he suddenly discovered that his strength was declining, falling from the heavenly deity level down to the true deity realm, and then tumbling into the divine flame realm. It was too terrible. In this place, in this type of trial, this was simply a path of death. The only fortunate thing was that aside from those creatures, the other lightning was relatively calm, not attacking him. Run. Hao only had this choice. He couldn't approach those creatures, or else it would definitely be a road leading straight to death. He finally experienced the strangeness of the Divine King Tribulation, making a divine flame realm cultivator face those powerful creatures' attacks. It really was difficult to make it out of this alive. What is going on? Someone cried out in shock. revealing a strange expression. Holy sacrifice is a strange cultivation realm that is difficult to predict. One's cultivation would fluctuate erratically from high to low. Right now, he fell to the bottom, about to be finished. Someone was taking delight in his disaster, incredibly excited. This place immediately erupted with noise. Everyone knew that Huang was likely truly going to die here. Only Shi Hao himself knew that this was brought about by the heavenly tribulation. He originally still had 1 to 3 days left, still far from running out of time. This terrifying lightning tribulation could actually be like this, making his Tao and cultivation decline. This was the true danger. Haha! This heavenly tribulation's power isn't that great. We can even cross. Go! Let's lend Huang a helping hand. There were people transmitting sounds secretly, sneers sounding continuously. Chi! Right at this time, 5 figures immediately flew out at the same time, rushing into the lightning to kill Huang. The heavenly deities of the outside world. After Shi Hao unleashed a great slaughter, all became shocked. When they saw him massacre so many people, these people went into hiding. Only now did some appear, seizing this opportunity to kill him. You all dare! The 8-armed soul races people shouted in anger, also taking action. Everyone, please cease the disorder. The powerful figure from the natives took action, stopping the 8-armed soul race, and even more so looking towards soul race's ancient ancestor. The danger had arrived. Shi Hao was now suffering the most terrifying trouble. At this moment, Yun Shi's expression changed and Yu Chan's eyes widened. The masses all shocked. They all stared forward. 5 great heavenly deities arrived, their speed extremely fast, completely outside of everyone's expectations. The creatures formed from lightning rushed over, striking down on their bodies, making them release a muffled groan, staggering backwards, scorched traces appearing on their bodies. They didn't resist, allowing that lightning to descend. It was because going against it was the same as interfering with the heavenly tribulation, an action that would incur bad results. Whenever others interfered with a lightning tribulation, the lightning would always deliver heavenly punishment of the corresponding cultivation realm. Why would they dare do something like this? They would rather let themselves be hit by this electricity, not resist it, forcefully endure it as they rush towards Shi Hao, and then take action against him. It was because they already saw that this 9th heaven lightning tribulation was a bit strange, not that powerful. With Shi Hao's decline in cultivation, the lightning also became considerably weaker. This was the optimal situation for Kailing Huang. They forcefully resisted the lightning, and then they attacked the divine flame realm Huang. One had to understand that they didn't fear the cursed power, as they were heavenly deities from the outside world, able to resist the dense cursed power. It was because they had never been affected before. Soul races people came, but they were extremely worried. Only the old heavenly deity Shi Hao rescued dared go inside. The others were at their wits' end. It was because the curse was just too dense. Their sect master's magical force was heaven-reaching, but right now, he was also stopped, unable to set foot inside. Chi! Shi Hao turned into a streak of light, charging through the lightning, avoiding the pursuers behind and the creatures formed from lightning. This was a life and death crisis. His speed was increased to the limit. Fortunately, the speed of the creatures produced by lightning also decreased, not as great as their original lightning form. Otherwise, with the speed of lightning, who could deal with that? Hong! Despite this being the case, this was still a great disaster. Lightning erupted. All types of plants took root in Shi Hao's surroundings, sweeping through his body, blasting him until his flesh was mangled, bones broken. His body left in a terrible state. His Tao was weakened, magical force declined. Right now, he was a divine flame realm cultivator, so this was definitely a death trap. Even though the heavenly tribulation also weakened, it was still far above his cultivation realm, impossible to deal with. Any random plant creature produced by lightning could kill him. The situation doesn't look that good. Hurry and kill him. The 5 great heavenly deities' expressions changed. It was because they realized that even though they hadn't resisted the heavenly tribulation, allowing it to land on their bodies, it still wasn't enough. It was as if they were guiding some kind of karma onto themselves. They suspected that if they continued tarrying about, it would be equal to being completely caught up and participating in the tribulation. When that moment arrived, it would become incomparably terrifying. They would be facing tribulation corresponding to their own heavenly deity level, meaning that they would undoubtedly die. One had to understand that they definitely weren't Huang. No way they could cross heavenly deity tribulation. Hong, a heavenly deity, acted viciously, displaying power and slaughtering his way over to Shi-Hao in an extremely violent manner. Natural laws turned into a web within the brilliant stellar light. Shi-Hao's mind jumped up and down intensely. Even though he had extreme speed, escaping extremely fast, he was still affected. Large mouthfuls of blood flew out from his mouth, his entire body flying out. His body's injuries were severe. "Hurry! He can't hold on much longer," another person shouted. The divine sword in hand shone, a heavenly deity sword. It hacked open the void, slicing forward. This was a streak of enormous, unmatched sword radiance. It pierced through heaven and earth, landing on Shi-Hao's body. Shi-Hao did everything he could, avoiding this attack, but powerful killing energy still swept over. This was formless killing intent. His body released large amounts of blood, almost being hacked in half. Dark red blood dyed the skies red. Shi-Hao was almost killed. In the distance, cries of alarm sounded. Yunxi's hand covered her mouth. The space between Yu Chan's brows shone. Chao Yuxing clenched his fists. Chang Gongyang's pupils contracted. Everyone's reactions were different. Huang. Could it be that he is going to fall? Some were shocked, others anxious. Ha! He won't be able to escape. There were naturally those that were laughing loudly, taking joy in his disaster. At this state, what else can he do to turn things around? What a pity! How lamentable! This is the result of those who are too arrogant and conceited, just having to cross tribulation, moreover the most powerful heavenly tribulation. Who does he think he is, a war immortal? Someone ridiculed, feeling incredibly carefree. Needless to say, everyone could see that Shi-Hao's current situation was utterly terrible, about to die at any moment. Get lost! Eight-armed Soul Race's old heavenly deity roared. He already took action, but what could he do against 5 people? They were all heavenly deities, so there wasn't much he could do. Ancient treasure activate, someone said with a low shout. They definitely couldn't allow Huang to die. At the same time, the allies they invited over were also laying formations, finding a way to join in and neutralize the situation. Pooh! However, in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, those 5 heavenly deities went mad, attacking at Shi-Hao. Even though they didn't hit their target, the blast waves still heavily injured him again. This time, Shi-Hao broke at least a dozen bones, his body covered in wounds, the damage to his flesh severe. He inwardly grinded his teeth, not saying anything, continuing to run. Not good. The expression of one of the 5 great heavenly deities became pale, releasing a cry of alarm. It was because even though they didn't resist by chasing like this in the lightning, he was still considered to have participated. Lightning was rushing towards him. They quickly withdrew, freeing themselves from the heavenly tribulation range. However, one of them was still caught. Just now, he had attacked the most, ultimately suffering the lightning's attacks. In that instant, lightning flourished with radiance. The heavenly deity-level heavenly tribulation descended. With a Hong sound, lightning radiance drowned out this place. That person cried out loudly, but before he could even struggle a few times, he already exploded. In the distance, everyone became quiet, turning silent, their entire bodies going cold when they saw this. Not everyone was Huang, able to cross tribulation. This really was the case as expected. This person only lasted a moment, and then lost his life. Meanwhile, at this moment, Shi-Hao felt a strange sensation. His magical force was climbing, rising up from the depths. His strength was recovering. Oh! Shi-Hao released a great roar. His body was recovered, injured body treated, blood energy surging. Then, he divided into 4 bodies, sending out 3 spiritual bodies to fight with him. Not good. Those 4 individuals began to break out in cold sweat, quickly running. Huang recovered, unexpectedly stepping foot into holy sacrifice realm again, becoming comparable to heavenly deities. In this cultivation realm, he had the bearing of an unmatched being. Regardless of whether it was Immortal Palace's heavenly deity or Underworld Clan's heavenly deity, they were both killed by Huang. He carried out a blood purge in Immortal Ancient, killing a group of experts. How could these 4 heavenly deities not be scared? They originally wanted to take advantage of his weakness to end his life. But who would have expected that he would recover so quickly, returning to the holy sacrifice realm? This was simply a disaster, for great heavenly deities ran. But Shao's true body and 3 spiritual bodies turned into 4 streaks of light, chasing after them. This was an iron-blooded hunt. Their magical force was heaven-reaching, but they ended up encountering heavenly tribulation, encountering Shao. They could only escape. Not a single one of you can leave. Shao transmitted sound to the 8-armed soul race and the others to move aside. There was no need for them to take action. Hong, his true body, took action. A fist smashed out, heaven and earth losing color, wind and clouds changed. Reincarnation, Kuan Pong, and other techniques merged, shattering the void. That heavenly deity cried out loudly. Even though he did everything he could to resist, his body was still covered in a fine layer of cracks, and then he began to quickly age. Pong! Shao then released another fist, a completely red fist penetrating his body, drawing large amounts of blood, rushing past. This person exploded on the spot. Kill! On the other side, Shao's spiritual body's hand held the everlasting immortal sword, activating an unmatched method, using the Lightning Emperor's secret method to spur on the sword core, fighting intensely against a heavenly deity. In the end, the sword core turned, cold light illuminating everything. With a pu sound, that heavenly deity's head was removed, blood rushing several dozen feet into the air. Then heavenly tribulation descended, blasting that corpse to pieces. None of you can leave. The other 2 heavenly deities were also intercepted, fighting an intense battle against Shao. Shao stood there, supporting his only heavenly passage, preventing all methods from approaching. Meanwhile, golden willow branches shot out from his body one after another like divine law chains, piercing through a heavenly deity, bloody holes covering his body. That person cried out loudly, but his struggle was futile, dying here. There was one last person left. When Shao recombined with his spiritual bodies, the moment they merged, he displayed the 8/9 heavens art, sweeping outwards. Hong! After crossing this trial, he could continue ascending into the heavens. Shao coughed out a mouthful of blood. He sat down, adjusting his state to its peak. Brilliant colors appeared on the surface of his skin. Finally, he rose up, walking towards the heavens. There was another region above the 9th heaven. This was the 10th layer of heaven, as well as the final heavenly tribulation. However, this place was extremely special. Ancient trees towered, countless city watchtowers could be seen, all types of immortal caves suspended high up in the sky. There were even more so flying birds and walking beasts. There were even true phoenixes, dragons, and others. Creatures wandered about this place, all of them extremely powerful. Even though there was danger, those creatures normally wouldn't attack him. Shao had previously thought to himself that if all these creatures were to act out, it would be difficult for even him to make it out alive. It was because those creatures were too powerful, with no lack of immortal birds and long-life beasts among them. Meanwhile here, there was an ancient platform that was majestic and grand, releasing the most dazzling light. Immortal killing stage. There was ascension light rising there, terrifying killing energy pervading the air. Even someone as powerful as Shao wouldn't dare enter. Just the bit of energy it released already made his body feel like it was going to collapse. Shao made his way around. He encountered danger here, but it wasn't that scary, still enough to deal with. Up ahead was an ancient pond. 5-colored, multicolored light rushed into the heavens. Vague, brilliantly colored mist pervading the air. Chaotic energy drifted about, looking incomparably divine and auspicious. scattering all of the cursed power. Immortal Pond. In Legends, this was an unmatched precious pond, within it lightning tribulation liquid. This was the third time Xianxia saw it. This pond wasn't that large, several square feet in size. Inside was five-colored liquid, extremely viscous like jade elixir. Things were already like this, so Xianxia knew that he had succeeded. He could be considered to have passed the heavenly tribulation this time. Gudong. He tried a mouthful. It was incomparably fragrant, the sweetness moistening his throat. His inner injuries and fatigue disappeared without a trace. In the vicious battle, during those fights, he paid an enormous price. Even though he used the secret method to activate bone texts and treat himself, it would still inevitably wound his source energy. However, now, he obtained five-colored lightning tribulation liquid. These things already weren't problems. Xianxia laughed. With this immortal pond in hand, all injuries could be treated. He couldn't help but look into the distance. All of the natives' eyes became red, staring at him. Forget about heavenly deities. Even the 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestors' eyes were blazing like a sun. This was their life-saving divine liquid. It was just too important. Meanwhile, the great heavenly deities of the other clans couldn't sit still, feeling incomparably nervous, truly wishing they could immediately throw themselves over. Everyone expressed good intentions towards Xianxia, hoping that he would gift them some lightning tribulation liquid. Among them, Centaur clans Mayu and Fiend races Emo Luo's expressions changed, feeling incomparable annoyance and regret, extremely unwilling to accept this. The pond cut from rock looked simple and ancient, dull without luster. There was only a type of ancient feeling of accumulated time. This was an immortal pond within a sea of lightning, the lightning tribulation liquid different from the past. 5 colors shone in a hazy manner, immortal mists surging, auspicious light rising. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air. This stuff was truly precious. Xianxia gulped it down one mouthful after another, feeling his body quickly returning to its peak. Regardless of whether it was his flesh or primordial spirit, they were all nourished, the hidden injuries from before completely disappearing. When he saw the countless blazing eyes all around him, he didn't bat an eyelid. He closed his eyes, sitting down here, carefully comprehending the world's natural laws. He received great benefits in the tribulation this time. His flesh and primordial spirit continuously broke apart, and then were continuously pieced together, refined 100 times over. The lightning refined his flesh, tempered his primordial spirit. This was an ancient technique that was extremely beneficial for him. Immortal ancient great era was powerful. Having those with long life was precisely because the world's environment allowed for this. All those who weren't ordinary had to face lightning tribulation. In this world, the laws of the world didn't permit such a thing. Regardless of who it was that guided tribulation, the lightning that was brought down would be incomparably vicious, exceeding the heavenly judgment of the past. Every inch of Xianxia's flesh was shining, the light within his body swirling, mysterious symbols erupting, making him appear more and more powerful and unordinary. He could feel himself becoming more powerful. 3 strands of immortal energy moved above him. He could vaguely see signs of great Tao flowers condensing. Divine King Tribulation, it was passed just like that. Divine King, a young cultivator who is only 20 years old. This has truly shaken up all of past and present. He really was ridiculously young. To have this type of cultivation at this age was extremely terrifying. Older generation individuals could only release a sigh. What kind of monster was this? She stood in the distance, her expression complicated. This old friend was too heaven-defying, successfully crossing tribulation. This was the Divine King. She immediately thought of many things. They had previously traveled together for several tens of thousands of li, the two of them walking quite close together. Yet in the end, due to her clansman's actions triggered a series of events. She sighed softly. When she saw the seated figure in the sea of lightning, without even thinking much, she knew that Celestial Clan now definitely felt extreme regret. They wronged this benefactor of theirs that shocked past and present. Who could have expected this youth to rise up so quickly, never dying all this time, continuing to charge forward, already reaching the position of divine king at the age of 20. Yu Chan, is there really nothing between you and him? Heaven-mending sex heavenly deity said softly. Granduncle, if you speak any more nonsense, I won't speak to you again. Yu Chan was truly angered badly. This granduncle of hers actually favored Huang this much. You are still young, thick-skinned. You are embarrassed, but that is only natural. However, I am your granduncle, so you can talk to me about anything. Even though you are the holy lady, if there is anything between you and him, it's not like the things are completely inflexible. We can go ask the sect master and have him decide what to do. This type of youngster, even though his age is so young, his strength is so astonishing. If he can join our heaven-mending sect, everything would be worth it. This seemingly young heavenly deity spoke. Dark lines appeared on Yu Chan's sparkling white forehead. She almost smashed her beautiful fist into her granduncle's face. She and Sure Hao were like water and fire. Too many things happened. For her to surrender and be wrongly roped in, that would truly be unendurable. However, each time she thought back to her experience in Cold Realm, as well as her matters with Qing Yi and Sure Hao, she would feel rattled, gnash her teeth in anger. Sigh, my master said that someone who really can eat will sell me off. Don't tell me that it'll really be this scoundrel. Chao Yuxing sighed, staring at Sure Hao. I truly never thought that he would reach this step. Dragon Girl's beautiful long hair scattered down to her waist, her beautiful eyes blinking. She exchanged a look with Chong Gongyan, both of them extremely shocked. Rising up in one world, overlooking the heavens above and earth below, this was Huang. He forged his own path, just too astonishing. And, Sure Hao widened his eyes. He already drank a lot of the lightning tribulation, confirmed that his Tao had strengthened. Even if he continued drinking, it wouldn't benefit much, so he stopped. I reckon that in the holy sacrifice realm, my cultivation has stabilized greatly. I should be able to remain at the heavenly deity level for an extremely long time and not suddenly drop. This was a feeling Sure Hao developed. He believed firmly that this was the breakthrough of holy sacrifice realm. When one's strength would no longer fluctuate between strong and weak, one would directly become a king among heavenly deities. Sure Hao was shocked. 5-colored brilliance rose from the immortal pond, turning into faint mists and drifting into the distance. Was this lightning tribulation liquid evaporating? Such a thing had never happened before. Why was it like this today? Soon after, he discovered that the lightning was abnormal, releasing pai-pa sounds. The calm 10th heaven unexpectedly surged, lightning becoming vicious, surging intensely. There is someone seizing my lightning tribulation liquid? Sure Hao was furious. The vague mists seeped out, all heading in a certain direction. Even though it wasn't much, just the beginning, it still left him alarmed. This person's methods were unordinary. Hone. Sure Hao took action, sealing the immortal pond, not allowing the mist to drift out. These were all extremely precious liquid, a single drop enough to make the heavenly deities in immortal ancient submit. Wanglong, this heaven and earth seemed like they were going to overturn. There was a type of powerful attraction force that tore at the void, distorting the heavenly domain, forcefully seizing the lightning tribulation liquid. There were even more experts among the natives that were eager to give it a try, trying to obtain a cup of the soup. That treasure bowl was polished from 5-colored divine bone, rushing out from the dark clouds. It was enormous like a mountain, releasing brilliance that illuminated the sky. There was even a mysterious power inside the mouth of the bowl. Natural laws interweaved, devouring the essence between heaven and earth, wishing to forcefully seize the lightning tribulation liquid. This was the model example of picking the fruit of others' efforts. After Sure Hao successfully crossed tribulation, finally seeing divine liquid, someone tried to seize it away. This naturally incurred an uproar, making immortal ancients natives agitated. As for the 8-armed soul race and others, they were even more shocked and angry. They protected Sure Hao, yet someone dared to stand in the way and seize the divine liquid, forcefully interfering and sticking their hand in. How could they accept this? Lightning tribulation liquid belongs to us. It can neutralize the curses, Ask him to hand it over, someone said in the darkness. Shuhao's eyes became cold. He stood at the immortal pond's side, rigidly sealing down the precious liquid, not allowing it to flow out. That treasure bowl really was astonishing, the might it displayed making even heavenly deities gasp with admiration, exceeding their power. However, it was also because of this that it drew lightning about to face disaster. The one who hiddenly took action immediately felt apprehensive, releasing the treasure bowl, not daring to get too close. If he ended up guiding over the heavenly punishment that matched his cultivation realm, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. Hand over the lightning tribulation liquid. It belongs to our immortal ancient natives, someone shouted, eyes burning with passion. This was a great roar, indeed raising quite a bit of support from different people. They desired new life, wished to neutralize the curse, no matter who it was that caused it to appear. I was wondering who it was. Silver Blood Devil Tree Race. You all really are something. Wishing to seize Huang's lightning tribulation liquid? However, I really want to see if you all can succeed. At this moment, 8-armed soul race's ancient ancestor spoke. When this voice sounded, all sides were shaken. Soon after, Shuhao understood as well. Not long ago, when those 5 great heavenly deities entered the heavenly tribulation to kill him, there was a sect master that interfered, stopping the soul race's ancient ancestor from providing assistance. It was precisely this person. Silver Blood Devil Tree Race. Shuhao's eyes became more and more cold. Little friend, you have so much lightning tribulation liquid, you do not need it yourself, so why don't you gift it to your fellow cultivators, saving us from disaster? When the time comes, many people will feel gratefulness towards you. Silver Blood Devil Tree Race's sect master figure said. He displayed his true body. This was an elder, but his mind was hale and hearty. Behind him was an enormous silver-colored ancient tree that reached into the sky, brilliant light shining as it swayed. I naturally know how to handle my own matters. You don't have to trouble yourself with who I gift it to, Shuhao said calmly. This sect master already took action against him several times. First, it was Soul Island wishing to forcefully capture him. Then, during the chaos when heavenly deities from the outside world entered, he had previously reached out a large hand to kill Shuhao. Now, he was going to interfere with his tribulation. How could Shuhao treat him with any good intentions? Little friend, one needs to have a charitable heart. So many fellow Taoists have endured the torment of their curse. Are you just going to watch them suffer while having such a large amount of lightning tribulation liquid before you, not wishing to save them? The Silver Blood Devil Tree's ancient ancestor sighed. Old fella, you really know how to uphold justice, using my things to buy favor, roping in everyone, now even labeling me as the one of injustice. Shuhao coldly replied. Then he continued, I won't keep the lightning tribulation liquid for myself, gift it all to the natives. However, there is definitely no portion for your Silver Blood Devil Tree Race, not even a single drop. Shuhao spoke extremely directly, revealing a cold smile. Little friend, your heart is too cold. How can you do this? If you really are benevolent, then you should evenly divide the precious liquid, gifting it to all different sects and not just a few that you casually choose. The Silver Blood Devil Tree Race's ancient ancestor said, his voice cold. However, he was roping in some people, driving a wedge between others. If you want it so badly, I'll deliver it straight into your clans. I want to see if you all still want it, Shuhao said. He began to move through the void, bringing the sea of lightning, thus disappearing. This clan wanted to kill him several times, this old thing even more so, in spite of his identity, not only secretly wished him harm, now even having this type of attitude, wishing to forcefully seize it, wishing to turn all of Immortal Ancient's natives against him. How could he allow this matter to end like this? Shuhao was extremely decisive, rushing towards the Silver Blood Devil Tree Race's ancient land. The 10th heaven didn't disappear yet. He moved through an expanse of mountains. This place was resplendent with silver light, divine multicolored radiance rushing into the heavens. Silver devil trees stretched as far as the eyes could see, taking root in the mountain ridge, spiritual essence flourishing without end. Apart from this, there were large amounts of palaces, suspended islands, and others. This was this clan's important place. Younger generation, you dare? Many people chased over. The silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor naturally knew what he was going to do. This fella wanted to incur heavenly tribulation again. Why wouldn't I dare? Xianxia said coldly. The 10th layer of Lightning Sea was originally extremely peaceful, but right now he blasted towards a few creatures, immediately triggering a commotion. Endless lightning poured down, hacking towards the mountains and rivers. Hurry and retreat! The silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor roared, immediately panicking. This youngster's decisiveness and viciousness exceeded his expectations, actually daring to incur lightning tribulation as if he didn't care about his life. Meanwhile, he didn't dare go up, because once sect master heavenly tribulation descended, he would inevitably die. The curse power in that type of heavenly tribulation would make his body and soul scatter. Younger generation, if you dare do this, there will be no place in the 9 heavens and 10th earth that will permit your existence. The silver blood devil tree race's ancient ancestor roared angrily. Is that so? You did all that, yet I can't even do this bit. Xiao's voice was ice cold as he gazed into the distance, staring at all the cultivators that hurried over. No matter who it is, anyone that wishes this old thing's downfall is my friend. I will give their clan lightning tribulation liquid. Xiao's voice shook the skies. There were many clans in Immortal Ancient, definitely not lacking experts.